Cruz. Let's go chat. Elden Ring or Ukraine, what will it be? Is here. Less than 3 you angel. Month brain rot. One year of this stream, so thankful for the coverage, laughs, and community. Keep it up, bruv. All best. Yo, the baby is coming, Hassel.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one. Because it is Friday, folks. It's Friday, February 25th, 2022, 11:23 a.m. And I'm a little late, and I apologize. Okay, I'm late, and I apologize. I had some big business deals to take care of this morning. Also had to work out this morning, and my Lord, I had a big ass workout this morning. I was not feeling good, but in the beginning, I was not feeling great in the beginning of my workout, but I feel great now. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, you know, what's going on in my life. But unfortunately, there's absolutely nothing going on in my life. I mean, nothing whatsoever. My entire life is wake up, work out, come in here, stream, and then, stream for like 12 hours, 13 hours, whatever. And then get the fuck out of here, you know? Just go to sleep immediately. I don't even have time to jerk off, for fuck's sake, okay? I mean, it's devastating, but hey, what are you gonna do? Times like this happen, and you just have to, you know, keep up with the coverage. Obviously, none of that is anywhere near as awful as what the people of Ukraine are going through, so hey, you know,
Imagine all the people.
I just found out Pornhub does not work on the 3DS anymore. Are you going to report on this today? Probably.
I'm not the only one. I hope
Murad has like fucked up my other gate. That's another issue. So, you know, I've been dealing with a bunch of stuff. Cum retention, that's why you're so powerful. Yes.
Screw all the trolling bots.
If you want to be a reputable journalist, you should implement jacking breaks in your broadcast. Yes, that's right. Anyway, listen. Is Russia threatening militarily for Finland and Sweden joining NATO? Holy crap. Biden has nominated Ketanji Brown Jackson, a good Supreme Court justice pick in comparison to what it could have been. To be the first black woman to sit on the Supreme Court. Russia's forces are closing in on Ukraine's capital as the Kremlin has agreed to talks. You would know that if you were there last night when we were listening to the Russian ambassador speak in Japan. So we are going to be covering all of that. I'm like I always do. I'm gonna blast off early as fuck. Okay.
Hassel, thanks for a great year.
The Kremlin has advancing into
Subgamers has flex. Bing bong.
Kremlin is open to talks. Ads profiting from war. Yep, that's right, baby. How many PS5s does Putin have? I don't know. So, what happened last night? I do not know what happened last night, okay? The Ukrainian ambassador to the United States is live right now. We'll get started on that. I'm gonna be slow on the uptake on Intel today. They're targeting OSINT accounts. Yo, dog, Twitter sniped my ass.
Hassel.
Dragon fucker, thank you for the fire. Get the subs. Taliban called for a peaceful resolution. That's funny, but
Yeah.
anyway, so China says Ukraine's territory sovereignty should be respected. China also said that they would help Russia out, though, so we'll see what happens. According to the Finnish president, Russia didn't actually threaten Finland if you translate word for word. Okay, we'll look at all of that. We'll look at all of that. Hold on. Finland and
Force and PLS.
open to NATO. Joining NATO. And CPAC Hog Watch Ukraine Take
Ratio.
Edition. Get in and now for round the clock coverage. Maybe Elden Ring. twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay. Kim Iverson is the worst tweet on Ukraine. Ukraine shouldn't fight back. No one should. Let it go. What the fuck?
Wow, 11 months goes by fast. Finally subbed last year.
Russian
watching
thermal power plant in
after
Kyiv is out.
10-6.
Lots of cameras are offline. Okay. New Supreme Court. Yeah. Oh yeah. New SCOTUS nominee dropped too. Forgot that. We'll talk about all that too. Why the fuck do people keep half translating shit? Dog, do you know how difficult it is to fucking translate stuff? Like, I mean, not to get all fucking comms degree on your ass, which is because it's like irrelevant, except for like the Sapir-Whorf theory, right? Where like different languages create entirely separate, entirely different cultures too.
I
Like,
peed my pants for fun.
bit of a chicken of the egg kind of situation, but it's incredibly difficult to truly comprehend the nuances in the words that people choose to use. And if you have never spoken a different language, or if you're not bilingual, you will never understand this. It is not something that I can describe to you. It's just, you're just not going to get it. Most Americans, Sapir-Whorf is way debunked. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking comms degree. Of course it's debunked. But I do agree with it regardless. I do agree with as someone who is bilingual, I do believe that culture and the cultural differences, rather, it's not necessarily that the language creates a different culture, which I think that it does, but it's more so that different cultures are demonstrated differently through language. And because of that, it's very, very difficult to translate it to not only a separate not only a separate language, but also difficult to comprehend the nuance in general. Anyway, so does anyone have a meme for me to fucking blast off with? Okay, I'm gonna put the because I'm gonna put the fucking Putin blowjob meme. If that's not the case, actually, I'm not gonna put that up. Secret meme. CNN, United States is sanctioning Putin specifically today. Oh shit! I mean, Japanese, English, and Spanish speaker here. Hasan is absolutely right. Yeah. You think that NATO and the U.S. enacted enough sanctions on Russia? By the way, please don't shit on me if this is a silly question. I'm just a gamer pleb. No, it's actually not a silly question. It's a really good question. Guys, I don't yell at people that ask the fucking questions. I yell at people when they come in and ask the same exact fucking thing a million times over and do it in a snarky way. You're totally safe to ask questions here as long as don't fucking cap, you sons of bitches, dude. My community is the worst. I swear to fucking God, dude. I have the most ruthless, the most ruthless community on the internet, dude. They just rip my asshole to shreds on a daily fucking basis. My own, it'd be your own ones, okay? It's my own ones. All right, anyway, here, fucking blast this off. Sons of bitches. Holy shit, y'all got fucking nuked out the wazoo. Anyway, to the chatter's question about the sanctions, no, they did not, because guess what? Like, we play this weird game, okay? We play this weird game here in the West, where we say Putin is like Hitler. Putin is Hitlerian. Okay? And Putin is a very brutal, very vicious, and awful person, okay? But we play this weird game where we're like, Putin is Hitler. But then we won't even fucking take the full Monty on sanctions because we don't want to take a haircut. Like, you can't be like, oh, Putin is Hitler, and then turn around and buy $700 million worth of gas, oil, and commodities literally right before you fucking hit them with the sanctions. You can't say that. I get that, like, we are not we, but especially Europe is reliant on Russia for energy. But if that's the case, then you can't do that. And if you're going to utilize sanctions, you have to use them not as like a war of attrition, but rather you have to use sanctions strategically to push for some kind of diplomatic conversation. Okay? To push for some kind of fucking talks, to reignite conversations and talks, to get back to the table. And I know that sounds fucking crazy, especially if you are watching Ukraine right now. You're watching Ukraine get shelled. Or if you are Ukrainian and you're like, what the fuck do you mean diplomatic conversations? They're doing diplomacy with like lead. But the unfortunate reality is, and I've talked about this over and over again, and I've mentioned it over and over again since the beginning, that NATO is not coming. It was never going to come. It was always Putin's red line. NATO was never coming. There was never going to be anything but guns. And when you're outmatched, outgunned, and outmanned, like, American rifles are not going to actually help you. Okay? And the reason why NATO was never going to be coming is because Russia is a nuclear power and had, unfortunately, shown time and time again that Ukraine and Georgia, nearly identical circumstances that are happening here like it did in 2008, and that was also unacceptable, were his red lines, and that he would never allow that to happen. Now, that is the rational, the realpolitik side of this, but it doesn't even fucking matter because Putin is not behaving in a rational way. I think that he is behaving in an irrational, psychotic way, shelling Kyiv and all this shit. I find it.
8 months, let's go. Thanks for all your coverage.
I find it completely fucking insane. Okay? Do you not believe he's a madman? No, I believe that he wants to present himself as a madman because he's a nuclear power, And I think that he wants to strategically make other people feel like he is so crazy and that he might actually use nukes. Like, oh no. Like, he's not a stupid person. I mean, I don't know. I do think he's like, I don't think he's a stupid person. I don't like thinking about like other circumstances, other alternatives. Like, oh, people say that, you know, he might have stomach cancer. People say that, like, he's terrified of COVID and didn't actually get the COVID vaccine. Like, there's a lot of palace intrigue around him.
It's Friday. Then.
There's a lot of palace intrigue around Putin, where people just like speculate endlessly, and he is like a very interesting person in general. That's part of the reason why like people have a lot of mystery surrounding him. I think he likes it that way too.
9-month pregnancy sub. Let's go.
But why we support Ukraine but don't care about what happened in Donbass in 2014 and 2015, dude. What happened in Donbass in 2014 and 2015, shelling by Ukrainian air or shelling and Ukrainian air support,
16
right?
Holy
You
crap.
get upset about that. You freak out about that, and you say that's like fucked up. But then Russia is a significantly more powerful country that is doing that and more right now to Ukraine. So what the fuck are you talking about? Why no one care about what happened in Donbass in 2014, 2015? Unless you were actually saying Russia was doing that in 2014, 2015. Chechen forces who have committed many human rights violations are preparing to help invade Ukraine. I mean, that's true. They have. They don't get mad at me, but they do be loving to commit human rights violations, okay? Finland says debate on NATO membership will change after the Russian invasion. I mean, dude, that makes sense. That makes absolute fucking sense. If I was Finland, I would do the exact same thing, dude. I mean, you know, I don't like NATO, but why in the ever-loving fuck would I ever, especially with like having a long, super long history that goes back way back before, like, you know, half these fucking countries were founded about like warring with Russia, being a part of Russia. If I was in that situation and I look at Ukraine and I see what's going on, I'm like, fuck that, dude. Number one in education on the planet. One of like the fucking, you know, highest life expectancies. People are fucking happy. No shot, dude. No shot. I'm fucking joining NATO in a heartbeat, okay? You will never stop me. I'd be like, NATO, please give me the NATO membership. Like, you can have neutralization with the USSR and then Russia for all of these years, but then you see what the fuck Putin is doing to Ukraine, and you're like, okay, well, I don't want that shit. That's bullshit. Of course. And that's on Putin. That is 1,000% on Putin. Okay? He fucked up. That's what, that's part of the, that's part of my fucking, like, that's part of the reason why my coverage was good, but.
Nice intro has.
But definitely missed the mark on how far Putin was willing to go. Because it is literally the opposite strategy. If you want to fucking purge NATO, then doing what you're doing to Ukraine, not saber rattling, but like straight up fucking invading, straight up bombing Kyiv. No other country is ever going to not want to join NATO after that. Here, we in Finland stayed out of NATO for years because we don't want to anger Putin, but since Putin is angered anyway, support for NATO in Finland is growing. Putin is fucking NATO's #1 stan right now. Incredible stuff by his erratic and ridiculous behavior. There is no better way to fucking get all of the prior countries that have like, you know, functionally been neutralized to refuse or to feel differently about that neutralization now in the aftermath of your fucking insane actions against Ukraine. And not only that, but also I suspect they're going to literally say we will do Ukraine to you. Zakharova, we regard the Finnish government's commitment to a military non-alignment policy as an important factor in ensuring security and stability in Northern Europe. Finland's accession to NATO would have serious military and political repercussions. Yeah, but you can't fucking fight Finland and Ukraine at the same time, bitch. So,
BVTCH.
Jesus Christ, dude. This is fucking awful. Listen, it's a chicken or the egg situation with NATO, okay? The threat of an invasion is what goads countries into wanting to join NATO. The threat of a Russian invasion is what, countries are sold. And some of them don't even need to be sold on it because obviously, like, that is a legitimate fucking fear, right?
What's up,
and then
Abby?
also there's some sweet guns that come along with it. You get fucking military bases. You get military support. You feel protected. It's a protection racket, right? And I've said this before. Imagine two different mafia bosses, right? One mafia gang is like also your loan shark, the IMF. The other mafia gang is not could be your loan shark as well, but has historically treated you like horribly, okay? And you have to join one fucking protection racket from one mafia gang to avoid the other mafia gang. Like, people have such a simplistic and almost like childlike view of why countries join NATO. They're like, one country is offering Western liberal democracy. The other country's offering guns and bullets. It's like, yes, Russia is fucking dog shit, for sure, with the way that it treats other countries, especially if you're not like a vassal state like Belarus, right? If you are Belarus, then it doesn't matter how fucking corrupt you are. It doesn't matter how awful you are. Putin will literally send his troops over and kill counter protesters, defend you. Doesn't even matter, right?
Let's go.
But in this circumstance, in this situation, Putin's actions are absolutely leading other countries to reconsider neutralization. And it makes total sense. Especially because Finland, Finland is not like fucking, Finland is not like Ukraine in the sense that Ukraine is not an EU country and wants to join the EU.
In watching your very informative stream.
What type of socialist wants NATO to be expanded? Why are you saying NATO needs to be expanded more? The whole historical context is the West pushing further and further into Russia. Now you're saying Finland should join NATO? No, you fucking idiot. I don't think NATO should expand at all. I think NATO is bad overall. I'm stating that it's perfectly reasonable for Finland to want to fucking join NATO after watching what Vladimir Putin is doing. That's the difference. I personally am not pro-NATO. I'm anti-NATO. I think it's fucking bullshit. I literally just explained why I feel like it's a protection racket. But if you overplay your hand, if you overplay your fucking hand, then of course other countries are going to want to join an allegiance. And it's 1000% on Putin.
FKN, love you,
you have a country that's a European country that has historically been fine with neutralization and has has kept relationship with Russia, albeit even though they've warred historically with the USSR, sided with the Nazis, fought against the Nazis, whatever. They still have historically had a neutralization agreement and have not joined NATO, now looking into seriously joining NATO because they're watching what the fuck's going on in Ukraine.
Notice me, senpai.
This invasion of Ukraine the moment that fucking Putin went beyond Donbass, the moment that he like decided to take out aerial defenses, the moment that he like even putting boots on the ground in Donbass was unacceptable, right? My point of view, my perspective started shifting on this the moment I saw him order Russian people to leave eastern Ukraine. I was like, okay, that's it. This is really suspicious. War is about to begin. And then he put boots inside of Donbass, and I was like, all right, it's over. It's a fucking invasion. But moving beyond the Donbass region and like actually fucking blowing Western Ukrainian bases, dude, Western Ukrainian aerial defense systems, like targeting Kyiv, completely fucking unacceptable. That is a gross and tactical mistake, a tactical error, a gross aggressive fucking stance that is wholeheartedly and completely unjustifiable. Even Donbass, even the invasion of Donbass is unjustifiable, but there's a diplomatic fucking move there. There's still a diplomatic avenue out of that. Okay? You fucking start bombing Kyiv, it's a wrap, dude. Civilian positions are blowing up. You're not even like, there is no even legitimacy there. Like, there is no legitimacy for you to just even claim that you have any sort of historic ownership or you're there to just like actually help out people. Okay? It's just insane. It's just psychotic, completely psychotic. Now, it might be a tactical decision on behalf of Putin to appear as a psychopath, maybe. You know, it makes him look like he could potentially use nukes if he's backed into a corner. Putin tells Ukrainian soldiers to take powers into your own hands and not let drug addicts and neo-nationalists use your families as human shields. Clear that he has lost the plot and thousands will suffer as a result. What? Keep calm and support Ukraine. Dude, the rest of the fucking world is so gross about this, by the way. I'm sorry. I mean, we're fucking gross about this too because we're watching it. But like, we literally are just like, oh yeah, I'm just going to post about Ukraine. I'm going to put the Ukrainian flag on my Twitter. It's like, motherfucker, people are living inside the metro station, ironically built very low into the ground and very powerfully, you know, at a time when the USSR was fearful and wanted to double those as bomb shelters. Instead, now it's Moscow bombing those very same fucking metro stations. But hey, regardless, like, people are fucking, their lives are uprooted. You have 100,000 plus people that have actually 100,000 plus people that have fucking left, and we're just like, oh man, I'm posting a black square today. I mean, I'm sure it makes people feel kind of good. I don't fucking know, but if you keep sending NATO troops into Ukraine, it gives Putin free rein to keep pushing through Ukraine. Wait, what? If you send NATO troops into Ukraine, all of a sudden Putin is killing NATO troops. And killing NATO troops means you're killing all of NATO. You're fighting all of NATO now. All of a sudden now you have two nuclear nations, or well, one nuclear superpower fighting against all of the other fucking countries with nukes. That is part of the reason why, that is the unfortunate reality for Ukrainians, and part of the reason why it was not going to, the NATO membership was never a serious consideration for Ukraine.
Wub wub.
Versace posting support for Ukraine. That's not even like direct support for Ukraine, dog. That's like, Versace's like, listen, a lot of Russians buy our shit. Peace. Chinese banks are curbing the purchase of Russian assets. See, now this is interesting, okay? This is a change of pace. If China actually starts fucking curbing back or dialing back on the support, even though I don't know why the fuck they would do that, considering they have their own Ukraine in the form of Taiwan. A little bit different. I mean, they have like 8 Ukraines actually going on actively that they've already turned into Russia. Or in this situation, mainland China. It is a little bit different though. Hi Hasan, you look as overrated as always today. Thanks, man. Very kind of you to say. Today, fake cabs started driving all over Ukraine, putting missile beacons on buildings and bus stops. We were asked to tear them down or cover them with something. There have also been 6 sirens since early this morning. Very scared to sit in the basement and listen to it all. Jesus fucking Christ. By the way, the other part of the problem is that, like, you know, if you're surprised as to how Russia was able to do these surgical and very precise, in comparison to how like other countries' war in other countries, targeted strikes all around the fucking country, well, because, you know, they have the fucking same maps of the military positions. So they know where all the fucking guns are. They know where the aerial defense systems are. They know where they know where everything is. They don't even need to like fucking bring in Spetsnaz or any sort of people to like go in and tag areas to be like, this is where you need to bomb. They already know. They have the maps. It's like playing with map hack on. Exactly. It is cheating. So
Fog.
I'm just seeing the situation in Ukraine. I've started to support NATO. I am from Finland. We also have mandatory conscription in civil service, so everyone will be a part of the war and would support the NATO. It would be devastating. Also, NATO brings an extra layer of safety. See? I think a lot of fucking Finnish people are probably changing their minds on NATO leading up to this, leading up to what the fuck is going on in Ukraine, which is a gigantic fucking error on behalf of a person who strategically would want people to not want to join NATO. So, from this to prominent Russian figures resigning from government positions, it's remarkable. Makes me think about the U.S. commentators who made snarky remarks asking, where are the anti-war Russians? Imagine if anything like this would happen during U.S. during Afghanistan. Yeah. Russian tennis player Andrei Rublev writes, no war, please, on the camera following his advancement in the final in Dubai. Dude, this shit is not fucking popular. That's the other problem. Like, in America, we get our dicks hard for war, okay? We want to fucking murder, okay? We want to rape and pillage. Like, we love that shit. And when someone turns around and says, this is unacceptable, we're like, oh, fuck you. You're done. Dixie chicks, you're out. Okay? France, nation of France, you don't want to fucking help us? Fuck off. It's not French fries anymore. It's actually now freedom fries. Like, we're such fucking pig dogs, okay? Overall. And in comparison to that, like, you see a country where, like, they actually will fucking lock your ass up, put your ass in jail, and homies are just straight up. Like, even though the stakes are way, way higher, they're pushing back against it with a lot more to lose.
Hasan, I repeated your Ukraine
it's just,
talking
you know,
and you made me look stupid.
Meanwhile, you got fucking assholes like Eric Swalwell, Democrat, by the way, talking shit and saying we should, where is it? Talking shit and saying things like we need to fucking bar Russian students. Like, we have the power and we can kick every Russian out of U.S. universities in retaliation to Putin invading Ukraine. What an absolutely psychotic fucking take, dude. God damn. It just like takes nothing for Americans to be fascist. And this is the Democrat. Like, this is a Democrat, remember. We just straight up are like, internment camps? Internment camps, anyone? Internment camps? We should probably do internment camps, right? I mean, prison for all Russians, right?
Oi oi oi. Saying my country isn't really.
Tanky subreddits claim the anti-war protests in Russia are just Russian libs. Any credibility to that? Actually, Cruz, if you know Russia, please don't ban me. Okay. Are there other elements within Russia that are regularly pushing back against Vladimir Putin? Certainly. Is Vladimir Putin a lot more popular than you would think in Russia, considering that, like, you know, he is authoritarian, but he is still relatively popular. A lot more popular than you would suspect. Okay. You could say the fucking survey and the polling results are wrong or whatever, but, you know, he's still relatively fucking popular. Okay. He's a strong authoritarian, charismatic leader. Okay. It's not just fucking liberals, though, that are protesting this, because guess what? Only 30% of Russians believe in a forcible action in Ukraine and like Ukraine unification. That's insane. That's not like Crimea at all. That's not even like Donbass. If you poll Russians, if you look at polls on Russian people, their attitude towards Crimea and the annexation of Crimea was overwhelmingly positive, like insanely positive, for the reasons that I've described many times over. That's why I always say Crimea is different. Crimea is different. Shut the fuck up about Crimea. You're literally muddying the waters for no fucking reason whatsoever when Russia is already horrible, okay? When Russian action has been irredentist, horrible, awful, expansionist, yada, yada, okay? But that was deeply popular. That actually improved his popularity. And there's always going to be a, you know, rally around the flag. There's always going to be a rally around the flag attitude whenever there is military action, right? That's a normal thing. But having said that, they have routinely, time and time again, shown polls, even American polls that would make Russia look bloodthirsty or whatever the fuck, have shown that this is not popular. This is Vladimir Putin behaving on his own, pretty much. If Russia is allowed to seize more Ukrainian territory, would this possibly have a ripple effect, such as China stepping up efforts against Taiwan as Western powers have idly stand behind? I don't know. I haven't seen this video yet, but I trust NFKRZ on this. Regular Russians say no to war.
Your friendly neighborhood Russian saying the censure in these times is just really weird, man. Before we begin, I would just like to say that this video is not gonna be monetized. I'm not trying to make this video in order to get views because it's a trending topic. It's because my entire channel in the recent years has come to be a place where I discuss Russia, where I talk about Russia, where I make vlogs about Russia, and also is centered around the entire post-Soviet Union. So there is no possible way that I can ignore this topic. And even though I have a lot of content in the works and videos
30% is a fuck ton of nationalists. Dog, do you know how fucking America operates? Like, do you know how unpopular that is when your media is completely controlled in an authoritarian country and everything is fucking propaganda? And even then people are like, yeah, fuck off. You shouldn't go into Ukraine. That's crazy. Okay, chill the fuck out. Meanwhile, in America, our media is supposedly free, in the land of the free and the home of the brave, and we're like 98%. We're like, yeah, fucking let's go! Let's take over Iraq, baby! Woo! People are fucking doing beer showers, thinking about how we're doing a shock and awe campaign in Iraq. And like, we don't even have any fucking historic ties or associations with Iraq, okay? That's like bumfuck nowhere on the other side of the fucking planet, and we're like, yeah! The glory of our weapons, you know, think about all that.
To upload, I cannot imagine providing any sort of entertainment in these times, you know, which is related to Russia, because I know you guys cannot think about anything but the current war going on in Ukraine, and neither can I. And I want to make this video to once again outline my...
It's so funny when it's like, it's so funny when people are like... People are living in America and going, wow, 30% of Russians believe in bombing Ukraine and like taking Ukraine by force and forcibly unifying it. Ooh, that sure is a lot of people. Dude, you're in America. It's like 70% of the Republicans still think Trump is president. Okay? What the fuck are you like? Use this as a frame of reference to understand that is actually pretty surprisingly, especially in a country where like there's a lot of authoritarian control over what kind of information gets fucking disseminated. okay?
Cap.
And it's all state propaganda. That's like, you know, that's deeply unpopular. Ukraine didn't do a 9/11. Oh, I'm sorry. Did Iraq do a 9/11? No. You're a fucking idiot. You're the donkey I'm talking about. You're the donkey who thinks like, oh, it's justifiable, brother. Iraq did the 9/11. Who did the 9/11? Did fucking Afghanistan do 9/11? No. The closest relationship to fucking 9/11 is literally our, you know, partner in the Gulf who's doing a artificial famine in Yemen right now, doing a genocide in Yemen right now, a bombing campaign that they've engaged in that you didn't even hear about.
Slay.
Position is that I do not want a war, and also I want to just talk to you guys and explain that even though for a lot of people it might seem that way, regular Russians, at least well, I would say most of Russians, do not want a war to happen. They do not want a war with Ukraine at all. I totally understand a lot of you guys are frustrated at Russia right now, but I just want to talk about why you shouldn't misplace that anger and place it on the regular everyday people. Yeah, I mean, what is there to say? All I can say is that the amount of things I can really say in this video is very limited because, well,
would you mind mentioning, if you haven't already, that this Russian invasion is a breeding ground? And not do that. Here's how you're literally going to make it way, way, way harder for the actual fucking leftist Ukrainians, the trade unionists, the anarchists to actually fucking fight back against a growing movement of nationalism that is understandably going to fucking spark up as a consequence of pushing back against the imperial power encroaching on its territory and bombing Western positions. So it's a gigantic fuck up in every way, in every shape or form, okay?
I do not want to have any trouble with the law, should I say, right? I just want to talk about just what's going on in my fucking brain because I'm going insane. I want to talk about the feelings of the regular people in Russia regarding this and just, I don't know, man. I need to speak because I've actually been holding off on making this video for the entire day because the entire day, you know, I was on my phone monitoring the entire situation and I wanted to let myself cool off a little bit and calm down before I record this video. You guys might make...
Yeah, maybe let's not worry about that right now. No, dude, like... What do you mean? Let's not worry about that right now. I mean, obviously, it's a fucking point of concern regardless. It's gonna be an issue in the future. Not right now, obviously. It's like fucking bombs are blowing up. Anyway.
Make fun of me for this, but generally I would...
So just let Saddam attack America and not have a response? You sound like a dumbass who is a pacifist. First of all, I am a dumbass and I am a pacifist. And secondly, what the fuck do you mean let Saddam attack America? Dude, Americans have actual brain disease. I think literally being an American is like a qualifying brain disease that you should probably get some kind of, you know, a disability check for. I'm American, brother. Sorry. I this is how it is. Like brain rot. It's just insane. Like, people are so fucking horny and so angry all the time. It's like, what do you mean? What about Saddam attacking America? He did 9/11, brother. It's like, what the fuck, dude? It's been 20 years. How did you not learn anything, even on accident, dude? Like, you could have literally, you had to have deliberately avoided all information about 9/11 to have come to that conclusion that Saddam attacked America on 9/11 in 2022, man. Oh.
Have you heard of Christians with the theory that Putin is the Antichrist and is coming for Israel?
Would describe myself as a pacifist. I'm not for any military action of any kind. And you know, making this video, again, this is like probably honestly something that I shouldn't really do, but you know, with the position that I am, especially with a largely Western audience, you know, if I had a Russian audience, I wouldn't really have to do this because everybody kind of understands, you know, what it is. Not everybody is ready to voice this opinion, and I'm not trying to say right here right now that I'm like a fucking hero for, you know, making this video. I'm not, but I am anxious regarding talking about this, you know. But I feel like one thing that kind of pushed me over the edge. Russians I see online, this includes people that I know in real life or online who've been posting stuff saying that they're against this. And also an overall thing is that what I noticed is that it's actually a lot of Russian YouTubers who are basically, you know, my colleagues, they have been posting that they do not want a war with Ukraine. And I wanted to do it anyway.
I think people are trying to bait you into giving America bad takes to clip it. I mean, America is bad. And that is a fucking thing I stand by. I don't know why. I think what's really annoying is I have seen this on the internet. I've seen this in like different parts of the internet where people are being like, oh, dude, Hasan is still criticizing America when like Putin is the bad one. Yeah, no shit, Putin is the bad one in this circumstance, you fucking idiot. But if you're going to come in here and you're going to ask me dumbass questions about America, I'm going to give you the answer about America being bad as well. And it's a really weird thing when people are still using this as an opportunity to win like talking points over and defend America's like savior status around the planet. And it's a very strange thing to do amidst like a global conflict where America hasn't even offered full-throated sanctions because they don't want to actually fucking none of them want to actually sacrifice anything. Okay, like they don't want to sacrifice anything. Obviously, you know, troops inside of Russia, impossible. Okay, I mean, troops in Ukraine, not good. Can't happen. Military powers, two military fucking states with nuclear capabilities fighting against one another as nuclear holocaust. That's understandable, okay? That is an understandable reason as to why America is not, you know, actively going into war there and fighting back against Russia. If Russia wasn't a fucking, if Russia wasn't a nuclear power, I mean, they wouldn't be able to do this anyway. So that's a stupid question regardless. But who knows? But America won't even do the fucking full sanctions. Like they won't even do fucking full sanctions. They don't want to do SWIFT. They can't. They don't want to actually cut off Russia's they don't want to actually cut off the energy. They don't want to cut off the energy purchases. They've already bought a bunch of fucking energy ahead of time. Same with Germany. Like, they can't do it. They actually can't do it. They're physically incapable of offering legitimate sanctions upon Russia. That's like 50% of their fucking economy is literally energy. Okay? That's where it comes from. Hitting their fucking oligarchs is meaningless. Anyway. Do you think Taiwan imposing sanctions and being the main semiconductor supplier of the world, China will take the chance and try to seize the island? Smells like a big chance for them with distractions plus Russia needing strong allies with big economical and supply chain leverages? No. I don't know. I don't think so though. But SWIFT is the communication that banks use, okay? It's the international like money communication system, okay? In the simplest terms.
Riding nipples before he croaks.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying yes. I don't want to fucking say. I'm done making predictions, okay? I'm done making predictions on what the fuck is going to happen with China or Taiwan. I'm not making predictions even on like Russia and Ukraine, whether it be like invading fucking the Baltic, further invading Baltic states or not, okay? Yeah, people literally clip chimp your America bad takes just to send them to other streamers. I know. And then like other streamers froth in their fucking mouths being like, look at how biased he is against America. It's like, yeah, bitch, yeah, I'm biased against America. What the fuck do you mean? You should be biased against America. Glad you learned your lesson, lol. Shut up, dirty anarchist. Go take a fucking shower, bitch. So Anyway, State Department saying we may need to coexist for our national security interests. I was so eager to make predictions earlier. Hasan was like, I'm always right. I am. I have been. I have been on everything leading up to this moment. So foreign policy wise, I'm usually right, especially because, and I've said this time and time again, like 90% of the time, if you're anti-America on foreign policy, you're probably on the right side. And there is still anti-America elements in this conversation as well, except obviously, you know, the moment that Vladimir Putin decided to go way beyond fucking saber rattling, it was over. It's a wrap. It's done. It's just, that's indefensible, morally abhorrent, violent, and literally against his declared strategies in the region. It goes against his geopolitical strategies and interests. I'm not going to watch the rest of this, but he's just basically talking about how, like, you know, Russian people are protesting and Russian people are not happy with this. Because there's a lot of news that we need to do here.
She don't believe in shooting stars.
Is this where you'd like your students to go, Eric? And by the way, for those of you who don't know, these are concentration camps that we had for Japanese people. That's a real thing that we did. Oklahoma, shouts out. Shouts out to FDR. This is a real thing that we did. Eric Swalwell is not far off from the fucking, you know, attitudes that America has had before. Crimea was okay. Putin won't invade. Top of the hour ad break won't happen. Oh, fuck you. I'm really confused about the Redfish post. Redfish is Russian state propaganda. I've like not fucking posted it on purpose, even though it is correct. That Redfish post is correct. I don't want to fucking get people to be like, dude, you're doing propaganda. You're like trying to move conversations away, because people are not. I have to deal with like shit libs who are fucking pathetic and frothing out of their mouths to like defend America's imperialist attitudes in every other circumstance. So I can't be, I can't come across like even remotely like I'm fucking looking at a Russian source, God forbid, because then they'll turn around and be like, dude, you're fucking, look at you, dude, you're doing this. You're doing that thing. You're defending Russia. I'm not. Russia Defense Force deployed. So here.
Multiple directions.
Here's what's go. Okay. Let's just get started. Let's get fucking started. There's a lot going on. Okay, I'm gonna go through this thread in its entirety because this is pretty good. I haven't talked about this yet, but before we get started, obviously I'm gonna run the ad break now. 5 explosion in Kyiv. Ukraine's president. Pro-Russia streamer Hasan Piker says cough coif. What? A cyber attack may trigger NATO to step in at any time. That's a pretty easy thing to frame or accidentally do. No, dude. I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, here, I'll use terminology that isn't so fucking clear cut. I do not believe that a cyber attack is going to be reason for NATO to go and engage with a nuclear superpower. Especially considering the prevalence of cyber attacks. You heard that because American politicians have been talking about it. Just do the Tim Pool method? No, Tim Pool fucking advocates for both sides of the argument. My side of the argument is clear. I can't make it more clear. There's literally a running ticker above my head all day, every day, because babies need to fucking understand. Okay? I don't give a fuck. It's literally a smaller capitalist nation that does not give a single fuck about its citizens being destroyed by a larger capitalist nation. Okay? It's Ukrainian oligarchs running the fucking Ukrainian country that doesn't give a fuck about the Ukrainian worker and the Ukrainian citizen's safety and sanctity.
Almost
Being attacked by the Russian oligarch-backed Russian country that is also capitalist. It's not like a thing. That's not, you know, I don't have like a fucking ideological battle here that would lead me to feel like, you know, the one side is, I mean, I guess the only conversation to have here is the morality of being the invaded country, the smaller invaded country. Russian bots are mass reporting who's watching Kyiv live stream on YouTube and terminating people's YouTube accounts. People should be careful with their YouTube accounts. Check r/YouTube everyone complaining. Wait, oh, okay. I think they're doing that on Twitter too. Look at this now. Wait, why did you ban that person? They were just linking something to me. Let's see what the fuck it was. Oh, never mind. He just said, why do you have such bad takes, Lamau? Juicer. I have seen the videos of the Chechen troops. Why were NATO and Ukraine so aggressive in their posturing when none of them had the capabilities to stop a Russian invasion? I mean, what the fuck is Ukraine supposed to do, bro? They need to fucking defend themselves. Understandable why they would be aggressive in their posturing. I can't speak on behalf of NATO nations or on behalf of the West that has completely, in my opinion, left Ukraine out to dry. As I said would happen, by the way. Speaking of fucking predictions that were right.
Love you, HasanAbi Pokis.
I told you, they're gonna fucking use you like a wet blanket and just like toss you to the side like a fucking cum rag. And that's exactly what they did. They were like, oh my God, Ukraine, we stand with you. We stand with you. Here, take these fucking guns. You deal with it on your own. Western leftists, if you're gonna show me fucking weirdo clout sharks and shit like that, I don't care, okay? I don't care. I don't care about either side of that situation, okay? I don't care about the fucking one side that is like, there's been incredibly fucking weird. I don't care about the other side that's been even more weird. There's no reason to acknowledge them. There's no reason to pay attention to them. That's the entire purpose, is to like literally gain attention from this matter.
Putin isn't being very Pogozian.
Evidence for what you're saying, this guy's genius. Oh, the fucking legendary political scientist John Mearsheimer predicted in 2015 exactly what's happening in Ukraine. We talked about this before. We've shown him before many times again. This is like people fucking think he's like a tanky or something.
I actually think that what's going on here is that the West is leading Ukraine down the primrose path.
For the record, let me just describe something here, okay? What is left unsaid here, even though this is like literally a fucking 1 hour and 50-minute lecture that he's giving, what is left unsaid here is that Ukraine understandably is fearful of Russian invasion, okay? And this is in 2015, and what's happening now is different. And the reason for why it's different is because Russia has expanded way beyond the tactical and strategic way of dealing with this if you wanted your demands to be met in the global scale. Completely fucking lost the plot. There is no, like, when you have people, even like myself, who wanna understand where the fuck these people are coming from, where the opposing and wrong in this circumstance, where the wrong side's position is, because everyone has a fucking strategic position. Everyone has a materialist reason as to why they're behaving the way that they are. When you lose that fucking strategic ground completely and entirely, it's crazy. You've lost the plot. You want NATO to do more against nuclear Russia? Explain. No, NATO was never going to do more against nuclear Russia. In the case of Ukraine, at least.
And the end result is that
Would
Ukraine
suck off
is
the
going
whole
to get
oligarchy
wrecked.
to stop the invasion. Call me the ghost of Moscow.
And I believe that the policy that I'm advocating, which is neutralizing Ukraine and then building it up economically and getting it out of the competition between Russia on one side and NATO on the other side, is the best thing that could happen to the Ukrainians.
I agree with this as
What
well.
we're
This is
doing
what I've been
is
saying as well.
encouraging the Ukrainians to play tough with the Russians. We're encouraging the Ukrainians to think that they will ultimately become part of the West because we will ultimately defeat Putin and we will ultimately get our way. Time is on our side. And of course, the Ukrainians are playing along with this. And the Ukrainians are almost completely unwilling to compromise with the Russians and instead want to pursue a hardline policy. Well, as I said to you before, if they do that, the end result is that their country is going to be wrecked. And what we're doing is, in effect, encouraging that outcome. I think it would make much more sense for us to work to create a neutral Ukraine. It would be in our interest to bury this crisis as quickly as possible. It certainly would be in Russia's interest to do so. And most importantly, it would be in Ukraine's interest to put an end to the crisis. Thank you.
Oh, this is what you were talking about? Yeah, Russia's foreign ministry spokeswoman says there will be detrimental consequences if Sweden and Finland try to join NATO. Jesus Christ. There are already tens of thousands of troops in Finland. They are located on the eastern borderline, about 6 feet deep. Okay, let's get to... also, Russian troops have stopped near the northeast city of Konotop after suffering heavy losses during a fight, Ukraine's land forces said. Eric Swalwell is fucking insane. We are going to cover that. I keep getting into all of these other side points, side conversations. People forget the West promised the Ukraine help since the 90s and never once have we kept our promise. We literally left them dry for 30 years. Yeah, and the fucking help was always going to come in the form of like, you know, here, have some fucking loans. You have to pay those loans back to our countries, you know, our Western interests, our Western capitalist corporations. And also, you can't even do fucking healthcare or shit like roads and whatever. You're going to do austerity. You can build infrastructure as long as that infrastructure is like good for extraction of natural resources that will be extracted by Western nations, corporations. That's exactly what our playbook has been here in the West in perpetuity. That's how we utilize the World Bank and that's how we utilize the IMF in an effort to continue doing economic imperialism alongside the hot imperialism of boots on the ground military warfare or offering material support to reactionary forces within a country in an effort to make sure that they can coup d'etat any sort of government that decides to say no to that kind of expansionist principles from the West. If you're a developing nation and you decide to have any sort of autonomy and you're not lockstep with Western capitalist interests, we will fucking destroy you. We will destroy you militarily. We will destroy you by using any kind of fucking force that we can, any kind of militant force that we can within your own country. We'll give them material support. We'll give them fucking guns. We'll train them. And then we will destroy you. We will destabilize your country. And then you will beg. Your country will turn into a fucking crater. And if you have an authoritarian leader... If you have an authoritarian leader and you are somehow able to purge back that kind of aggressive, that kind of aggressive fucking policy, and you're able to murder your opposition that is trying to murder you, then we'll lock you out of the global economy, the global marketplace, in the way that we've done to Cuba, in the way that we've done to Venezuela, and we'll continue to fucking destroy you economically by stopping you from participating in the global marketplace, no fucking foreign investment whatsoever, no trade opportunities whatsoever, and we'll still keep pumping fucking reactionary forces in your country. We'll decide who's going to be the real leader of your country, even if he's fucking unsuccessful and completely unpopular and came out of nowhere, like Juan Guaido.
Thank you for your coverage.
And there will always be bipartisan support for that. Okay? And obviously, it's not a one-to-one comparison with what's going on in Ukraine, but that has always been the American doctrine. That's always been the Western doctrine. And, you know, we're doing something similar in this circumstance as well. And that's why Ukraine is in the position that it's in right now. And that's why it was predictable, even back in 2015, as to what was going to happen to Ukraine. This does not absolve Russia in any way This does not absolve Russia's violent actions in any
10 months,
way.
baby paleo,
Okay?
ceremonic paleo,
Russia is
Sergiosis,
still
thanks
the
for all
main
you do.
fucking
Hasan.
perpetrator of the violence here. Okay? I am not making excuses for what Vladimir Putin is doing. I need you to understand this. They are the big bad guy. They are the main bad guy in the fucking in this circumstance.
Love you,
Okay?
Hasan, you don't look overrated, my Turkish baba.
But the way out of this conflict for many, many years was about recognition of independent territories and potentially coming or autonomous regions and allowing Russia to also have influence over Ukrainian politics alongside like genuine, legitimate economic interests being pumped up within Ukraine, which was never really going to happen. Russia's intercontinental ballistic missiles have been set off. We get it. Putin's bad. You don't have to say it every 5 seconds. No, I do, because there a lot of people do not understand and think I'm pro Putin. And it's really, really fucking sad because you hear that everywhere. You hear that all the time. Decided today whether to go from Ukraine to Poland. They opened the border. My dad left for the service yesterday, and I stayed with my mom and sister since I'm 19 years old. They don't want to let me out of the country. I'll probably stay here myself. Dog, get the fuck out, dude. What, dude, do not fucking stay in Ukraine. Get the fuck out. Get the absolute fuck out, dude. That is insane. Do not stay in Ukraine, dude. Do not stay in Ukraine. I cannot stress this enough. Get the fuck out with your mom and your sister. Don't be crazy. What are you doing? Leave. Leave immediately. Leave. Try to leave as best as you can. I don't think at this stage like the Ukrainian government is going to fucking shoot you or anything if you try to fucking run away. Some people fucking can't. Yeah, I mean, I know, but is Poland recognizing the Ukrainian conscription rules at this moment? I know nobody between the ages of 18 to 60 male is allowed to leave, but are other countries recognizing that? Are they also at the border stopping you and you're like, oh, you're 18 plus, you can't leave?
Three months in time for World War III.
Just lie. Say you're 17, dude. Be like, I don't have a fucking shave your beard, you know, dress up like childlike and fucking be like, I'm 17. I don't have any documentation. That's crazy. 19 is like close enough. But I haven't seen any evidence that Poland has denied a single fucking person entry. So as a matter of fact, people were talking about how Poland is gearing up for 1 to 5 million refugees potentially.
19 months, Pog.
Nothing to suggest that it's anything different than
QC.
Hasan's best advice, just lie. Dog, I would lie so hard. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, if I was in fucking Ukraine right now, I'm 30. If I was in Ukraine, I'd be fucking 17 so hard. They'd be like, dude, what do you mean? You're like a fully developed man. I'd be like, no. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm 17, actually. Oh, I saw, Michael, I saw this on your Twitter. He clipped a moment that the Russian soldiers noticed the webcam I was watching all night.
Hassle.
Yep, they fucking caught it. And we're like, all right, bring that shit down. I guess I'm literally fucking, I'm too old. So I guess what I could do is like work in the opposite way and be like, I'm actually 70. Oh, how convenient. I'm 61 years old. Actually, fuck, dude, I'm literally right in the middle. You know what I mean? It's like terrible. I can't go in either direction, dude. I'm 61 years old.
Reinforces autonomy because it won't be infringed on by Russia, the primary aggressor.
Yeah, I'm gonna be running around with like that older TikTok man that's only 35. Okay, listen, you should talk about America's use of the Monroe Doctrine in the last 100 years, close similarities of Russian state justifications. Yeah, but it's America, so that's the difference. America gets to do whatever the fuck it wants. Listen. Hey, you have the article you showed yesterday of us buying oil from Russia after the sanctions? It was before the sanctions. It was gearing up for the sanctions. And it's Bloomberg. It's a Bloomberg article. Just Google it. Bloomberg 700 million oil, gas, commodities purchase. And you'll find it. I keep fucking forgetting to run the ad. I'm going to do it right now. I'm sorry. It's like 30 minutes in. You no longer want to see the ads. All you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free. You already know the fucking deal. If you want an ad-free broadcasting experience. Holy fuck. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. You say you were born February 29th, so you're technically only like 5. We already watched the ex-boyfriend. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Please stop saying Russia say Putin when people on Twitter saying let's go Ukraine, kill this dog shit Russians is hurting. Dude, what the fuck do you mean? I just covered literally what you're talking about. Like about how people are just being insane about Russian people, including like Eric Swalwell. No Russian act will participate in this year's Eurovision Song Contest. Oh my God, it's that this is war. That's crazy. They've been barred from fucking Eurovision. That's wild, dude. It's over, you know?
Let's go. In and on their weekend, Czech Republic stands with Ukraine.
Ukraine said Russian warships have shelled a Moldovan flag chemical tanker as a Panamanian flag cargo ship due to load grain near Odessa port in the Black Sea. One day after Russia began a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This is from 3 hours ago. Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg has said that NATO is developing elements of its response force as Russia aims to change the government in Kyiv and European security faces a new normal. Here it is. This is the full briefing. I'm not going to look at that, obviously. We'll look at the fucking highlights. European Union has also agreed to place Russian President Vladimir Putin and Foreign Ministry Sergei Lavrov on its list of sanctioned individuals following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. EU Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell said, you know, I don't know. I mean, cool, good. Don't know how much impact that's going to have. Personally, this is a... Wait, Putin has been defeated, no fooey. Champions League final move from Russia to France following the invasion of Ukraine. Oh no, they moved fucking footy. They moved football. They moved football to France. It's over. It's fucking over. Putin is shaking in his boots. It's fucking over, bro. Football's back. This is a Russian warship. We talked about that, the go fuck yourself thing in Snake Island. That was really sad and scary, but also brave what the people did on the island. The National Guard, they got 13 of them died after telling Russia to go fuck themselves. Mikhail Khodorkovsky, once Russia's richest man before he fell foul of the Kremlin, said that only revolution would topple Vladimir Putin and that he expected him to crank down further on dissent at home after invading Ukraine. UN aid chief Martin Griffiths had said more than $1 billion will be needed to aid operations in Ukraine over the next 3 months as hundreds of thousands of people flee Russia's invasion. Understandable. That is real and true. 100,000 people in Ukraine have been displaced as of yesterday, according to the UN. So there's that. Prime Minister Boris Johnson called on leaders of NATO member countries to use swift international payments system to damage Russian President Vladimir Putin and members of his government. Satellite imagery taken on Friday has shown several large deployments of ground forces, about 150 transport helicopters in southern Belarus, about 20 miles from the border with Ukraine, a private U.S. company said. Interesting why Poland is so accepting of refugees all of a sudden. I wonder why. Yes, guys. Yes. I too have mentioned the double standard here.
Why are you so
Obviously, you know, it's because despite the fact that Poland literally has a history of warring with fucking Ukrainians, like literally, okay, they are obviously extending a helping hand in this circumstance because they're white, okay, and they did not want to do that for brown Muslim refugees.
Baby sub.
Yes, that is the truth, okay? That's the reality. It's also the reality as to why we are hyper focusing on this war that is ongoing currently, whereas plenty of bombing campaigns and plenty of horrifying death and destruction that we subject other countries to goes unnoticed, including bombing campaigns in Somalia, including bombing campaigns in Yemen, including bombing campaigns that Israel's doing in Damascus currently. Like, the reason for why we don't do that, the reason for why we don't care about that is because often it's perpetrated by us or our allies against people that we do not care about, okay? Non-white people. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. It's like right now, what Poland is doing is correct and good. So it's good that they're doing that. And also, the reason why people care about the situation in Ukraine is because it's European powers warring, okay? It's like, and our foreign adversary is engaging in an act of unjustifiable warfare. That's the reason. You're missing a ton of nuance, Le Mafia. Yeah, I mean, when you
2 months with this QC.
whenever you try to have a conversation about this and talk about like white supremacy, obviously, like I'm not interested in having a conversation about like white supremacy and allegiances like that in this circumstance because Poland is doing the right thing.
6 months, Spog. Thanks for leading me out of
What's
my
going on in
centrist
Yemen is not a
ways.
bombing campaign with civilian deaths in tens. There's a genocide. Yes, I know. I've talked about it many times. But it's being perpetrated by our allies. Our weapons are being used there. And also America literally sanctioned the functioning government further like this week. The European Union will freeze the bank accounts of Russian President Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in the bloc, but will not issue a travel ban, Austrian Chancellor Karl Nehammer said in Vienna.
Last night during the EU summit, an important issue was how we can focus on those who stand symbolically for what is happening right now. Those who are symbolic.
Bro, I think moving Chechen forces inside of Ukrainian borders is going to be actually fucking like that is more overkill than literally bombing Western Ukrainian positions. Like that is going to be next level atrocity. Okay? Once you activate Chechens, it's a wrap. Yeah, they don't do anything but kill. That's what they do. Multiple reports of Chechen hunters unleashed to detain or kill Kyiv officials. Kadyrov recently flew to Moscow, according to flight trackers. I mean, this is not like. Listen. Are these nukes? Oh, that does look like an intercontinental ballistic. Spotted somewhere in Western Russia? What? It might be an old video.
Force being activated for the first time.
I mean, this is.
Демонстрирует высокую ответственность, профессионализм. Желаю вам профессиональной удачи.
Those are anti-air S-600 missiles? Çeçenler nereden nereye? Türkler biliyor Çeçenlerin nasıl olduğunu. Biz de kullanıyoruz çünkü. Arada sırada. Erdoğan da kullanıyor. All right, White House is live. It's that. This is a parade footage, so that's one. That's I don't know about what's going on there.
From our national security team with members of his team as well, and we continue.
All right, White House is live. Let's hear what's going on there.
Range of options to provide additional assistance.
20 months.
President Zelensky last night said he was target number one of the Russian military. Does the United States have a warning to Russia in the event that that they were to target the Ukrainian president or attempt to capture him or to physically harm him?
Do we have a warning to them?
Yes.
Well,
specifically regarding the head of state.
Well, let me first say that we have been warning for months that for weeks, if not months, that Kyiv falling, that attempts to overturn the leadership of Ukraine is very much in the aspirations of President Putin. So their attempts to do exactly that and their continued progress in moving toward Kyiv and moving toward Ukrainian leadership is aligned with what we have predicted. Obviously, going after the head of state would be a significant horrific act by Russian leadership, but we remain in contact, as you all have seen from the readout we provided with President Zelensky.
Dude, it's so fucking... I never tweet anything about politics, but today's an exception. As I watch Russia continue their invasion of Ukraine this morning, I ask if Americans that want socialism are watching. Do you want to be a part of something like this? Yeah, dude. Socialism is when, capitalist, oligarchic, kleptocratic state decides to almost individually act on another fucking another country that does not deserve this kind of brutality. That's socialism. Socialism is when capitalism. Socialism is when Russia, famously socialist Russia. Those motherfuckers, like, the thing I don't understand is, like, okay, then rebuild the USSR then. Like, if you want, like, an actual fucking socialist nation state, okay, then rebuild the USSR. It seems like you want that. It seems like you want that more than other people do.
March 1st, we have always followed the most stringent guidelines. That has typically been the CDC. So we will plan to follow that. And in the meantime, we are evaluating our protocols here at the White House. Go ahead.
On President Zelensky, in President Biden's phone call with him, did it come up whether President Biden bring up whether President Zelensky, he thinks he should leave the country or not?
That is not. I don't have any additional details to provide. President Zelensky continues to work for him, for the Ukrainian people, and to reiterate and condemn the actions.
Kiev air raid alert is on again.
Putin and Lavrov. Yesterday, President Biden had said that was on the table. What changed between yesterday and today?
Well, it has been under consideration and on the table for some time. As you
I don't know if shelling is accompanied with the actual fucking air raid siren.
The president's strong view and strong principle from the beginning of this conflict, and even before, I should say, has been to take actions and steps in alignment with our European partners, and this is certainly evidence of that.
And just finally on that one, what does sanctioning Putin himself do in the opinion of this administration? A lot of analysts have said that this is more of a symbolic move than anything.
Well, without getting into any specific details, I know you're not exactly asking me this, but sort of about financial assets, et cetera. I will leave that to others to speak to. Certainly the united, the step that we are doing in alignment and in coordination with the Europeans just sends a clear message about the strength of the opposition to the actions by President Putin and the direction in his leadership of the Russian military. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, continuing my questions on sanctions.
Yep.
Today we saw that the Italian government and the German government both said very clearly that they would not veto a move to remove Russia from the SWIFT transaction system. Can you say a word about how quickly you think something like that would happen, and whether you believe that would be another productive tool and perhaps another moment, symbolic or rather an important measure?
Sure. Well, again, the president's principle is taking steps in alignment. We are stronger together, especially as we stand in the face of the Russian military's actions and their invasion of Ukraine. As it relates to SWIFT, we've never taken that off the table, of course, and I'm certainly not taking it off the table today, so certainly there'll be ongoing discussions about that. As you know, SWIFT is a messaging service that connects 11,000 banks, and many would argue that there are ways that that the Russian leadership could get around that over the course of time, but it certainly remains an option on the table. In terms of the timeline, I don't have anything to predict for you on that.
We were also reported today that China has actually increased its reserves as opposed to releasing reserves, which could help perhaps with the energy price increases that we're seeing. Have you had, what do you think of that move? And then also, has there been any further communication? Does President Biden intend to talk to President Xi, or can you say a word about what you're doing in terms of trying to convince the Chinese to be supportive?
The Kulbakino airfield
I would note
in
that,
Mykolaiv is
also
on fire
today,
following a Russian missile strike.
The IEA had an informal meeting where they
As
discussed
of 10 minutes ago?
options they could take over the coming days and weeks to help address any volatility in the global markets and the heightening of price volatility. And certainly that meeting today was a chance to consult and continue coordination with partners on global energy supply and security. There's also continuing conversations that we have had from here with partners over the past day. Secretary Granholm spoke with French, German, EU, and UK counterparts yesterday, and we'll continue those conversations. As it relates to China, I would say that the president's view, of course, is that now is the time for leaders of the world to not just speak out clearly against President Putin's flagrant aggression and to stand with the people of Ukraine, but this is not a moment for equivocation or hiding or waiting to see what happens next. It is already clear what's happening, and as a part of that, it's also important to be a part of the effort to mitigate and minimize the impact on global markets and global oil markets. And so I don't have any additional conversations to read out for you, but I would say certainly we all want to be part of the solution here and stand up in the face of aggression to help address the problems.
Are you saying that China is, in fact, equivocating?
All I'm saying is that every country should think about what side of history they want to be on here, and they have the ability to do that. Go ahead.
When did President Biden make the final decision to sanction President Putin?
It was made, it's been on the table for some time, but through coordination and discussion with our European partners over the last day or so.
So he decided in the last 24 hours that he was going to do that?
Again, it's been on the table for some time. His priority and his focus has been on taking steps in coordination, and obviously that decision was made over the course of the last 24 hours and in partnership with our European counterparts.
Does it include a travel ban by chance?
I believe that would be a part of the U.S. Component, yes.
So President Putin would be banned from traveling here?
There's more details of it that, again, will be out later today. There are very limited...
Banning civilian Russian aircraft from its airspace, saying that no aircraft on a service owned, operated, or chartered by a person connected with Russia shall fly in their airspace. Is the United States planning to do the same?
I'm not aware of that being in the plans, but I don't have anything to preview for you.
Okay, and another question. We've seen these predictions from the Defense Department, from the State Department about Kyiv falling to Russia. They've made clear that they believe that is in Putin's sights and that he wants to overthrow the government there. If that happens, what does the U.S. do? What is the response and the role that the United States takes after something like that happens?
Well, I would just reiterate, as we've been warning, for hypotheticals of what that will look like or what our response would be.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I just want to follow up on the Putin sanctions again.
Sure.
Based on what you've said so far. So was this decision to coordinate with allies meant to show unity, meant to show that Putin is a pariah, or do you think it will actually have an impact?
For personal fucking clout. The ASB News tweet that you clicked said it was for a parade. ASB News
Typically
is
not
like
something we would do from here, but I would note again that the steps that were taken
ASB
yesterday
News
and
is
announced
decent.
yesterday, sanctioning the
At
10
least for
largest
Russian-related
of the
things.
largest financial institutions in Russia, accounting for a huge percentage of their banking capacity, of their financial system capacity, I should say, and even the anticipation of that has had an enormous impact on Russia, whether it's the currency, the ruble that has fallen, the markets, skyrocketing inflation in Russia, and we also have taken steps to sanction oligarchs around President Putin, people who have benefited from corruption and cronyism in the system, and even their family members to prevent them from having the capacity to move around their assets.
And on the Supreme Court today, the day, it was exactly 2 years ago today that the president made a pledge that he would nominate black woman to the Supreme Court. Did he factor the timing of that into his decision to announce it today?
No.
Okay. And then can you share any details about the process
Sure.
now that it's over?
Finally, we're free.
Like, you know, how long the interview or interviews were, what they talked about, what led the president to choose Judge Jackson over the other candidates?
Sure. Well, I will share with you the details that we're comfortable sharing at this point in time. And obviously, Judge Jackson will be filling out a range of questionnaires. She will be testifying. She will be considered by the full Senate, and she will be asked a range of questions there. The president interviewed Judge Jackson, Judge Childs, and Judge Kruger on Monday, February 14th in person. He made his final decision and called Judge announcement process.
Just one more. Did he personally call Kruger and Childs to let them know that he had chosen Judge Jackson?
I don't have any other details on that, but I can tell you that he called Judge Jackson to offer her to tell her he was going to nominate her last evening. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. The State Department just said about the U.S. and Russia that there are still some areas in which the fulfillment of our national security priorities and imperatives require us to engage and coexist. How is it that we are still engaging and coexisting with the
China says it respects Ukraine's sovereignty and Russia's security concerns. Oh, it's still taking a fucking both sides.
Where we have
yeah.
strong disagreements, strong opposition, strong condemnation.
Yeah,
We've
China
been
is
very
like
outspoken and taken
China is
actions
still
against China's human
functionally
rights abuses. But
on.
I think there's no question about that. Russia is a part of the P5+1.
Okay, there's a report in the New York Times that you guys kept asking China to help you stop Russia from invading Ukraine, and they didn't. So what have you guys done throughout this slow-moving Russia crisis that has worked?
The United States has worked. What the president has done is he has built a global coalition to stand up in the face of President Putin and President Putin's aggression and invasion of Ukraine. What he has done is he has rallied the world, our European partners, even at cost to them in some capacities, to put in place significant sanctions, historic sanctions that would have a enormous impact on the Russian financial sector. It is President Putin's choice to go to war and invade Ukraine. That is what he has done. It is our choice and our responsibility and the role of the President of the United States to rally opposition and make sure they feel significant pain from that choice. That's exactly what we have done.
And I understand that you're saying that these sanctions will have an impact on Russia. Kyiv is going to fall any day.
Well, Peter, first of all, we are the largest provider of humanitarian assistance, of security assistance in the world to the Ukrainian government, which still stands and the biggest supporter of the Ukrainian people, and we will continue to be. And we are leading this global efforts of President Putin. What he will not do is send U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine, because he is not going to put the American public, the American people, or the United States. And we have all seen the images. The president, the vice president, members of our national security team, and it almost doesn't matter how much you've been through, how many conflicts you've watched over time, and he has unfortunately watched many in a variety of national security roles, to feel heartbroken by what you're seeing happen in Ukraine, in a sovereign country that is having its right to exist threatened by Russia, the aggressor in this case. I would say our message to the Ukrainian people continues to be that we stand with you, we support you, we are going to do everything, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance, continue to provide security assistance, and rally the world to condemn.
Cut out of those sanctions, which is precisely why I keep mentioning that they're like literally fucking buying energy still from Russia while simultaneously claiming to sanction Russia. And even then, sanctions are collective punishment on individuals that do not deserve it. And the main purpose of sanctions in this circumstance, and in most sanctions anyway, you should at least do them fucking correctly with a time limit on when you can arrive at a diplomatic solution. When you could bring people onto the fucking, when you could bring the Russian delegation to the table to have another conversation in the aftermath of this. Because the other part of this conversation, you said a couple days ago that this is all propaganda from USA, war's not gonna happen. Oh my God, bro, are you on delay? Are you mobile? For the past like half of a week almost now, or nearly, right? Because he's a nuclear power, and ultimately you arrive at ultimately you arrive at the nuclear power who is going to ultimately you arrive at a nuclear power who's going to have imperialistic desires to take over Ukraine if he wants to, whether it's for security concerns or whether it's because he wants to reignite like the fucking, I don't know, USSR glory days or whatever the fuck, right? So there is no other way. There is no other way to fucking deal with this. There's no other way to deal with this other than there's no other way to deal with this issue other than ultimately arriving at some kind of diplomatic solution. I know it sounds fucking insane because the military solution is not going to have. I didn't even read what the fuck that said, but there's no way out of it. Either you just let Russia fucking roll over Ukraine, or you let Russia roll over Ukraine with the hopes that like there will be some kind of fucking revolution internally as a consequence of like starving population, and you engage in this like war of attrition, hoping that some people interpret your Putin as very bad note as sarcasm. I don't care, man. Look, people are brain broken. Okay, they like. We are so vicious and so violent to one another on the internet, okay? We are not charitable to one another. And I myself am 1000% responsible for this as well. I do it all the time, okay? Like this guy said, why did you delete the I was wrong about Russia video? First of all, here's something I haven't mentioned. I don't touch any of this, okay? I don't touch any of this. My editors do, including the fucking titling, thumbnailing, tagging. Really fucking selfish, okay? And I ride or die with them. I defend. I for the record, I defend them. Like they are operating at the behest of like what I have been saying. It doesn't matter. Okay, it does to try to find a diplomatic solution because there's nothing else that you can do. And I know that sounds like appeasement, but the counter to appeasement is warfare with a nuclear power. And I don't think America wants that, and I don't think anybody wants that really. So I don't know what to say other than that. That's the reason why people are. That's the reason why people keep saying diplomatic solution to
forces, but the expectation from many is that it won't be long before they are able to press further in. We actually drove here today from the city of Kharkiv in the east, and we saw along the way a Ukrainian military convoy of about 3 vehicles that had been bombed. It looked like it had been targeted an aerial bombardment. It was a multi-rocket launcher along with a sort of truck with gas or petrol on it and another vehicle. There were a huge amount of smoke, and we saw firemen on the scene still trying to put out the flames. At least one Ukrainian soldier that we saw for ourselves was obviously killed in that attack. But I think what it goes to show you is the distinct disadvantage that the Ukrainian military has here because they don't have air defenses and because it's so difficult for them to hide the movements of weaponry like a multi-rocket launcher, for example. The Russians are able now to just come in and target opportunistically where they see that they have a moment to do so. As we got much closer to the capital, we saw a large group of civil defense volunteers. You know, Jim mentioned in his package that people are just signing up to fight. They want to be involved in this fight. They're collecting weapons where they can collect them. We saw them standing there with a huge pile of tires. Presumably they were planning to set fire to those tires to attempt to block the road if Russian forces started to get close to the capital. But it obviously gives you a sense as well, Jake.
They blew up bridges. They blew up bridges leading into Kyiv in an effort to derail, in an effort to stop tanks from being able to advance through the proper roads.
To think that burning tires and fighting in this way can really compete effectively with one of the most sophisticated militaries in the world in using air power as a major, major advantage, obviously, Jake.
And Clarissa, we know that Ukrainian President Zelensky spoke with President Biden today. What can you tell us about that call, and what can you tell us about Zelensky's thinking right now?
I think Zelensky is obviously in a tremendously difficult position right now. He has been appealing endlessly, not just to President Biden, but to all of the European leaders. He said he called all leaders of 27 nations, begging them to essentially let Ukraine join NATO. The idea being that that might then enable them to invoke Article 5 and come to the rescue.
The diplomatic solution is Russia stops and maybe they'll be allowed to participate in the global economy. Anything else is capitulating to the demands of a tyrant. Yes, but what else are you going to do? Okay, what if it doesn't then? What if that tyrant already has reserves and also strategic alignments with other global, actual fucking global hegemonic powers, or global powers that have like global powers that have made advancements that make them near hegemonic powers like China, and that they have superior military power over this country, that they're just shelling and bombing and civilians are dying. What do you do in that situation?
Fact,
Let's
Jake,
hear from.
It's been
I
some
want to hear
time
from
now that the
Zelensky.
Americans
He
have
had a
actually
video out
advised
today too.
Zelensky that he should think about leaving the capital, because there is a sense that he could be in very, very real danger once Russian ground troops reach the city center. Jake.
All right, Clarissa Ward live in Kyiv, Ukraine. Thank you and stay safe. Let's break this down with retired Colonel Cedric Leighton at the Magic Wall. He's a CNN military analyst as well as former member of the Joint Staff at the Pentagon. So, Colonel, show us on the map exactly where Russian troops are around the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv and what your assessment is of how soon Russia could possibly take the capital.
All right, Jake. Yes. First of all, we've got the Obolinski district right here. This is the northernmost area of Kyiv, and it is the area where Russian troops are coming in this way, and this way, and this way. Those are the three areas that Clarissa mentioned in her reporting. Notice that the Antonov Airport is right over here. Special forces from Russia had captured that the other day. Matthew Chance happened upon them when they were there. This is what...
Walden Bankrupt is stuck in Kiev together with some other YouTuber. He thought there was only a 5% chance of Russia invading Kiev. Yes. Also, people in Ukraine did not think that Russia was going to behave this way. People in Russia did not think that Russia was going to behave this way. This is, again, the only people that were saying that this was absolutely without a doubt going to happen was the U.S. intelligence, which definitely did have, either because Putin was leaking it or because they fucking had access, and the American media, okay? The Ukrainian government did not think that this was going to happen because of the same material inaccessibilities that we have mentioned over and over again. But now we've moved past that. Now we're in a situation where they have invaded, and they're now bombing. They're bombing Kyiv. So there is nothing. There's nothing else to do in this situation than just, I guess, wait and wait it out and hope that, the Ukrainian citizens are safe. I know Zelensky didn't think that it was going to happen, of course, because it's insane. So, no, an intercontinental missile is not moving to Ukraine. Please understand the word that you're saying. An intercontinental missile. Why would an intercontinental missile need to move into Ukraine to be launched? It's literally in the name. It's in the name. Think about it. Like it's showing the range, the effective range of a ballistic missile. Moving it 100 miles is not going to. Moving it 100 miles is not going to actually. Russian foreign minister says U.S. Russian relations are reaching the point of no return. reaching the point of no. I saw it on Democracy Now! And shit too. I think it is true. They're gearing up for an insurgency. There's no other way for them to fight back against Russia, so they're trying to do whatever the fuck they can to, because if tanks come in, if tanks start rolling in through Kyiv, then there's nothing else. Like they have to do pot shots. They have to fucking shoot back, try to fight back in any way, shape, or form they can. So that's where we're at. I think it's terrifying. I think it's unwise, but if people want to defend their country, I mean, they're going to defend their country. It's right for them to do so. UK says Russian forces continue to advance towards Kyiv. They've been doing this since last night, by the way. Multiple tanks and armored vehicles are moving towards Kyiv, Ukraine, to further strengthen the capital of Ukraine defense against Russia. They did the same thing to Georgia in 1992 and 2008 in Georgia, and it's nearly the exact same situation. This is nothing new. Same old shit again, and they've been pulling. Yeah. Troops over to get fucking domed by the Ukrainian military, especially when your coffers are going to dry out at some point. And the additional sanctions that are slapping on are getting worse and worse. War is not good for anyone. There's no, except for the defense contractors and the military industrial complex. But other than that, war is not, Here, let's hear what's going on in Kyiv
south
right
of Kyiv, a town that would otherwise be unremarkable, but it is the base for the 3rd Special Forces Regiment of the Ukrainian Army. Was attacked with missiles earlier on today. It's also jam-packed now with refugees, which, as we were driving from the west to the east, we noticed more and more convoys, small self-organized convoys of whole communities on the move from towns in the interior of Ukraine, because of course this is not just a military campaign, although the focus is clearly on Kyiv.
Do you feel any sort of guilt knowing you can go and stop all this, but instead you're home drinking a Monster? Yes. I could stop this right now, What is this? This you? Okay. In 2014, Russia signed a ceasefire agreement and then continued attacking Ukraine. That talks might not actually be anything. Okay, there was... Not to be that guy, but both sides were violating that ceasefire, for the record. I mean, that is true.
Congressman, thanks for joining us. His sources tell CNN that U.S. officials are very worried that Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, could fall under Russian control within days. Do you agree? Is that likely to happen?
Well, Jake, thanks for having me, and I do agree. Unfortunately, and it's a tragic situation that you find. I think we need to continue to check him with strength. It's time for Americans to come together, to act with strength, to deter him, because it's not just about Ukraine. This is also about China and other malign actors.
And do what? 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 Everybody keeps saying, like, we got to fucking flex our nuts. But, like, do what? How are we going to do that? War? How are we going to do that? Are we going to fucking deploy troops? Is that what the future is? Is that what the future holds for this country? For the future of this planet? Is that what's going to happen? What's actually going to happen right now is me running the ad break because I fucking forgot once again at the top of the hour, but instead at 8:22, or not 8:22, 1:22. You no longer want to see those ads. You already know what to do. You can subscribe for $5 or for free, or just watch the ad. Or get gifted. I would caress him. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. That's what we're going to do. The point is, we don't have anything. Like, we just don't have any fucking cards. We think we do, but we don't.
And until they pull back, there is no negotiating.
So you've been very active in the case of former U.S. Marine Trevor Reed, who's been held in a Russian prison for more than 2 years. What do you think this war means for efforts by you, by the Biden administration, and others to get Trevor Reed and other detained Americans, such as Paul Whelan, out of captivity?
These numbers are unconfirmed. I mean, they are coming from the Ukrainian minister. It could be propaganda. I don't know if it's real or not, for the record. I mean, I hope it's real, but so it's not actually fucking good news. Sorry for saying that, but it's just, it's bad news always, obviously. Here's what Zelensky said, by the way, earlier today.
Лідер фракції тут, голова Офісу президента тут, прем'єр-міністр Шмигаль тут.
Prime Minister is here. Podolyak, the advisor, is here. The president's here. We're all here. Our soldiers are here. The citizens of the country are here.
Громадяни суспільства тут, всі ми.
We are all here protecting our independence, our country, and we are going to continue to do so. Glory to the defenders. We can roll over motherfuckers like it's nothing. Like, we can roll over motherfuckers like it's nothing if they're not a nuclear power. And it's great. You know, you can go there. You can go to Afghanistan for 20 fucking years. Okay? And keep killing random people. It doesn't even matter. You know, people keep making money in that circumstance. But the moment that you have like an actual superpower with a nuke decide to take over territory, you have nothing. You have nothing in your you have nothing in your arsenal that could deal with that. This is what Zelensky said about Georgia. As a Georgian, I love this guy, dude. Georgian government is literal shit. I hate it. Incredible Georgian people who understand that friends must be supported. Grateful to everyone in Tbilisi and other cities who came out in support of Ukraine and against the war. Indeed, there are times when citizens are not the government, but better the government. Yeah. I wonder why. I wonder why people in Georgia are in fucking massive numbers protesting against Russia doing this. Oh, wait, they literally, what Russia is doing in Ukraine, it did to Georgia in 2008. So that's why they're doing that. Exactly what happened. There's new news on the negotiations. Yeah, I mentioned this already. Yeah. Don't go to Belarus. They will capture you there. Is there no defense system that gives even the slightest chance for not worse outcome if nuclears fly? No, dude, no. You know what the defense system against nukes is? More nukes. The only defense system that we have against nukes is literally nuclear submarines circling the other nuclear superpowers, ready to just go off at the moment that a Russian nuke reaches like what, 10 meters into the air, boom, automatically all of the other nukes that we have will straight up fucking go off in the direction of Russia. That's it. That is the contingency plan that we have. Not necessarily true. DARPA may have made some anti-ICBM satellites or something we don't know about. I mean, maybe. But the only thing that we have, the only thing that we know that we have is if you have nukes, we have nukes. And if you fucking nuclear submarines, you're living in the 80s. Wait, what do you mean? The idea that like our our mutually assured destruction policy has not changed since the 80s is not my fault. What do you mean? It's just... Chatter's thinking they'd fire off. So depending on where you chose to blow that up, depending on where you intercepted the nuke, like, that's still gonna fuck shit up. And that's the best case possibility. And I don't even know if we have that. So then it really comes down to who has the best missile defense system and not who has the most nukes? No. It doesn't go off if you shoot it down. Okay, maybe we can shoot it down then. I don't know. Wait. Nah, man. Blowing up a nuke doesn't necessarily trigger a nuclear explosion. Okay, guys. Listen to me, okay? Is that a chance? Is that... Are we going to take a fucking shot at that? Is that... Dun, 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 dun. They're like looking at each other. They're like, hey, are you doing your tasks? Stop. Okay, let's continue. Here, we'll talk about the aftermath of the battle over Key Bridge in Ukraine.
Closing in on Ukraine's capital, as sources say officials in the U.S. fear that Kyiv could fall to Russia within days. Ukrainian forces successfully pushing the Russians back over the river in the southern port city of Kherson, and that is where CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh is joining us from now. Tell us what you've been seeing, Nick.
Brianna, just to let you know, as we're sort of beginning to get towards sundown here, we've had this consistent shelling continuing over where the area where we were earlier on, the bridge, which is essentially across the Dnieper River that splits Ukraine from the Russian bordering side to the...
They basically say ISIS can't exist without Russian support. I mean, they're right about that. That's not even a meme. That's not a joke. That's true.
Bordering side, deeply symbolic, but also here a place of great violence. The most serious fighting in the country, the president of Ukraine said yesterday, and where the Russians seem to have got over the bridge yesterday. Today it was clear when we went to the scene.
Bro, you know what this reminded me? When I was a kid, okay? When I was a kid, the nuclear conversation and like being able to like shoot the nuke out of the fucking sky and like, you know, have it not explode or anything like that. It reminded me of me as a child thinking, oh, dude, if an elevator is like falling, I could just jump on the moment of impact and I'll survive. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you guys ever had that same kind of take where you were just like, oh, dude, whatever, dude. If an elevator was like falling, you know, I would just like jump directly on the last second. You know what I mean? And then it'd be fine. Like I'd be able to fucking survive that. That's what it feels like when you think, you know, we'll just be able to stop the nukes.
Being pushed back. Well, this is where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said some of the fiercest fighting was yesterday. A key bridge on the outskirts of Kyiv is terrified. They turned their lights off last night. We saw hotels plunging themselves into darkness, children asking what's happening, low-flying aircraft coming in, and the distant boom of airstrikes, intermittent small arms fire as well. I was told of dead bodies brought out from here. We've seen one man unfortunately left just in the middle of the road there. But the damage is pretty significant here, and we keep walking up towards this petrol station. You see the sort of bizarre
He's fine. He's leaving.
Landmarks that end up being the focus of fighting, and it's clear the Ukrainian army made a significant stand here and took quite a lot of certainly damage to their vehicles, possibly.
God damn, dude. Literal Logan Paul moment? Yeah, no, straight up. Thought I found a fall damage exploit, IRL, yeah. Hey, I don't want to interrupt. You just got a good laugh. I clipped this for you and I'm kind of proud of it. What?
military as well. Well, things seem to have been left off and where the Ukrainian...
I guess Ukraine giving up their nuclear arsenal was the worst decision. First of all, there's some misinformation on that. People think that like they had their own nukes when they never actually had their own nukes. It was Moscow's nukes. So like they didn't have the launch codes. But even then, what do I always say? What do I always say, dude? Never give up your fucking nukes, okay? Even if they couldn't control it, no shot, dude. Are you kidding me? It's like, no, fuck off, dude. Are you kidding me? We got nukes? Get the fuck out of here. Don't give up the nukes. Never give up the nukes. Okay? Rule number 1. Rule number 2, try to get nukes. Rule number 3, if America says you have nukes, you're fucked. Drop everything and try to find nukes. Even if you don't have it, you literally have to find nukes. Never, ever in a million years concede and say, oh yeah, we don't have nukes, sorry. Or worse, say that, yeah, we had nukes. This is a terrible take. I'm sorry. Policy needs to be disarmament. It seems, if it seems possible in realpolitik or not, of course, I'm a fucking advocate for disarmament. Do not misunderstand me. But, you know, if you're a small nation, though, before we get to that unrealistic position, nuke it up. Have you seen the reports of videos of Russian soldiers dressed in Ukrainian gear in Kyiv? I thought wearing the opposing side as a disguise was a war crime. First of all, so the Victory Royale war crime special was World War II, and of course they didn't get any punishments as a consequence of that. But even when they lose, they still don't. It doesn't matter. Check this out, but trigger warning. Adult civilians were killed while children are fighting for their lives, and the Solinsko kindergarten was hit. Wait, this isn't new, right? Ukraine has accused Russia of committing war crimes after it shelled a kindergarten in Aktyria today. Wait, this is new? That's crazy. Ukraine has accused Russia of committing war crimes. Is that... I thought it was like old and not new. But I guess it is new. I guess that happened. Small story from Moscow. A woman says her boss has spent the day getting employees out of jail after they went to protest against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Her 70-year-old father, Russian with health problems, is talking about going to the front to fight for Ukraine. Yeah, okay, dude. Why did Ukraine give up its
Most
nukes? A short
countries that
history.
have nuclear weapons went to a great deal of effort to acquire them, and so the odds of them ever willingly giving them up are pretty slim, with some notable exceptions. So when you're a brand new country like Ukraine in 1991 and you've just been handed the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world, and thereby a boatload of clout...
Silly to do. Number one thing you got to do in that situation is figure out the codes, baby. Figure out how... Those are your nukes now, okay? Those are your nukes. That was dumb. Bad decision. Bad decision. You know, hindsight's 2020. But if you were operating on the HasanAbi Piker's rules, 3 pivotal rules of nation building, you would have never given those nukes up.
Why would you give it up? Why did Ukraine disarm its nuclear weapons? So, to begin, when the USSR came down with a mild case of collapse, things like the Armed Forces Administration and its industry were mostly divided up by whatever happened to be within the nation's new borders. And for Ukraine, as well as Belarus and Kazakhstan, this meant that they got to keep the nuclear weapons that the previous Soviet government had left on their soil. Now, when the USSR collapsed, there was a lot of discussion amongst the nuclear powers about how these new nuclear states would be treated, and importantly, how to get them to disarm. Belarus and Kazakhstan quickly made it clear that they didn't want to keep these nuclear weapons, and so they asked for help in...
Mail the nuke guy. You know what I mean? There's always a way. And even if you're not going to give it, the upkeep is worth it, dude. The upkeep, straight up, is fucking worth it. Because why? Rule number 1, get nukes. Never give up the nukes. Rule number 2, get nukes if you don't have nukes. Ukraine armed forces are now calling up people of any age to fight against the Russians. All you need to do is bring your passport and you're in, they say. They're doing an international call to arms. Arms sounds like a bad idea in my opinion. I agree. Call to arms is never good because you're going to have like inexperienced people shooting at your own people on accident. Won't this cause serious gun problems for after like over the streets? 1000%. The PvP zone, okay? Look at fucking Florida. Why do you think PvP is unlocked in fucking Florida? Always PvP unlocked, Florida. Is that what you want? Is that what you want in fucking in Kyiv? Is that gonna be good? No, it's not. There's nothing you can do in this situation. There's like they're trying to survive. But the NATO response force is activated for the first time. For the first time, the NATO response force has been activated. People keep fucking stating that they are people saying that or the Russian government using that as a justification for invasion is bullshit. It's just bullshit. That's how Putin used propaganda to justify invading Ukraine. The best kind of propaganda is when some of it is true, okay? You know how we talk about
of military correspondence.
For the record, in America, we don't need to do this because, again, the difference between neoliberal control and authoritarian control of information.
In Lithuania was taken aback by the Putin article.
And what we saw happening in the last months actually only proves that Putin with his...
This is beefing up nationalistic mythos, okay? Nationalism is a very, very good way to galvanize your war efforts, to get people to drum up support for the unjustifiable imperialist interest that you may have. I know this from, Turkey. I know this from America. Every fucking country that is either a regional superpower or every country that is a worldwide global superpower like the United States of America applies these tools. Doesn't make it okay, by the way. I'm just giving you, I always like to bring it back to America because I have a predominantly Mike, oh my God. Oh, it just makes me so mad. I've talked about the Azov Battalion for years, okay? As someone living in the United States of America, they're very well shot footage, and they were football hooligans, you know what I mean? Originally. Using War to Farm viewers, good one. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Other than doing what I've been doing for fucking the past 10 years, which is, cover the news. Meeting has started. Okay, let's do it. Here, we'll go to the Ukraine Security Council meeting.
We owe it to Ukraine, a member of the United Nations, to its people, to the world. Dear colleagues, this is a defining moment for the Council, and not only. This is a day that will be long remembered on one single aspect, and our children, the future generations, will know who stood up for respect of human life, for international law, for rules, for solidarity with Ukraine, so that children, young girls, women and men, just human beings, live their life free, in peace and in dignity. And who did not? This is not a moment to look away. This is a moment to speak, and we call on the members of the Council to support the text so that we say no to aggression, we say no to an unprovoked war, we say no to the domination of a country by a more powerful one. And I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you. The UN Charter begins with a solemn invocation to peace. We, the peoples of the United Nations determined to save successive generations from the scourge of war. That conviction has been the touchstone of the work in this chamber since 1945. We must not forget that our fundamental purpose here is to protect people and their futures, to protect people from violence and conflict that destroys lives. As we speak, women and children in Kyiv, young families in Odessa, pensioners in Kharkiv, and civilians all over Ukraine are sheltering from Russia's military onslaught. First, Russia claimed this was all Western hysteria. Then they said it was about Donetsk and Luhansk. Now they are bombing Kyiv. We have seen dreadful images of Russian tanks crushing civilians in the Ukrainian capital. A country of 44 million people is being attacked on all fronts. Colleagues, the resolution we are voting on today is a message to those people that the world is on your side and stands with the Ukrainian people. It's a message to the world that the rules we built together must be defended, because otherwise, who might be next? It's a message to Russia as well, to the brave Russian citizens who are protesting a war they do not want. This resolution demands an end to this war. Colleagues, President Putin has launched a massive invasion of Ukraine. His aim is to remove its government and subjugate its people. No fog of war is thick enough to obscure a truth this clear. This is not self-defense under Article 51. It is naked aggression. It is an unprovoked, unjustified war, and this Council must condemn it. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Gabon. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Security Council today finds itself facing face-to-face with its responsibility in its capacity to reaffirm the core principles which undergird its very existence. The United Nations was created on the ashes of a brutal war, the main aim of which is to prevent any other deadly act of belligerence. Today, at a time when a number of nations and peoples throughout the world continue to attempt to heal the scars of faraway wars as humanity seeks concrete responses to vulnerability and the manifold fragilities which threaten it, we need neither wars nor any new sources of fear. War is the very denial of the aspirations of people throughout the world. War wreaks death and destruction. The devastation of war and the traumas of war are devastating and frequently irreparable. There is no winner ever in war. War merely revives the pain and making the hellish cycles of resentment all the more infernal. My country is wedded to peace. We are wedded to the principles underpinning the Charter of the United Nations. We champion an international order that is fairer, a rules-based order. For this reason, today we condemn the war against a member of the United Nations. My country joins its voice to all of those who today will condemn war with the ardent hope that we will reaffirm the principles of the United Nations and that this will never be carried out in different ways in different areas. And the principles underpinning our position are equally upheld for all. Distinguished colleagues, the international community is called
waiting for the
upon
Russian
to
delegation to
seize
speak.
this momentum for frank self-criticism so as to ensure that throughout the world, any war of choice, any war of influence, any war of hegemony, any war to seek for looting of resources, any war, all wars are dehumanizing. The international stage should not be a reflection of a jungle where nations are either either predators or prey. Mr. President, to conclude, we wish to reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire, for de-escalation. We beseech the belligerents not to hinder access of humanitarian assistance to those people who are in need. We call upon all parties to revitalize dialogue, to embrace a peaceful settlement to their disputes. As for us, distinguished colleagues, members of the Security Council, the responsibilities which we need to assume today should always be reflected in defense, reaffirmation, and the renewal of our commitments. That is to save succeeding and present generations from the scourge of war. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Mexico will vote in favor of the draft resolution presented by Albania and the United States, and we will do so for the following reasons. First, we are witnessing one country's invasion of a sovereign country. This is a blatant violation of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the United Nations Charter, and it is also an aggression under the terms of General Assembly Resolution 3314, which was adopted by all members of the United Nations. Secondly, Mexico has itself suffered 4 invasions over the course of its history as an independent state, 2 by France and 2 by the United States. The first intervention by the United States in 1846 led to the loss of almost half of our national territory at that time. Thirdly, Mexico has always condemned all acts of aggression, as it made clear with its protests at the League of Nations, at the annexation of Ethiopia and Albania by Italy, and the annexation of Austria by Germany. Fourthly, our rejection of the use of force led us in 1945 to convene the Inter-American Conference on the Problems of Peace and War in Mexico City, which then led on to our going to the San Francisco conference with a clearly defined regional position on this matter. 5. Mexico's foreign policy is in favor of peace. Since the UN was established, my country has defended and will defend before this organization and indeed in all fora the prohibition of the threat or use of force in international relations. 6. In 1988, we signed into our Constitution the principles of the United Nations Charter as normative principles of our foreign policy. As a result of all of the above, Mexico condemns the acts of aggression perpetrated by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. We call on the parties to immediately cease hostilities. We recognize the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine, and we support the efforts of the UN Secretary-General to seek a diplomatic solution to spare civilians any further suffering. President, as a result of our own experience and through a constitutional mandate, Mexico will support the draft resolution that we are considering. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we live in unprecedented circumstances of threat to the international order and a violation of the UN Charter. We are gravely concerned with the Russian military operations against targets in sovereign Ukrainian territory. We believe the Security Council should strive to show a united resolve in pursuing diplomatic solutions to all threats to international peace and security, and seek agreement also on the Ukrainian crisis. As we hear reports of increasing civilian casualties, fear...
For the record, they're having this conversation, but ultimately, Russia is very likely going to veto any resolution. So, you know, there is that. Agnes Calamard, the Secretary General of Amnesty International, said that Russia will most likely veto any resolution at the UN Security Council meeting, and if the UNSC is paralyzed, it is up to the entire membership to step up, she added. So they're calling for an emergency meeting, or they want to potentially put together an emergency meeting of the UN General Assembly. And then the UN General Assembly will adopt a resolution denouncing Russia's unlawful attack and calling for an end to all violations of humanitarian law and human rights violations. But again, the only way this will stop is if, at this point, the only way this will stop is if Russia stops. Are you a Ghost of Kyiv truther? I mean, I want to believe it. It's a cool story. It lifts people's spirits at a time when they're getting fucking ass blasted by a superpower in the region. You know? It's very anime. You know? I say this all the time, but it's like when something seems too good to be true, it usually isn't in times like this, but it doesn't hurt to help people feel better. Rather grim intelligence briefings today on fears that Russians frustrated by unexpected resistance will unleash thermobaric weapons and indiscriminate shelling on Kyiv in a bid to break through with the horrific consequences for civilians. Grim news if you followed Russia's military conduct in Syria and its use of those weapons in places like Aleppo. Those are not weapons to be used on civilian populated centers. We're looking at war crimes. I'm not saying anything. I don't see why they would do that. I don't see how they would do that. I don't see the reason for why they would do that. I am fearful of additional escalation, though, from the Russian side, because, I mean, Zelensky talked about this. Zelensky said some shit last night. Already heavy gunfire in Kyiv. More and more video footage of the sounds of heavy gunfire and clashes in the Solomyansky district of the city of Kyiv. So, does this mean that, like, the ground troops have actually started... Ukrainian troops have said they found a small Russian armed group and ground troops on the outskirts of Kyiv. Says we are trying to repel the attacks. Jesus Christ. While we're fucking watching the U.S. So Russians have officially moved on into Kyiv. Meanwhile, once again, another day, another moment where the UN is like trying to vote to even officially wag the finger in the Russian direction. Biden administration asked Congress to authorize a $6.4 billion in humanitarian aid and defense aid for Ukraine, says the U.S. congressional aide. I don't know how much this is going to help, but hopefully it does. I don't know how much of that is just like
Those
guns.
against?
There you go.
Abstentions?
Who abstains? China abstains.
The result of the voting is as follows. 11 votes in favor, 1 vote against, 3 abstentions.
Who else abstained?
The draft resolution has not been adopted owing to the negative vote of a permanent member of the Security Council. I now give the floor to those members of the Security Council who wish to deliver statements after the vote. I give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Dear colleagues, we deeply regret the decision of the Russian Federation to veto the resolution. The Council lost a precious opportunity to show to the world its unity, its power, its usefulness. Instead, it was blocked, it was taken hostage.
Who else abstained? Who else abstained?
And this is not the end of our efforts. We will continue to work with the UN member states, with those who stand for rules and not chaos, with those who base their relations with others on respect and not contempt. We will continue to condemn this aggression, call for ending this senseless war. Russia may inflict damage, kill people, overthrow a legitimate government, try to destroy Ukraine, but as history teaches, it will never be able to kill freedom. Instead, Russia will be held responsible for the consequences of its actions. It is already facing worldwide condemnation. It will face sanctions, as we heard, and restrictions, just like the suspension of its rights in the Council of Europe today. But it will not be able to destroy European security, nor will it be able to throw the world back. We stand and will stand with Ukraine. And as announced today by Prime Minister Rama, Albania, in its tradition, is ready, if needed, to shelter Ukrainians fleeing the war. In conclusion, let me reiterate that Albania supports the sovereignty, territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. And I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Colleagues, not surprisingly, Russia exercised its veto power today in an effort to protect Russia's premeditated, unprovoked, unjustified, and unconscionable war in Ukraine. But let me make one thing clear. Russia, you cannot veto this resolution. You can veto this resolution, but you cannot veto our voices. You cannot veto the truth. You cannot veto our principles. You cannot veto the Ukrainian people. You cannot veto the UN Charter. And you will not veto accountability. Responsible members of this Security
As they are in the
Council
process of doing that,
today
like
in the
literally,
face
but
of
they just
Russia's
did that.
aggression, and we will continue to stand with Ukraine, supporting it in every way we can. We are united behind Ukraine.
Except in ways that would do anything.
Despite a reckless, irresponsible permanent member of the Security Council abusing its power to attack its neighbor and subvert the UN and our international system. This vote showed which countries truly believe in supporting the core principles of the UN and which ones deploy them as convenient catchphrases. This vote showed which Security Council members support the UN Charter and which ones do not. We will be addressing this.
We watched this
matter
because we
in the
wanted to
General
see
Assembly, where the Russian veto
whether China
does not apply, and the nations of the world.
We watched this because we wanted to see whether China would abstain or not,
Russia
and to see what regional what superpowers here
Before I conclude, I want to commend
believe that or what powers will stand behind Russia. That gives us a better understanding.
I want to thank the
That gives us a better understanding of how much time Russia has to withstand sanctions and what kind of support Russia has from sanctions by other fucking other kind of superpowers. Usually the US vetoes anything in regards to Israel at the UN, by the way, so they're very you know, so they're very familiar with that. Russia says no. China, India, and the UAE abstain.
and your gardens. But in the face of all of this, everyday Ukrainian people are taking extraordinary actions to protect their children, to protect their country, to defend everything they hold dear. I also want to commend the courage of the thousands of people in Russia who are protesting Putin's war, despite grave risks to their personal safety. They will keep chanting, "No war." They will keep asking how many Russian lives Putin wants to sacrifice for his cynical ambitions. As we move forward, I hope more member states take their cues from this courage and honor all of this bravery with more of our own. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Mr. President, India is deeply disturbed by the recent turn of developments in Ukraine. We urge that all efforts are made for the immediate cessation of violence and hostilities. No solution can ever be arrived at the cost of human lives.
Not enough to
vote. We are also
vote.
deeply concerned about the welfare and security of the Indian community, including a large number of Indian students in Ukraine. The contemporary global order has been built on the UN Charter, international law, and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. All member states need to honor these principles in finding a constructive way forward. Dialogue is the only answer to settling differences and disputes, however daunting that may appear at this moment. It is a matter of regret that the path of diplomacy was given up. We must return to it. For all these reasons, India has chosen to abstain on this resolution. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Colleagues, a large majority of the Council has just voted in favour of a resolution aimed at stopping war. The resolution has not been adopted only because of the
It's literally that meme of like, is Ukraine inviting your, is Russia invading your country? Just say no. That's illegal. Like but that is exactly what they're doing. Like that's the meme here.
Russia's only act of self-defense is the vote they have cast against this resolution today. Make no mistake, Russia is isolated. It has no support for the invasion of Ukraine. History will record how we voted today and which countries stood up to be counted in defence of the Charter and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. the United Kingdom stands steadfast in support of the Ukrainian people and will hold Russia accountable for its aggression. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Norway.
President, Norway voted in favor of the draft resolution. We deeply regret Russia's veto. Preventing an ending act of aggression is a direct responsibility of this Council. A veto cast by the aggressor undermines the purpose of the Security Council. It is a violation of the very foundation of the UN Charter. Furthermore, in the spirit of the Charter, Russia, as a party, should have abstained from voting on this resolution. On Wednesday, as we sat here in the Council chamber, we could see the shocking first images of what now amounts to a full-scale Russian invasion of a free and independent UN member state. We can only imagine the hardship the people of Ukraine is going through. With their tanks, missiles, bombs, planes, warships, and cyber attacks, the Russian Federation's aggression not only violates the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine.
ABC News is.
It also constitutes a serious breach
I'm
of
looking at
international
ABC News
peace and
to
security.
see what they're covering.
Russia has disregarded the very core principle
But this
of the
doesn't mean
Okay.
China condones Russia's attack on Ukraine. It also has good ties with Kyiv and relies on strong trade with Europe. Beijing must balance its friendship with Moscow while maintaining relations with the West for the sake of its long-term economic and strategic interests.
Where China clearly supports Moscow in terms of trade and economics and in ideology.
Sorry, I'm skipping
but won't
Norway.
Actually, kind of violate Western sanctions, to physically help. I think that situation will remain, and that's what Moscow expects.
On the same day Russian forces invaded Ukraine, 9 Chinese fighter jets entered Taiwan's air defense zone. Some analysts have drawn comparisons between Ukraine and the self-ruled island claimed by China, a link Chinese officials deny. Katrina Yu, AlJazeera, Beijing.
Just want to bring you up to speed with some of the latest developments this hour. There are reports of loud explosions in Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital. A witness cited by the Reuters news agency saying that artillery rounds have been heard near Kyiv. There are also reports of intense gunfire in the western part of Kyiv. We have known in the past 24 hours that Russian military forces are essentially encircling the capital city, and also Kyiv's mayor Vitaly Klitschko writing that there have been 5 blasts within 3 and 5 minutes that were heard near a power station in the north of the city. This is the Russians have launched attacks from Ukraine's northern border with Belarus, the eastern frontier, also coming in from the south from Crimea. That wraps up this hour, but we do leave you now with the sounds of the invasion, what's been happening in Kyiv. And they're not just bullets and bombs, they're also tears shattering glass, suitcases on cobbled roads, and air raid signals. We will bring you those scenes a little bit later on, but really some very emotional images of how people are coping with the situation inside Ukraine right now. We've been speaking to people in cities today, in the second largest city of Kharkiv, but also in Kyiv, where we hear that people have been taking shelter, going underground in metro subway systems that have been essentially transformed into bomb shelters, but also many people trying to flee these areas where there is expected to be a concentration of fighting as the Russian military advances. I think we can bring you that montage now.
What the fuck?
А оцих їм би треба, щоб вони не гуляли так. Чорт його знає.
Justin, Ukraine's air defense down to Russian Ilyushin, carrying a landing force near Kyiv, south of Kyiv.
My Nigeria is my earth. My Nigeria is my material, my jokes.
What the fuck? AlJazeera's got some. AlJazeera has some like crazy transitions, dude. Bro, on SnapMap in Kyiv, there's a massive techno party right now downtown. Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? They're just bumping. They're just actually fucking bumping, dude. I would not believe either sides of those military reports. I mean, I know, but I've been given a copy of documents issued by the Russian Ministry of Health. It indicates Russia is anticipating a massive medical emergency and has ordered health organizations to immediately identify medical staff ready to relocate and work. Oh no. Oh no. The document from Russian Ministry of Health is signed by Deputy Health Minister and dated today. It asks medical organizations to be ready to promptly involved in activities aimed at saving lives and preserving the health of people in Russia. What does it mean? They're anticipating a much, much larger boots on the ground assault that will be violently purged back. Which means that they're expecting large amounts of casualties. Considering they hold all the cards right now, them gearing up for large numbers of casualties implies they are interested in bringing large numbers of boots on the ground troops into active conflict. You can hear the explosions in Trey's live report.
Listen here. Just listen here.
Lots of friendly fire in Kyiv right now. What is this? Reports the Ukrainian civilians who were given weapons are fighting each other. Apparently the sounds are largely infighting. This footage, according to the conversation I heard, are two civil defense groups going at it against each other. There's a lot of, I'm looking at it here, there's a lot of misinformation going on, and there's always like a lot of misinformation that happens in situations like this. It's pretty common. Some people get things wrong. Some people are deliberately misinforming others. It's just a normal part of the process. You just gotta be super careful with what you're looking at, especially with the breaking stuff. Wait, the UN website is down? What do you mean?
Over its responsibilities as a permanent member of the Security Council. It is manipulating the United Nations Charter, violating the most basic principles therein.
Here we go.
Capital Kyiv. Russian invasion forces are closing in on the city. The President, Volodymyr Zelensky, made a bleak but defiant video address.
Good evening, everyone. Our troops are here. Our citizens are here. All of us are here, protecting the independence of our country. and it will continue to be this way. Glory to our defenders. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes.
But satellite images show massive Russian reinforcements waiting in reserve at various staging posts just across the borders from Ukraine. Russia has the numbers stacked in its favor, and Vladimir Putin shows no sign of relenting.
Once again, I appeal to the servicemen of the Ukrainian armed forces. Don't let neo-Nazis and Banderites use your children, your wives and old people as human shields. Take power into your own hands. It seems that it will be easier for us to come to terms with you than this gang of drug addicts and neo-Nazis who settled in Kyiv and took all Ukrainian people hostage.
Ukraine's army is putting...
That's such bullshit, dude.
Artillery convoy near the southern city of Kherson was wiped out as it travelled along the highway from Crimea.
He's not even trying.
And the defiance of the soldiers in a Ukrainian position on Snake Island.
He's not even fucking trying. He's just like, it's bullshit.
Captured the public imagination. Minutes later, the entire garrison of 13 was wiped out by a Russian bombardment. Russia says Ukrainian civilians need not be worried, but this civilian motorist would disagree. His car run over by a Russian personnel carrier, which appeared to deliberately target his vehicle.
I heard.
Remarkably, the man was pulled out alive.
By the way, yeah, he got out alive. I saw this. How fucking crazy.
Elsewhere, in Dnipro, a
How
city
fucking
with a
crazy.
population of 1 million people.
But I heard that that's not a Russian
quiet.
tank. I don't know if that's true or not, but I heard that that was an accident and it was a Ukrainian tank, but I don't know. That's what I've heard. But again, it's like there's so much misinfo going around.
Especially, this is invasion.
It was
absolutely,
I heard it was a Ukrainian armored personnel carrier.
Unbelievable.
We're in the center of the capital of Ukraine in a war that's costing so much in lives, money, and faith. Yet there's an eerie silence here.
People saying that's not an accident don't understand that like MRAPs, armored personnel carriers, have fucking absolute dog shit traction and will flip on a dime. So it could have been, it absolutely could have been a fucking tank that lost control, or APC that lost control.
Getting stuck in here. That's the thing that we can't escape at the moment.
Hasan voiced some optimism.
It's very terrifying, but we're coping, and I'm sure that in about a few days it should be fine now. It should settle a little bit.
Don't spread misinfo, Hasan. Wait, what? What do you mean don't spread misinfo? We don't, I'm saying I don't know. If someone's saying it was hijacked, you have to understand, at times like this, a lot of information that's being revealed is going to be fucking bullshit. Or one-sided, or people just like totally using this as a propaganda talking point. But it doesn't even fucking matter. Like, Russia is still absolutely in the wrong. Jesus fucking Christ. Nobody knows about that vid. People are saying Ukrainian friendly fire. Like right now, there's ongoing fires. There's ongoing fucking shooting happening at Kyiv, okay? Right at this fucking moment. And we don't know if it's actually the civilians that were armed, mistaking others for Russians. We don't know if it's actually Russians that have brought in troops into Kyiv. We don't know. We literally just do not fucking know. And that is the unfortunate reality, okay? Here, I'm moving on to CNN's Clarissa Ward, who is on the ground right now, okay?
And the enemy will use all available forces to break the resistance.
And also, I'm going to run an ad break again at the top of the hour.
Stand ground. The fate of Ukraine is being decided right now.
But the APC was, I think,
He went
Ukrainian.
on to say that our main goal now is to finish the slaughter.
I'm running at the top of the hour ad break.
Have killed hundreds
only for a minute, but if you no longer want to see it, you can avoid it by subscribing.
He also said that not only are they fighting
for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the ad break now.
Frontline. He mentioned the fact that he had spoken to President Biden today, as well as the leaders of Germany and France, expressing gratitude for all their support. But make no mistake, Wolf, this is going to be an incredibly tense and frankly,
I haven't heard anything that's verified about the shooting in Kyiv. We don't know yet.
Earlier this evening, you could see just how outmanned and outgunned Ukrainian military is. We came across a convoy, a Ukrainian military convoy, what appeared to be a multiple rocket launcher that had been hit by some kind of aerial bombardment from the Russians. There was a huge amount of smoke. Ukrainian firefighters desperately trying to stop the flames. And we also saw the body of one Ukrainian soldier who clearly died. And it shows you in such stark contrast from what the Ukrainians' capabilities are, how the Russians are essentially able to opportunistically pick off military vehicles.
Why are you running ads off a tragedy? It's weird as hell. I have to.
They see them.
Every hour.
They simply do not have the weaponry that the Russians do. We also passed Wolf closer to the capital.
Don't do ad breaks on War News.
Volunteers. They had a huge
my
pile
job, man.
of tires. One can only assume that the
I have a contract with Amazon
was to try to set fire to those tires.
I'm a partner streamer. It's in my streamer partnership contract.
Smoke screen should Russian forces come passing through that road, but obviously that is not going to be any real match.
Just get fucking ad blocked, guys. Holy shit. I'm also not allowed to say get fucking ad blocked, but get fucking ad blocked. Holy shit. You should know this by now. I've been doing this for fucking a year now. Since the contract started, okay? I also am not allowed to say get fucking ad block, but get fucking ad block, dumbass. I mean, what is this? What do you think this is? What do you think is going on here? What do you think this thing is? I'm gonna literally get fucking banned.
Clark, John, the U.S. is deeply concerned that Kyiv, the capital, could fall to the Russians within a few days.
Let's walk through it, Wolf. I'll show you why, and also just use the map, the value of the map, because you just had that great live reporting from our brave correspondents on the scene. Jim Shudo out here in Lviv, even there, air raid sirens. In Kyiv, the capital, under assault. Our Sam Kiley and others have been here. Kharkiv, the second largest city, and a lot today. You see the arrows down here, Wolf. The scope of this is what tells you the Russians are quite serious, and even though they...
Okay, apparently AdBlock doesn't even work anymore for Twitch, so GG's on that
you
front.
also hear the Russians are now accelerating.
Yeah, don't get AdBlock, actually. I hate it.
Of Texas. Amphibious infantry, that's the Russian jargon for Marines coming in here, as well as ground troops from Crimea heading up toward the Donbass, some heading toward the city of Kherson as well. And then you move up here to, so there's fighting down here, and then Kyiv.
So weird to see him. It's so weird to see him do fucking like NFL style coverage on the war, because I'm used to him talking about, you know, elections and districts.
The Antonov airport. He ran into troops who identified themselves as Russians. He believed they were special operations forces. There's a back and forth between the Ukrainians and the Russians over who was in charge. But today, the Russian Defense Ministry went public and says it now controls this key airport. Again, you see the proximity to Kyiv. And General Clark, I want to bring you in on that point, just to make the point. This is not your any run-of-the-mill airport. This is an airport with long airstrips where you could land military transport planes. Explain, if the idea is to take the capital of Kyiv, why is that so important?
That's right. That's right. I mean, they wanted to hold that airport. They wanted to seize that airport so they could airland paratroops in there and then grab the Kyiv and add to the siege that's going in around Kyiv.
And so, Wolf, you get just the sense that's just one of the targets. General Clark has much broader perspectives about what he believes is a dire day.
You know, and a really remarkable move. NATO, for the first time since it was established back in 1949, it has activated what it calls its NATO response force. Tell us about that.
So let me bring this up, and then General Clark, of course, once the NATO Supreme Allied Commander can help us with the context. This is, again, if you look at the map from this perspective, all the blue are the NATO countries that surround. And so what has happened? This emergency NATO response force has never been activated to protect NATO countries. It was always used to project force elsewhere. Hans Stoltenberg, the Secretary General, today saying it will be deployed. It could be up to 40,000 troops. There are ground troops, there are air and sea assets as well. Not the full force being deployed right now, but Wolf, it's in addition to the troops. We already know the United States and the other NATO allies have sent more troops to Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland. So why is this so important? You see the NATO ring here. Well, look at where Ukraine is. When we started this week, Russia, yes, has a puppet government in Belarus, but here was the line, essentially. So these NATO countries had a buffer, Ukraine. If Vladimir...
Doesn't this fucking, like, at least get you to understand a little bit, though? Like, obviously, fuck Vladimir Putin, but, like, do you kind of understand why this is a red line for him and for Russians in general?
I am concerned about it, but I'm also concerned about the people in Kyiv. Since Harry Truman provided assistance to Greece fighting a communist insurgency in 1947, the United States has helped countries defend their independence. In Kyiv, we've got 40 million, in Ukraine, we've got 40 million people who have an independent country. I'm looking at Kyiv itself. It's going to be besieged. It's under artillery fire and so forth. You've got over 2 million people.
Bro, you don't
in
have
there.
to agree with Vladimir Putin, or you don't have to fucking think that it's right or wrong, okay? I'm stating why a fucking regional sovereign power would declare Ukraine to be to be a buffer zone and a red line. Like, it doesn't have to, it doesn't mean that it's right what he did. What he did is not right. What he fucking did is unjustifiable, okay? But if you can't fucking comprehend why this is the position that they would have, I don't know what to tell you. Why did we kick out Saddam from Kuwait but not Putin from Ukraine? Because Saddam doesn't have fucking nukes, and Saddam's army is nothing in comparison to the fucking military behemoth that is Russia. And the people who keep saying still defending Putin need to literally please drop ship themselves directly into fucking Kyiv, okay? You need to go to Kyiv and go defend the Ukrainians there, okay? You'll do a better job rather than demonstrating how little shit you give about them by coming into the chat and totally fucking refusing to even for a fucking second understand, even if you see Putin as the enemy, okay? And he clearly is. You still need to understand their motivations, you dumb fucking bitch. Ukraine is under attack, and there's like literally a techno party happening on the Snapchat map, apparently. That's crazy to me, by the way. I mean, that's badass as fuck. I love that. Actually love that. I guess at that point, it's like, you know. People think that you can whip around a superpower, which is part of the fucking, which is like half the reason why we're in this mess to begin with. Thinking that you just bully Russia, especially in its own fucking backyard, is clearly and demonstrably a failure that only ends up hurting the civilians in Ukraine. And the military of Ukraine is just the Ukrainian people, and also the civilians in fucking Russia, who have no say in this matter whatsoever. Someone must use a VPN for that snap. No way that's true. Ukraine was not joining NATO, and anytime soon, that's a bullshit excuse. I mean, then why was it so difficult for America to say, yes, that's not, that's sure, Ukraine is not joining NATO? What do you mean? Why didn't they do that? It's not even a justification, by the way. This is not a justification for what Russia did. Okay, there's not a justification for what Putin did. I'm not excusing these actions. I'm not saying it's right that he's doing any of this shit. Clearly it's not. I do not know how else I can clarify my position. The moment that you fucking move into Ukrainian territory with your fucking inside Russia's Cold War with another neighbor, Georgia, the moment that you put boots inside of Ukrainian territory, it's done. You don't have a justifiable position in that circumstance. Okay? But the reason why he wants Ukraine to remain neutral in a buffer zone, just like Georgia, why are you literally excusing his actions? Okay, I'm just going to start banning 13-month subscribers. I think it's too much brain rot. I don't think we can recover from this.
And we support the Russian
Let's hear what
Federation
China has
and
to say,
Ukraine
and then I'll
in
continue.
resolving the issue through negotiations. In the past week, the Security Council has held 2 emergency meetings, and all parties have fully elaborated on their positions and concerns on the current situation. At present, faced with a highly complex and sensitive situation, the Security Council should make a necessary response. At the same time, such a response should also be taken with great caution. All actions should be truly conducive to defusing the crisis, rather than adding fuel to fire. If not handled properly and treated by bending oneself on exerting pressure and imposing sanctions, it may only lead to more casualties, more property loss, a more complicated and chaotic situation, and more difficulties in bridging differences. It may completely shut the door to a peaceful solution, and eventually, it is the vast number of innocent people that will be the victims. We must draw profound lessons from the extremely painful experience in the past. Based on the above mentioned, China abstained in the vote just now. I wish to stress that the issue of Ukraine is not something that only emerged today, nor did the current situation occur suddenly, overnight. It is the result of the interplay of various factors over a long period of time. China advocates a common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security concept, believing, as it does, that the security of one country cannot come at the cost of undermining the security of other nations, and that much less can regional security be secured through group strengthening and, from that matter, group expansion. Against the backdrop of 5 successive rounds of NATO expansion, Russia's legitimate security aspirations should be given attention and addressed properly. Ukraine should become a bridge between the East and the West, not an outpost for confrontation between major powers. We strongly call upon all parties concerned to exercise maximum restraint.
For the record, this was my position until Russia literally invaded Ukraine. Like, Ukrainian neutralization of Ukraine would have been at the benefit of both Ukrainians and everyone else involved in this circumstance until Russia literally legitimized every fear that the Ukrainians had beyond the past 8 years of conflict. And it will probably still, no matter what we say, this is probably still going to be the ultimate solution to end, or Georgia, basically.
And goodwill, make a political decision and engage in dialogue and consultation for a comprehensive settlement of the Ukraine issue. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I shall now deliver a statement in my capacity as the representative of the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation voted against.
If this isn't fucking propaganda, this is exactly what I was fucking fearing. It could be propaganda, though. Oh, it's a Bellingcat guy, so it's probably not. Internationally active far-right Azov movement is military wing, the Azov Regiment, National Guard of Ukraine, call on foreign volunteers to join as the leader of Azov brands Ukraine's president, a servant of the Russian people, after Zelensky indicated he would negotiate with Moscow. This is happening while, per Azov, hundreds flocked to the movement's ATAK base in Kyiv to fight against Russia's invasion, and the government of Ukraine hands out thousands of firearms to Kyiv to volunteers willing to take them up against Russia's invasion. Oh, Russia speaking? Sorry, I didn't realize.
Is not the fact that there is what is included in the draft, but what is left out.
He's not going to say anything of worth.
If its sponsors were attempt to make it even remotely balanced, then they would not have left out issues which must be addressed and cannot be overlooked in the context of the Ukrainian problem. Specifically, they would not. What was left out is the fact that those who assumed and seized power as a result of the anti-constitutional coup in Kyiv in February 2014, I refer to the Maidan junta, the way that they unleashed a war against the residents of the country's east, shelling residential areas with artillery pieces and multiple rocket launchers, raining bombs on the people of Donetsk and Lugansk. What was left out was the way that the Ukrainian authorities, with the encouragement of their Western patrons, consistently and cynically shirked their responsibility to implement the Minsk agreements, the linchpin of which was direct dialogue with the residents of the country's east. At the same time, what was positioned on the line of contact, the deployment of Ukrainian death squads comprised largely of radical neo-Nazi battalions, methodically, day after day, shelled the residential areas of DPR and LPR, killing women, children, and the elderly. And incidentally, this is ongoing today. Just today, 4 civilians died as a result of the actions of the Ukrainian armed forces. And how can we fail to mention the blood-chilling crimes by the Ukrainian nationalists as perpetrated over the past 8 years? The fact that the protesters against Maidan in Odessa were burned alive. The fact that peaceful protesters in Maidan were shot at by unknown...
This is literally real, but it doesn't matter. First of all, it was 8 years. You had 8 fucking years to deal with it, and you're dealing with it 8 years later? That's bullshit. And 2... you don't deal with it by invading Ukraine.
And yet an alternative investigation.
No, that's Chad. Things that he's saying right now are not fake. I know that you are unaware of the situation, but it doesn't fucking change the reality. But you can't invade Ukraine 8 years later. It's just bullshit. That's bullshit.
We specifically last year carried out an informal Security Council meeting, an ARIA formula meeting on both of these issues, with the aim of sharing with Security Council colleagues more information about this. And yet in response, at best, what we heard from Western...
Like the motherfuckers that did that literally got released because Nazis threw riots.
So-called Russian propaganda. How can there be a resolution on the Ukrainian issue without these above-mentioned issues being mentioned? It would have been wise to include in the draft an honest assessment of the role of Western colleagues in inflating this Ukrainian crisis. Not only did they stand behind the Maidan coup, but they also effectively issued a carte blanche to Kyiv to carry out any acts, any steps that would be unthinkable for any civilized state. And this includes the egregious discrimination against the Russian language and consequently Russian language speakers. This includes glorification of Hitler's henchmen aligned alongside the prohibition on prohibition.
I know the violations have been ongoing, and not only 8 years ago. And Russia has also personally decided to deal with the matter by just simply giving anti-aircraft guns and shit like that to the Russian separatists, rather than trying to fucking, come back to a reasonable conclusion on the Minsk agreements, okay? Both sides have fucking murdered each other for the past 8 years inside of Ukrainian borders, okay? Ukraine additionally, acting out any sort of additional violence when there's 200,000 fucking troops at its border is psychotic, okay? There was no reason to just fucking act like there was a spark that ignited, that made you recognize the territorial integrity and independence of LPR and DPR and then invade, okay? That's bullshit. That's completely fucking bullshit.
At present lies not only with the Ukrainian government, but it also lies at your feet, ladies and gentlemen. And today's draft resolution, your draft resolution, is nothing other than yet another brutal, inhumane move in this Ukrainian chessboard. Colleagues, today, all Western media outlets have been inundated with reports about how civilian populations in Kyiv and a host of other Ukrainian cities have been seeking shelter in bomb shelters, and they are fighting for their lives and fleeing artillery fire. We are genuinely empathize with our neighbors, and we urge them not to yield to provocation. President Putin and the Russian Defense Ministry explicitly stated and clearly stated that there would be no strikes targeting civilian infrastructure, but nationalists are already using civilians as human shields. Specifically, we categorically
from Donetsk, it's false.
The placement by nationalists in
Not true at all. What the fuck, such bullshit?
And multiple rocket launchers.
I'm from Donetsk, and was it Maidan?
A direct breach of the norms of international humanitarian law, including Articles 51 and 58 to the first additional protocol of the Geneva Convention.
Wait, so the trade unionist fire didn't happen? What the fuck? 46 people didn't burn alive? I don't understand.
By Western politicians and media outlets. I would like to ask you, where were you 8 years ago? Why were you unmoved when there was murder and
He's doing human shields. He's doing, dude, this is like pure, dude, every fucking, you know how we talk about every fucking country, every person is the same, like everyone's a liberal? Every fucking country is the same too. They're using the same exact reasons, they're using the same exact qualifiers, and they're doing the same exact kind of fucking brutality. And it's just human beings dying.
Him when they called them non-people and specimens. Parenthetically, I cannot but note that at the height of propaganda,
no, the atrocities didn't occur 8 years ago, but some of the main ones that he mentioned did, okay? But the other ones, like the ongoing fighting, has been ongoing for the past 8 years.
Fakes are abundant and proliferating today. They have flooded the internet and a number of Telegram channels, and there are videos of alleging Russian strikes targeting residential areas, which were filmed in other parts of the world and have nothing to do with Ukraine. This was mentioned today by the British Broadcasting Company, the BBC, having issued an article, Ukraine conflict, many misleading images have been shared online. Everything is there. There are photographs of parades, photographs of American aircraft which bombed Libya, and photographs from Syria, and even an explosion in Beirut, which is being portrayed as what is transpiring in Ukraine. I will send this article to you, distinguished members of the Security Council, separately. And specifically, I wish to turn to my French, British, and American colleagues.
That's hilarious.
The permanent representative of France said that in Ukraine, what is taking place is the murder of...
He said they're doing fake news on our very real invasion. I'm sorry, man. You know, there was one way to fucking stop the fake news by not invading Ukraine. You know, not that like the fake news is acceptable or anything, but I'm pretty sure adding like extra padding because like some random fucking Twitter dickheads want to get clout off of this is not the main reason why people want to condemn your actions. You know what I mean? That's not what's going on. Like, people aren't like, oh yeah, I saw one fake video from Syria and I thought this is unacceptable. Before that, I was cool. I was fine when you bombed western territories of Ukraine. That was fine. But man, when I saw the fake news, when I saw that Arma 3 video, that's when I really got fucking geared up. That's the worst thing in this crisis, for sure.
Our U.S. colleagues, I would note that this, with respect to the alleged bombing of the kindergarten, that too is fake. Of course, it is difficult for us to compete with the United States in terms of the number of invasions targeting their neighbors. I will refrain from listing out the aggressions carried out by the United States in their history, but you are in no position to moralize. To conclude, I wish to emphasize we are not waging a war against Ukraine or the Ukrainian people. We are carrying out special
I'll hand that
operation
to him.
against nationalists and for the protection of the residents of Donbass, for denazification and for demilitarization. These objectives will soon be achieved, and the Ukrainian people will gain an opportunity to once again independently determine their future, and in so doing to live in peace, good neighborliness, and cooperation with all of their neighbors. I now resume my duties as a president of the Security Council, and I give the floor to the representative of the United States for additional remarks.
Colleagues, I asked.
That's so funny. I'm sorry. He's like,
for a different reason.
once we're done bombing you guys, we can be friends again.
To the atrocious lies and propaganda and misinformation that you just heard from our Russian colleague. What I asked to take the floor for was to recall the names of some of our colleagues who were not named earlier due to the rapidly moving response to these events in Ukraine. Some of them were left off, who were
Bro, when you're fucking
sponsors
literally
of
murdering
the
Ukrainian
resolution,
people,
and I'd
you
just
can't be
like to
talking about fake
highlight,
news.
their names,
Okay?
because we so appreciate what they have done. Barbados, Croatia, Estonia, the Gambia, Grenada, Haiti, Jamaica, Japan, Kiribati, Lesotho, Marshall Islands, Monaco, North Macedonia, Palau, Papua New Guinea, and Suriname. I want to thank you and all of you for your support. We will continue to all speak in one voice in the days ahead to address the atrocious situation that we see happening every day on the ground, despite what we've heard from our Russian colleagues. I now thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Distinguished members of the Security Council, I will not dignify the Russian diabolical script that is rather a letter of application for an upscale seat in the hell by commenting it. I would like.
It's also funny when people say these guys are Nazis when this dude is such a fucking lib. Like, he's an Aaron Sorkin style lib, dude.
Parents of every
Look at the way he
ambassador
talks.
Here. To thank the people of the democratic nations who put these ambassadors in their seats. To tell the children of those ambassadors that they should be proud of their parents, that they have voted in favor of the resolution. I thank my good friend Nicolas from France, Rolando from Brazil, my good friend Hajab from Albania, Linda, Barbara, Mona, my good friend from Mexico, Martin from Kenya, Ireland.
Damn, he's gonna get him when he doesn't mention Russia.
Gabon. I thank dozens and dozens of co-sponsors who would vote in favor of the resolution should they have a chance to vote, but they will have this chance in days to come. The draft recalls the obligation of all states under Article 2 of the UN Charter to refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. The draft called on Russia to stop its offensive against Ukraine. And the memories are very fresh. The Security Council was discussing the ways to prevent the war quite recently in this very chamber. And at the very same moment, deadly airstrikes were dropped on civilian heads across my country. And the Russian troops crossed the Ukrainian border from the territory of Russia. The territory of Belarus was used for missile attacks, and the troops were marching from the occupied parts of the Ukraine's Donbass and Crimea. Last night was the most horrific for Kyiv since, just imagine, 1941, when it was attacked by Nazis. Last night was attacked by someone who pretends they are fighting with neo-Nazism. Therefore, I'm not surprised that Russia voted against. Russia is keen on continuing its Nazi-style course of action. The Kremlin regime should not be called Russian regime. The Kremlin regime should be called Russist regime. A couple of hours ago, my president said, and I quote, "Tonight, the enemy will use..."
Yeah. Okay, imagine fucking calling this guy a Nazi, dude. Look at how much of a fucking liberal he is. Like,
cruel, and inhuman. Tonight they will storm. We must all understand what awaits us.
look at this. I mean, this is literally like, you know this motherfucker watches West Wing, okay?
The fate of Ukraine is being decided.
You know
right
he
now.
fucking,
End of
like, his
quote.
country is burning, okay? And he's like, he's coming up with like fire mixtape fucking takedowns.
Something that the Russian ambassador wanted to present as assurances from himself and from his leadership.
Interesting how he's got a Nazi battalion and he uses his language so liberally. Dude, you guys got to stop with this shit, okay?
He urged us not to yield.
Listen, motherfuckers, you're insane, okay? So does fucking Russia. I mean, they have Wagner. It's not even remotely fucking relevant to the conversation. You can't be like, oh, they have a Nazi battalion. Then keep it to fucking Donbass. Then keep it to special strikes. Keep it to fucking actual, like, limited capabilities. You can't just fucking be like, oh, there's a Azov battalion, so we can bomb fucking Western territories, dude. You can't be like, oh, there are Nazis in the Ukrainian National Guard, so we can fucking, you know, blow up like the Polish border. Like, we can literally explode shit near the Polish border. That's crazy.
The Russian Federation that occupied by treachery the seat of the Security Council member in 1991 violates daily not only the Charter but also the provisional rules of procedure of this Council. Because if Russia did not violate the provisional rules, then Mr. Nebenzia had to follow Rule 20. Let me quote. I begin the quote. For the proper fulfillment of the responsibilities of the presidency, he should not preside over the Council during the consideration of a particular question with which the member he represents, that's the Russian Federation, is directly connected. He, the rule reads, shall indicate his decision to the Council not to preside. So since the Council is not ruled by the current presidency by rules, I will be probably also unruly. And I will ask all of you to dedicate a moment of complete silence to pray or to meditate if you do not believe in God, for peace, to pray for souls of those who has been already killed, for souls of those who may be killed. And I invite the Russian ambassador to pray for salvation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us spend a moment in a complete silence.
He's a fine God.
I do apologize, but before moving to a moment of silence, I want to include in the list those people who perished over all these years in Donbass. They also are worthy of being mentioned. All human lives are valuable. Let's not forget them either.
But let's, ladies and gentlemen, spend a moment in complete silence. Thank you.
Damn. He fucking stole the last word.
I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
We did it. Dude, every time I see this, I'm like...
Let me continue with my statement.
I want to fucking explain something to you guys. He might be like, quote unquote, spitting, right?
That there is,
except bombs are fucking flying in Kyiv right now. You know what I mean? Or not even bombs, this time like also boots on the ground.
The war. Any complex historical context could not be used to justify what is going on.
Right.
And I may say to some...
He's 100% right.
It is exactly the safety of your nationals right now in Ukraine that you should be the first to vote to stop the war, to save your nationals in Ukraine, and not to think about whether you should or should not vote because of the safety of your nationals. Nothing could justify missile shellings of kindergarten and an orphanage, hospitals that happened today. And in fact, you know, one of my relatives got a stroke a couple of days ago, and that person cannot be evacuated even to the shelter because the person is not movable. So the person is in the hospital in the city of Kyiv. These attacks are war crimes and violations of the Rome Statute, whether you party to it or not. We are collecting these and other facts and will immediately send them to The Hague. And responsibility is inevitable. Nothing could justify today's deliberate shelling by a Russian warship of a Moldovan-flagged chemical tanker with the Russian crew. Imagine. Or a Panamanian flag cargo ship near Odessa port in the Black Sea. It is a flagrant violation of international law of the sea. Is it a time to discuss historical reflections against the backdrop of the alarming situation in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant?
Why does nobody even care about Donbass? Is it weird?
By the Russian armed groups.
I don't know how to describe it.
The staff
It's
of the nuclear power plant, not allowing them.
there were better ways to deal with
as
it than
required
the way
by
that they're dealing with it
technical
or have dealt with it for the past 8 years.
Another matter of alarm that the control levels of gamma radiation, those rates in the exclusion zone have already been exceeded because of the damage of the topsoil due to the movement of a large number of heavy military equipment, including tanks.
Why are they allowing this Russian dude to be there? Dog,
As a
that's
result,
that's how
there's
the UN Security
contamination
Council works, baby.
by radioactive dust. Dear Security Council members, as of previous night, midnight,
People who say like Donbass is finally not being shelled anymore, how else would they deal with it?
On Ukrainian side,
Dude, that's
and
you're
316
fucking
persons
ridiculous, man.
wounded.
8 years. It took 8 fucking years, and like
During
13,000
the
people
first-
died as a
the first
consequence
day
of this
of,
on
the
both
Russian invasion.
sides. And it was this year that they had to
Many
use that
objects
as a
of
reason to
civilian
fucking go in.
infrastructure were
And the way to stop Donbass from being fucking bombed was by bombing Kyiv. Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's insane, man. Even if your goal was to like push back into literally fucking further into Donbass, like even the Ukrainian controlled territories within the Donbass region, like even then,
Not to let the Russian tanks to go ahead.
like the way to do this was by coming together and putting together a fucking neutralization agreement, one that Ukraine would be on board with alongside Russia. I know that like both sides have fucking violated Minsk and hated Minsk from the jump, but
According to the local administration.
sorry.
Occasionally, the name of the town is translated as happiness. That's actually the name of the town. Счастье, happiness. What a grotesque irony. It speaks volumes what kind of happiness the Russian Federation is bringing to Donbass, to Ukraine, to other nations. Sooner or later, if we continue to allow Russia to go ahead with its diabolical plan. And rest assured, Ambassador, there will be no hospitality to your troops on our territory. Ukraine has been executing its right for self-defense according to the Article 51. It's not the Russia that executes. Your perverse reading of the Charter is so sick that it's impossible to interpret. Calling occupational troops
My phone or his phone?
peacekeepers, claiming the right of self-defense, lunacy. The Russian troops are suffering heavy losses. Aircraft, helicopters, tanks, trucks, and most importantly, personnel. You can stop the vote in this chamber. But what may stop the war is unfortunately the bodies and thousands of bodies of Russian soldiers that will be delivered to their mothers in Russia, whether you like it or not, because we have to defend our territories, we have to defend ourselves on our territory. Thousands of Ukrainians have already joined the Ukrainian army or territorial defense forces. And the resolve and dedication of civilians joining the territorial defense forces is the best proof that we will not surrender, even if you succeed to temporarily occupy additional chunks of our territory. Ukraine has broken diplomatic relations with Russia, something that had to be done 8 years ago. We call on our partners to follow our example or to find other ways to severe relationships, diplomatic relationships with Russia. We call on international organizations to ban or suspend Russia's membership. The latter has happened today, in fact, as the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, by overwhelming majority, I mean, it's almost like consensus, adopted the decision to suspend the Russian Federation from its rights of representation in the Committee of Ministers and in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. In the first place, you shouldn't have been invited to the Council of Europe. You were invited to the Council of Europe, this temple of human rights, in the middle of the Chechen War. In the very middle of the Chechen War, even before the Hasan-Yurt agreements. For hypocritical political reasons, the Europeans then were of the opinion that it's better to invite you, and you were invited in the middle of the war, killing thousands and thousands of your own citizens in Chechnya. We count upon the proper reaction by the international community.
They didn't stop for 8 years old. What should we have done? They refused to negotiate. Dude, the moment that the fucking Minsk treaty was violated, that's when you're supposed to fucking go in. That's it. You can't do it fucking 8 years later after 14,000 people have fucking died. 13,000 people have fucking died. Okay? Shut the fuck up. And also, you can't go and bomb the rest of Ukraine.
Soldiers of Russia.
In any case, you just can't do any of that.
Even if you are completely...
There's got to be bait, right? Please ban that guy.
We are sincerely grateful to the UN for.
I'm not buying the Russian narrative. I'm criticizing him
in Ukraine, as well as we highly commend the UN efforts to encourage major humanitarian donors to make additional funding available. I thank the Secretary General for his statement to this effect, and I have a plea. Stop harassing the Secretary General. Stop attacking him. Show respect to the institution. Stop wiping your feet of the Secretary General, who is a very nice person and a dedicated supporter of the UN Charter. We remain open for negotiations, but don't put words in our mouths. Don't manipulate with our statements about negotiations. We are sick of your interpretations. Speak on your own behalf. Do not speak on our behalf. This was stated by the President of Ukraine, that we are open to negotiations on a permanent basis, and we have been saying that all along. It is you who killed Normandy 4. It is you who killed the Minsk agreements.
Oh my God.
All that gibberish about who said what and when.
There was a clip chimp on Public Freakout sub, same guy.
By no means can justify the offensive. By no means can justify thousands and thousands of your troops on our territory. Your today's call of your president to the Ukrainian army to remove the government of Ukraine? Are you crazy? Show respect for the core principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Sovereign equality.
Were Ukrainians actually genociding Russian speakers in the East? No, dude. It was not a fucking genocide. It was bullshit. I mean, it was war. It was bloody war. And a lot of people fucking died, but it was not a...
In my opening remarks, I said that parents of ambassadors here, all ambassadors but you, are proud of their children. And children of the ambassadors...
A civil war it was. A genocide it was not.
Of their parents.
You can say that it wasn't a genocide because the Russian separatist forces were being backed by the Russian government and got guns from the Russian government.
When you lie.
And also had mercenaries that were directly involved with the Russian government, like Russian mercenaries.
Peace, democracy. The Russian people deserve liberty, and they will have it. If not tomorrow, because tomorrow is not possible, then probably in near future. Thank you.
I mean, you denied genocide before. Your track record isn't the best.
The list of speakers is exhausting.
Yo, I bet this guy thinks I'm literally fucking defending Russia right now. I bet this fucking dumbass is so stupid. He thinks when I say the Russian sentiments of genocide in Donbass are completely exaggerated and a mischaracterization. He's so fucking stupid that he thinks I'm like, you know, I'm probably defending Russia. I bet that's what he thinks, this dumb bitch. Why do you paint your nails? I'm not a little
units
baby.
of the Russian paratrooper division took full control of area in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant area. Military services took the by Ukraine. An agreement was reached about the joint provision of security for the sarcophagus and other units in the power plant. We do not want Ukraine to generate a dirty bomb. The representatives of the Defense Ministry noted that personnel of the stations continue to carry out service there, and they are monitoring the radioactive situation, their radioactive situation. And this is a report from Vienna. The level of radiation in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant is low. The threat to population does not exist. This was announced on Friday by the Director General of the IAEA. The list of speakers is closed. The meeting stands adjourned.
Okay. I have seen multiple people today retweeting a third of you saying Ukraine wouldn't be invaded and using it to shit on you. I legit hate the left in this country. They will cling on to anything, even if you set the record straight after. Yeah, dude. Look. We've addressed this so many fucking times, okay? We've addressed it so many fucking times. It doesn't matter. Those people are not actually here for dialogue. They're just angry. They're angry at the world. They're angry at me. They're angry all the fucking time because of how pathetic their lives are. And they're using any and every opportunity they can to just be like, hey, man, you fucking suck. I just wanted to remind you, like, seems like you're doing all right. Seems like you have a wonderful fucking community. Seems like you're having, you're seeing some success. And I respond to it because I can't stop myself because I'm fucking pathetic. Okay. Every time someone comes in and says some dumb shit, I have to fucking give them a reaction. And that's the worst possible thing you can do. Anyway, even Zelensky didn't think that this would happen exactly, but it does not matter. So the point I was trying to give here is this, okay? Russia has already pulled exactly what it's doing in Ukraine, in Georgia, okay? If you have a border dispute with Russia, if you have an active border dispute with Russia, you can't join NATO, okay? Many countries have. Many countries have done that so far. The two countries that were suggested by George W. Bush to be eligible for NATO application to join. No, it's not the left. Neither. Yeah, they're not leftists either, but it doesn't matter. They portray themselves as leftists and they make it seem like they're leftists. So, knowing that this territorial dispute and knowing that it's a nuclear superpower, which would and knowing how Article 5 works, i.e. a NATO country, if a NATO country is attacked, all NATO countries are attacked. Russia sees military bases, missile defense systems, like it happened during the Cold War, as a genuine threat to its safety. Don't care if you see that as a reasonable opinion. Don't care if you see that as an unreasonable opinion, okay? Poor thing, fuck you, just to remind you. Wait, I want to see how many fucking months that guy was subscribed to me for. The one that who just said that. Okay. Anyway. Five-month subscriber. Oh, it's so hateful, dude. It just does not compute. It's wild how quickly people just turn. I'm doing it again. Okay. Thank you for the $25 though. So why does Russia not want to join NATO? What does it do to them negatively? Wait, NATO is an alliance built against the USSR that is now being used against Russia. This is the perspective of Vladimir Putin. This is the perspective of Russian people. There is at least enough evidence to feel that way. People will say NATO is not an aggressive. NATO is not an offensive allegiance, it's a defensive allegiance. That's not true. NATO has been an offensive allegiance, just not to Russia, because Russia is a nuclear power. But NATO has been an offensive allegiance towards many countries that are not nuclear powers, nor regional territorial superpowers like Russia is. I wanted to show the inside Cold War with another neighbor, Georgia, inside Russia's Cold War with another neighbor, Georgia, because this is a parallel that I've drawn numerous times as well. Because this is exactly what happened in the aftermath of George W. Bush mentioning that George W. Bush mentioning on his way out that Georgia and Ukraine should be invited into NATO. Now, on his way out, George W. Bush suggested Ukraine and Georgia should be invited into NATO. At the time, there were correspondents within the Defense Department. I think like people that worked in the Biden administration, people that worked with the Biden administration, people that worked in the Bush administration, all saw this as a genuine problem, and they recognized that this would be a red line for Russia, and that they would absolutely 1,000%, not allow that, and would go in and create a territorial dispute or seize up more land from Georgia. Seize up Georgian land specifically so that they would not be aligned with NATO. Russia used an identical reasoning and said that there were Russian lives under threat, and we're about to see this in the video here too probably, but they said that there were Russian lives at threat, and they took over territory in a similar capacity. And of course, because it was happening during the time with Occupy Wall Street and the major global economic collapse, no one really gave a shit. Sorry, this is just the truth. I'm not saying that it was like not important or anything like that. I'm simply stating that a lot of people did not care about this because it happened to coexist on the planet with major economic collapse, the housing market crash. Okay? I live in Atlanta, and I didn't know Russia was this close to Georgia. No, Georgia, the country, not Georgia, not American Georgia. Okay. Yeah, Russia is. By the way, Georgia's population is like 4 million, which is 1/10 of Ukraine's. The scale of that war was not even close to what's about to happen, and Putin's interest in Georgia was nothing like his apparent current motivations. The similarities are mostly cosmetic. 2 weeks ago, if you asked me this, I would have said it's an identical motivation. Now, I don't know, because he has gone way beyond what a leader that is genuinely exclusively interested in creating a territorial dispute in an effort to stop Ukraine from joining NATO would do. Okay? Way beyond. Like, completely, absolutely beyond. Like, the the actions within Ukraine at this very moment and the justifications for what and the justifications that Putin is using to invade Ukraine, the entirety of Ukraine, are unlike anything else. It's just straight up taking everything. So if your goal is to stop, if your goal is to stop NATO from further encroaching into your regional sovereignty, or if your goal is to even stop Nazis, right? Which is bullshit, but we'll get to that in a second. Then you don't invade the country, because you just did two things that you now emboldened nationalist groups that are going to gain way more legitimacy as a consequence of being the saviors. And also you now emboldened other countries and legitimized their genuine fears of Russia coming after them. Now Finland and Sweden are going to talk about joining NATO. It's just an absolute fucking idiotic strategic misstep. So even all of the even people like Mearsheimer, who have predicted accurately what Russia was going to do, I don't know what his current standing is, okay? What his current perspective is on this. But even people like Bernie Sanders, who has a similar opinion that I do, even people like Jeremy Corbyn, who has a similar opinion to myself, even Noam Chomsky, I don't know what his current analysis on the situation is. There's a reason why a lot of people that you would normally see as progressives, right, had a similar position on NATO. Yanis Varoufakis as well, similar position on NATO and providing adequate, an analytical and adequate understanding of what Russia's motivations were, have all said the exact same thing, to say this is completely unjustifiable. Completely. There is no justification for the actions of Russia. None whatsoever. So much so that, like I said, a lot of the people that got this wrong in the lead up to the invasion into Kyiv, that said, I'm suspicious of the American intelligence on this matter because it seems fucking insane, were not just limited to Western leftists, a few Western leftists, but actually the Ukrainian leadership. Like the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, Ukrainian citizens, people who live in Ukraine, who have lived with Russia in their backyard and have been fearful, understandably fearful of Russia doing crazy shit in their backyard for a very long time. They have done military exercises on that border to do a demonstration of force year over year for the past 8 years. What's different this year? Why now? Why this year? Why invade in the way that he invaded? Right, bro. Just let NATO install rockets 5 minutes away from Moscow. Dude, shut up. Shut up. This just in, Hasan is on his way to Moscow to suck a dick. Thank you for... I love the chat not understanding my position whatsoever, because look, that guy is saying, right, bro, let NATO install rockets 5 minutes away from Moscow because he's defending Russia. He's defending Russian interests in here and doesn't understand my position at all. This guy is saying, this just in, Hasan is on his way to Moscow to suck a dick. Thank you for your sacrifice, because he thinks I'm defending Putin. And he thinks I believe that Putin is in the right here. Incredible. Same chat. Same chat. Same sentiment. Perfect example of like the two fucking idiots, the two different kinds of idiots in this chat. Oh, maybe he was joking. He made. He was joking about me sucking Putin's dick to end the war. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. The other guy was just stupid. And then the third guy, you're just not good at explaining your stances. Lemme feao. Yeah, that's true. I did make that joke. I said I asked chat if it meant stopping the invasion, would you suck Putin's dick? And then I answered, yes, I would do that because I am not a selfish person. Let's watch this.
A few weeks ago, Amiran Jerinashvili followed his cows across this ravine near his village.
Wait, let me do a quick scan on this. I want to see this. Also, shouts out to the Georgians. You never get coverage on this broadcast. You're about to get some coverage on this broadcast. I mean, it's a big moment for your country. Just saying. You know, Portuguese people, you're probably very upset that I'm covering Georgia before Portuguese news, but it is, I think, very relevant to the subject matter. So. Not the Kate Kona, Georgia. Okay. All right, I think it's safe.
A few weeks ago, Amiran Jerinashvili followed his cows across this ravine near his village and discovered he'd stumbled into Russian-controlled territory.
The animals don't know where the boundaries are, do they? This is the place where you were detained?
That's true. I do occasionally talk about history's most famous Georgian. A man
Jerinashvili was detained in a region that's known as South Ossetia, a breakaway state that Russia considers an independent republic, and Georgia calls occupied territory. In 2008, the two nations fought a brutal 5-day war over this area that ended with a
I want to make sure that this is
stalemate. But in the last several years, Russia's begun building the trappings of a formal state, installing barbed wire fences and military outposts along what it considers the border. And Georgian officials have been bringing reporters here to show that the situation has only gotten worse.
Does it make you angry that people are getting detained while they're trying to do their jobs?
For Georgian officials, Russia's actions are making the case for something they've been after for more than a decade: membership in NATO.
Joining NATO and Euro-Atlantic integration is one of top foreign policy priority for Georgia.
David Zakaliani is Georgia's newly appointed foreign minister.
Do you think it's really realistic, though? I mean, it has been 10 years.
Yes, it has been 10 years, but we are implementing successfully all reforms in the military and defense sector. We are the biggest per capita contributor to the Resolute Support Mission in Afghanistan, and we are fighting together with United States, together with other NATO allies. I mean, Georgia deserves to be finally accepted to the NATO full-fledged member, and it's the only political barrier towards the final membership.
It's been a frustrating campaign for Georgia. In 2008, NATO promised Georgia it would be offered a formal path to membership. But the invitation has never come, held up by members who don't want to invite an open conflict with Russia.
That is the reason why Russia engages in the open conflict to begin with. Once again, you might not agree with it, you might disagree with it, you might agree with it. but that is the stated purpose. That is the real reason beyond territorial ambitions and things of that matter. Because if a country that is directly on top of Russia, that Russia has declared to be a red line, is allowed into NATO, in the eyes of Russia, in the eyes of the Russian state, now you have the entire nuclear power of NATO states matched up against the nuclear power of Russia. And that's why the NATO countries don't actually want Georgia or Ukraine to ever be a part of NATO. Because if they are admitted into NATO when they are in active territorial conflict with Russia, that would mean that would be the same as America sending troops into Ukraine right now, or America sending troops into Georgia right now, which would mean it's on the ground military warfare with two nuclear power nations. If you were confused as to why America kept saying, we're going to defend Ukraine, but then also kept saying, Joe Biden kept saying, we're never going to send troops there. Americans, get out of Ukraine. We are not going to defend you with our troops. If Russia invades, and we have intel that it's going to, we are not going to defend you. You're on your own. The reason why America said that is because the alternative, the actual fight between the fight that extends beyond proxy wars, which, you know, America has been waging against Russia in perpetuity, the aftermath of the Cold War, has been, there are other NATO nuclear countries. I know, but it doesn't matter. 1 nuke, 10 nukes. It doesn't matter. 1 nuke is all it takes, motherfucker. That's why I always say 3 rules. Get a nuke if you want to fucking do nation building. Okay? 1 nuke, the difference between 1 nuke and 10 nukes is completely inconsequential, okay? 1 nuke, 2 nuke, 3 nukes, 4 nukes, it doesn't matter. The whole point of a nuke is that it wipes out an entire fucking country. Or not a country, but, you know, an entire region. All you need is 1. Good to have more if you've already done 1. And for those who are saying Russia already has NATO countries on its borders, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, or even once it takes over Ukraine, if they take it in its entirety, then Poland, right? Because Belarus is the buffer state there. If you were to say that, well, then Russia can't go into those countries because NATO. That means nuke versus nuke. For one reason or the other, these two were considered to be red lines. I don't know what the actual significance of it is. Probably the size of the it's probably the size of the country, the length of the border, the strategic position between Ukraine and Moscow. I mean the distance between Ukraine and Moscow. But that's what it is. I'm not Vladimir Putin. Okay? And, oh, yeah, I mean, that's true. The Baltic states were added when Russia was collapsing and not when it's like a developed energy client of European states and America as well. So there's that, too. Literally, applaud Hasan Putin, but go off.
And that's raised a question that Georgian politicians are reluctant to engage with. at least in public.
To some extent, are you carrying on as if NATO might not happen?
I think that we have to do our job, what we are doing right now, and to wait for the momentum. And I believe that this momentum will come.
That's the right thing to say.
Yeah.
But you know, it has been. I mean, it must be a frustrating time.
I believe that despite all these difficulties, we have to demonstrate strategic patience. And we have to continue all these reforms.
And I want to clarify one more time for the record. I hope you understand where I'm coming from. None of this justifies what Russia has done or is doing. Okay? None of this justifies what Vladimir Putin is doing currently in Ukraine. I know I have to specify this because people are they're like used to just hearing black and white. This is right, this is wrong. So I need to clarify one more time. What Vladimir Putin is doing is wrong. It is morally abhorrent. It is completely unacceptable. Okay? Please understand it. Okay? So when I give you an explanation as to why certain actions might be taken by the Russian government, I'm not using this as a justification, okay? And especially not a justification for what Vladimir Putin is doing currently.
Gia Nodia is a former minister of education and one of the few people in Tbilisi to openly acknowledge how little has changed in 10 years.
Georgia has been talking about NATO membership for a long time now.
Right.
Is it happening?
Okay, it's not happening, but we have what we have. We have a promise that we will become members of NATO eventually, and this promise is reiterated on every NATO summit. I mean, the Georgian policy community understands that membership of NATO is somewhere far in the horizon.
But they don't say it.
They don't say it in public, of course.
Why not?
Yeah, because it's unpopular, because it plays into hands of Russian propaganda, because Russians say that, oh, the West does not care about you.
Pro-Russian parties have been making inroads in recent elections, and although 3/4 of the country still supports joining NATO, Nodia says relying on empty promises has left Georgia exposed.
War with Russia.
The reason why they have a George W. Bush Street, by the way, is because of George W. Bush starting the conversation about saying Georgia should be a part of NATO.
Showed that the West supports us to some extent, but not really strongly. So we cannot fully rely on that. There is no plan B in the sense of joining some other security organization, but the plan B is really having very good relations with all our neighbors.
If Georgia joined NATO, do you think that would help this situation? Nothing seems to scare the Russians right now. Would you fight again? Really?
Possible context is in Armenia, and Georgia is literally positioned between Russia and its only base in the region, which is in Armenia. Again, not a justification, more political context. Perhaps the Haas news sign. I know, but like no matter what you say, people want you to fucking just be like, no, it's because he's a madman. And by the way, he is a madman. Like Vladimir Putin is a fucking madman. So everything that I'm describing to you, I know it's like easy to be like, oh, it's just fucking propaganda. He's just a madman and he wants like all the territories. He wants to recreate the USSR. Okay? He wants to recreate the USSR. He wants all of it. His actions in Ukraine, like the way that he's operated in Ukraine, does legitimately offer credence to that fucking way of doing analysis, which is not doing analysis at all. So there is that reality as well. Why do people keep saying, do you support, like, up, dude? Anyway. Why do you think European non-NATO countries don't send troops and man support to Ukraine then? I think any country that officially sends its military to active Russian conflict is going to be seen as an enemy of Russia, and then they're going to fucking want to go to war with them, and they're probably afraid of that. Crazy, just like so none of this currently matters, though. None of this currently matters because what actually does fucking matter is what is going on in Ukraine. That is that people are fucking dying because Vladimir Putin has decided that this is the most effective way of dealing with this is the most effective way of fucking, I don't know, flexing his might, showing the rest of the world that they are not to be fucked with. I don't know. I just
Meanwhile, in the east
wants
of
to fucking
country,
rebuild the USSR.
back around,
I don't know.
Places like Donetsk, between Donetsk and Mariupol, we're hearing reports from villages there that we visited in the last few days. They're saying that the shelling is ongoing. People been hiding in bunkers, in shelters, absolutely terrified. One woman telling us that she was just pleading for Zelensky to negotiate with Putin to try and stop this onslaught.
When is this going to happen?
A harrowing day for millions of Ukrainians. As I say, it is quiet.
Oh, we were going to watch how Putin used propaganda. Sorry, I was going to finish this.
Идиоты! Вы идиоты! У нас гражданская война. Зачем нам останавливать, если на наших глазах ваша нацистская дегенеративная власть разваливается?
Most Russians believe that the West and Ukraine are to blame for the current crisis, probably up to 60%. And this is a result of a constant stream of propaganda programs over the last 8 years on Russian television.
Mr. Putin picked up another of his favorite themes in his recent press conference with the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, that the Ukrainian government is exterminating Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine.
То, что происходит на Донбассе сегодня, это и есть геноцид. Спасибо.
Well, Putin is using one of his traditional devices. He tells a blatant lie to the face of a Western leader, knowing that this is a lie, and knowing that the leader knows that this is a lie.
Yeah, that's bullshit. The whole like Donbass's fucking genocide is straight up fucking bullshit.
And then he tells whoever it is, Scholz or Biden or Boris Johnson, disclaim it. Explain why it's not so.
Once again, the Putin genocide theme is given a loud echo from his acolytes on Russian TV.
Ottoman take? Come on, bro. Like, I fucking recognize the Armenian genocide. Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's I've never fucking denied it. Shut the fuck up. Like, listen, dude. You can say it's civil war. You can say it's a territorial dispute. You can say it's a proxy war. All of these are true. Okay? Proxy war backed by Russia. But fucking claiming that it's a genocide when when you look at the fucking casualty numbers and both sides have had the Russians have suffered more casualties, certainly, against the Ukrainian shelling, against the Ukrainian air support. But that doesn't change the reality that is not a genocide. Like, Vladimir Putin is lying about that. That is just not true. Donbass genocide is bullshit. Okay, I mean, sorry, dude. It's literally just not That's not true. I don't know what to tell you.
Пока там будут концлагеря, пока они газом будут травить свое население.
Certainly the intention of the repeated propaganda.
And you know this how? How do I know that Donbass is not a genocide? There is no fucking genocide in which there is nearly a fucking 50-50 split of deaths, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Saying you care about they're like saying the Civil War was a genocide. Like,
on television is to justify the war. It's to justify the casualties that may result from the war. It's to make Russians feel that they are fighting a mortal enemy rather than a neighboring country that has not attacked them.
Occasionally, the propaganda masters demand a Russian invasion of Ukraine and extermination to follow.
8 лет выкармливаем бешеных собак, гладим по шерстке, разговариваем с ними и думают, что они нас не искусают. Но бешеная собака, она все равно искусает, если вы ее не усыпите.
Many Putin analysts believe he is determined to turn Ukraine into a failed state because if democracy proved a success there, it would lead to pressure for real democracy in Russia and his removal from power.
If it becomes a prosperous democracy and member of the Western club.
What would it take for you to support NATO having boots on the ground in Ukraine? Complete disarmament of all sides nukes.
Member of the EU and NATO. Then it will...
By the way, that's not my take. That's the American government's take. That is the German government's take. That is the French government's take. That's everyone's take. That's the reason why there aren't boots on the ground. You might fucking want to. You might want to say, why aren't there fucking military? Why aren't there military troops? Why aren't there American troops there right now defending Ukraine? They've been talking a big game about how much they were going to defend Ukraine. Why haven't they sent troops into Ukraine? Why are they letting Ukraine get rolled over? Why are they letting Ukraine get fucking absolutely rolled over by Russia currently? Have you not thought about that at all? Why did Biden, while still mentioning intelligence, which we now know was pretty fucking accurate, about what Russia was going to do, why did he keep saying we are never going to send troops into Russia and that we are only going to defend our NATO allies and that Americans need to leave immediately because we will not go into Ukraine to save you if you're stuck there? If Putin acts out on its desires on overtaking Ukraine. Why? Ask yourself that question. Then ask yourself the question as to why Germany and France and other NATO states have also refused to admit Ukraine into NATO. That's it. Nukes.
Give a lie to the Kremlin propaganda.
Could that be Putin's main motivation this week? His fear of a popular uprising in Russia to match the one that happened in Ukraine exactly 8 years ago. Terence McKenna, CBC News, Toronto.
Now we have
well, Germany has different reasons too. Energy, and it's on Russia too.
Joining us
and
once
even
again,
America.
Irvin Student, editor-in-chief of Global Brief magazine. So Irvin, it's clear that for Putin and his propaganda machine, the truth is secondary, right, to his overarching ambition. How does the West, or anyone for that matter, reason with a person like that?
I think we take him on his own terms. We try to understand his logic. He is working within his framework. We may not agree with it. He's not irrational. He is a gambler. So in the context of this military adventure, which is in clear breach of international law, it will take its course and will have to be swift with a big diplomatic game. That diplomatic game, as I mentioned before, will require huge Asian participation. It will not necessarily be a Western lead, and will require some Asian imagination. I'm talking to big countries like China, Japan, South Korea, North Korea. And may I start with Israel. Israel has big networks both in Ukraine and Russia, and is respected by both capitals. And they can insert their own logic and rationality and hopefully bang heads together to come to a reasonable resolution.
Right. So many other fronts on which pressure could be exerted. Tell me, is there a pattern to the propaganda that we've seen that you think should be, I don't know, a signal to the world of his broader intention here?
I think there are key phrases in each speech he gives which betray his intentions. The intentions that were betrayed in his first big speech on this military adventure was what he called the decommunization of Ukraine, which means a negation of 1922 borders. So that means everything is up for grabs within Ukraine on his analysis. More broadly, in Russia, if you control televisions, you not only control what the people think, you control what they say. So that is the key medium, much more than social media in Russia.
Irvin Student, very good to hear from you, and we will hear from you once again very shortly. Thanks for this.
Wait, why is this person saying so disappointed? I know you talk most about U.S. policies, but do you think your takes sometimes bring EU left-wingers towards the right? Politicians truly get away with anything, man. Norwegian politicians evaded 80K USD tax on a house. I'm so disappointed, not gonna lie. Previously reconsider this Ukraine-Russia situation. Your takes have been horrific. I can't understand. If you said fuck Putin and then you say my takes have been horrific, do you agree that like Putin should be fucking wiping out Ukraine then? Because I'm against that, and I've been describing how against that I am. New people are hate watching. They all saw the clip chimp and think you're pro-Russia. Oh, that's where it's coming from. There's like a weird movement on. That's probably why so many people like refuse to comprehend that I am not pro-Russia. Bonnie's uninformed. I don't agree with some of your takes, but I've been watching for a while and I know your intentions and takes are 100% rational and justified. Oh, let's watch fucking CPAC. I was gonna. We got fucking.
Well, unfortunately, this is.
We got CPAC guests talking about Ukraine. Let's hear, pretty sure people are also thinking he's a leftist and therefore communist and therefore pro-Russia. Yeah. Same dude on Public Freakout has been posting clips of you saying you're pro-Russia. Yeah. There is a deliberate and very strange, concerned effort to make it seem like I'm pro-Russia by people who will clip shit out of context to make it seem like I'm pro-Russia. When I clearly am not. If you spent any time in here, you already know that that is not the case. So I don't know what else to say about that. Ukraine's President Zelensky accused Russia of attacking civilian areas.
Be delivered to Ukraine don't just need to be shifted into the Ukraine, but there needs to be a training element to it as well, which at this point in time, as the war has already started, is very, very difficult.
Shadow.
A no-fly zone itself certainly would address that issue, but would come with immense risk for the West, because it would mean that you would have to enforce it coercively against the Russian Air Force, where things happening at rapid speed with a huge, huge risk, I think, for NATO forces to get dragged in.
Let's be honest, you're pro-Russia but anti-Putin? Yeah, of course I'm like pro-Russia in the sense that like I'm pro random fucking civilians in Russia. Yes. What do you mean? Like the human beings that live in Russia that have nothing to do with like Vladimir Putin's actions. Yes, I am for them. So that you got me. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? What are you supposed to be like anti every single person that lives in Russia? What a fucking take is that? I'm Russian and this stuff pains me a lot. Sorry. Yeah, like there's hella Russian people that just do not agree with what fucking Putin's doing, dog. What kind of fucking idiotic take is this, dude? Are Are we supposed to be just like fucking treating every Russian like they are, treating every Russian person like they are literally doing propaganda and are a mouthpiece for the fucking Russian government or something? What do you want? Here, get whatever you want.
But he has to worry about the oligarchs. And as these sanctions start to bite, I think that is weighing on his mind. So he's got a lot going on right now. It doesn't surprise me that he's feeling a little stress.
Yeah. So, Evelyn, one of the, you know, it isn't a long-term thing, but a short-term thing that people hope for is some sort of a ceasefire and a calm that can give a chance for there to be a political solution to this that involves not all this horrible death and suffering and refugee crisis. One of Zelensky's advisors tells CNN, Evelyn, on that front that Ukraine is considering a proposal to hold talks with Russia. And the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, said Russia is ready to send a delegation. Now, they said to Belarus.
Don't you think saying America also bad when people criticize Russia a bit, like the All Lives Matter crowd is starting to get a bit annoying? You can fuck yourself into hell if you consider the violent actions of America being brought up in any circumstance whatsoever is unjustifiable. It is not like All Lives Matter at all. All Lives Matter is a counter to Black Lives Matter. Black people being fucking disproportionately targeted and murdered by the American Police Department. All Lives Matter is a white supremacist movement that was created as a counter movement to shift the attention away from Black Lives Matter by the perpetrators and the justifiers of that kind of action. What a fucking idiotic take that you probably heard from some dumbass YouTuber who should probably stick to, like, I don't know, debating about fucking pedophilia or whatever the fuck they do over there in that part of the internet, okay? Get the fuck out of here, dumbass. How dare you? How dare you say it's All Lives Matter to, like, how dare you make it seem like the white supremacist All Lives Matter is the same as, like, talking about America's ongoing fucking brutality. God damn, dude. Reddit needs to be abolished, dude. We need to denazify Reddit. If there's any place that we need to denazify, it's the fucking creeping weirdos in the halls of Reddit. Oh my Lord, dude. Blue Lives Matter. It's like, yeah, wasn't it a bit like saying Blue Lives Matter? Yeah, are the fucking Palestinians, are the people in Somalia, are the people in Yemen the cops of the world? Are they the ones who are fucking brutalizing Ukraine? No, shut the fuck up. Incredible, incredible fucking take, dude. If I was saying what Russia is doing in fucking Ukraine is bad, but also, like, you know, the Azov battalion is a reasonable justification for them to do that, that would be a better, more accurate take. And plenty of people are doing that. Go fucking fight your battles with the weirdos that are doing that right now. People who are still defending Russia's actions. There are plenty of them on the fucking internet. But you're in here because you don't want to fucking have that battle there, because it's not a real battle. Because you just want to fucking hear yourself get mentioned in front of 92,000 people.
Of note, of course, Alex Ovechkin also a couple of years ago had his own very pro-Putin website. So you got to take that into consideration as well.
What is going on? Damn, they got fucking just order whatever. Damn. Anyway. How is Russia supposed to regain trust internationally and among other nations to reestablish trade relations and benefit everyone after Putin is ousted by his own people? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck he's thinking. I mean, you're giving them exactly what he wants. I know. I can't help myself. I mean, I can't stop myself. It's a problem.
The same thing in Belarus when he supported Alexander Lukashenko against the protests, against the opposition. And it's obvious that he's doing the same thing in Ukraine, but with other with other power, with other political power, and he's trying to now he's saying inside Russia that he's helping Russians in Ukraine, that he's fighting against Nazis or whatever. So it's obvious now that Putin's plan is to change the government there, to put a government that will support
Send me the link of
or plans for Europe. And
send me the link of Zelensky talking again. If Zelensky's come out with a new take or new Russia-Ukraine conflict,
neighbors as if this is a normal course of business, changing borders by force in the 21st.
This is Zelensky to EU leaders, this might be the last time you see me alive. That was 9 hours ago. He said that like earlier today. I just talked with a real friend of Ukraine, President of Poland, Anders Duda. I am personally grateful to him, to the Polish people, for their effective, concrete help in such a difficult time. Together stronger, thank you. I don't know what the fuck they're going to do. I don't know how they're going to find a place that they can even have a conversation. What are they going to do? Are they going to do it in Belarus? Like, that's fucking stupid. That would be really stupid. Anyway, here, let's hear what fucking actual bad takes about Russia looks like, motherfucker. How about that? To bring this back. You should share the change.org petition for stopping Putin. Yeah, that's going to stop him.
The U.S. southern border matters a lot more than the Ukrainian border.
Oh, yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Give us the fucking hot takes, Charlie. Oh, he doesn't even care about the southern border. Yeah, dude, I know. It's fucking, he totally. He hasn't, like, Joe Biden hasn't fucking killed enough Haitian migrants in his administration. So that's, you know, we got to deal with that, dude. What the fuck, right? I got to pee. I'll be back.
I want every Republican leader that comes up on stage the next couple days to call what's happening on the southern border an invasion, because 2 million people waltzed into our country this last year. I'm more worried about how the cartels are deliberately trying to infiltrate our country than a dispute 5,000 miles away, cities we can't pronounce, places that most Americans can't find on a map. Now, I'm not defending the actions of dictators halfway across the world. What I'm saying, though, is when your own country is falling apart, I don't want to hear lectures about why we need to send our troops halfway across the world when we are being invaded. Priorities. The left wants to talk about how men can become pregnant. They can't. Men are men, women are women. There's only two genders. End of story. Thanks for shopping. These are smokescreen tactics to try to distract us from the fact that we lost over 100,000 people to drug overdoses in this last year. They don't want you to talk about how the generation that I speak to, college and high school kids, they are being priced out of the housing market. They're being told to go to college to study things that don't matter, to find jobs that don't exist, to borrow money they don't have. Everything costs twice as much in most of the metropolitan areas of Phoenix and Dallas and Orlando, Miami, Tampa. No, instead, our leaders want to talk about systemic racism or climate change. The conservative movement must be very clear that we're going to talk about things that matter to our voters, matter to American families. And one of the things that we must be very clear about is how the lockdown,
doing systemic racism. That's what we need to be doing, okay? We need to be talking about, and we also need to be doing systemic racism. Critical race theory, more like critical racism theory. That's what we need in our schools.
Mandates was generational theft. Now some people in this audience don't want to hear this, but it's immoral, and it was wrong when we decided to deliberately hurt the younger generation to try to protect the older generation. It was a moral tragedy on this country. And our leaders need to talk about a national recovery program.
I'm from Lithuania, neighbor of Belarus and Russia. I'm very familiar with Russia's propaganda. Please do not believe a word what Russia says. It's a long-time propaganda that they're starting to believe themselves in it. I'm new to this channel and was listening for the past hour for this dude before able to write this text, and he is telling 100% the truth. Respect. Thank you, Angloikas.
We need to talk about how we can elevate young people to do the three things that create conservatives. You want to create conservatives? We all do. Make it easier to buy a home, make it easier to get married, and make it easier to have children. You have a lot more conservatives. Instead, we have a generation of renters, a generation of people that are the least married generation in history, having the least children in history, and we wonder why they find purpose in Leonardo DiCaprio, Greta Thunberg, climate change type movements. We wonder why they want to confiscate the wealth from business owners. They don't own anything. People that pay mortgages don't burn Wendy's at night. Just good rule of life. So we must demand from our leaders clear priorities of what actually matters. So we have a choice. We could do the Republican Party of old, where we do nothing but...
Bro, this is wild, okay? This is literally fucking wild. He's like, Putin's like, hey, we're ready to have a conversation. Meanwhile, it's like... yeah, let's have a conversation with let's have a conversation with Zelensky, the Kremlin says. And then they turn around and they're like, also, just kidding, we're trying to fucking murder you, dude. My man's like, hey, I got some tea. Would you like to have some tea? A little bit of tea for you? That's fucking bananas, okay? French spec ops in Kyiv. French special forces have arrived at the French embassy in Kyiv. Now tell me why the mightiest country on earth cannot keep its embassy open and send the Marines. Dude, do people not understand what that means? It doesn't make sense, dude. Do people that cover this stuff just not simply refuse to understand why every fucking leader from all of these countries are saying, hey, we can't send troops in there. Hey, we can't send troops in there. Like, dude, you're like a writer. You wrote so many fucking articles and books. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, it's not because, you know, this isn't fucking Libya, man. This isn't Libya. They have nukes. I don't understand why they don't yell at their fucking leader. I mean, I guess they're yelling at their leaders. They're like, why won't you send in troops? Why won't you send in troops? Is it because they're too young or something to remember the Cold War? Is that what it is? But like, you didn't even hear about it? What happened when Joe Biden literally said, we're just not bringing it? What is more, France offers to house Zelensky. If the worst that happens and Kyiv falls, he can stay in the capital. I guess people just don't think that like they're going to use nukes or something. I don't know. Putin also says he wants to hold the negotiations in Belarus, which sounds like a fun way to get poisoned. Dude, the worst way to get poisoned. Imagine getting poisoned in Belarus. Holy shit, dude. Like, at least do it somewhere, I don't know, nicer, with a better view. Go to Switzerland, dog. That's like beautiful, beautiful fucking, beautiful place to get poisoned. I'm just saying, like, just double poisoned. Motherfucker had to go to Belarus and get poisoned in Belarus. That's terrible. No, but for get poisoned in Albania, it's just anyway. The fucking conversation about troops is a silly one, unless like there's some weird something happens where they're just like, yeah, we know that they're not going to use nukes. I don't know if there's like a handshake agreement. I don't know why Russia would ever join in on that handshake agreement to be like, we're not going to use nukes. Come on, let's do some real warfare. We have the world's largest nuclear arsenal for no reason. Yeah, getting poisoned in Belarus is like getting poisoned in fucking Ohio, dude. Okay? Like, you went to Ohio and you got poisoned. Unacceptable. But yeah, no, I mean, all jokes aside, there is no neutral territory for them to have any sort of bilateral talks. So I don't know how the fuck that would work. Someone from Ohio. Ouch, Lamau. I know there's a lot of new people in here, so they probably don't know this, but I joke about Ohio and Iowa a lot. Foreign policy takes are excellent. I agree with you, man, but stop fucking dragging Ohio. Yeah, you're right. Ohio has suffered enough. Kazakhstan, one of Russia's closest allies and a southern neighbor, is denying a request for its troops to join the offensive in Ukraine, officials said Friday. Additionally, former Soviet republic said it's not recognizing the Russia-created breakaway republics upheld by Russia's President Vladimir Putin as a pretext for its aggression in Ukraine. That's interesting. Didn't Putin literally send like shock troopers to Kazakhstan to quell the uprising that occurred there like last month? What did Werger say? Was that Werger? Taliban are neutral law. Did you see the statement that they put up? I think they said you should stop being violent, didn't they? Didn't the Taliban come out with a statement saying you need to stop, Mr. Putin, with the violence? There's gunfire and explosions happening in Kyiv now. Apparently. Whoa. Can't hear it. Oh no, you can hear it. Holy shit. Uh-oh. Okay, more shelling reported near the power plant in northern Kyiv. For the second time in the past 24 hours, Russians are trying to attack a thermal power station in Troishnia, Kyiv's northern left bank area. The Ukrainian military is repelling the attacks. Poland's ban on Russian passenger planes flying over its territory has now gone into effect. Holy shit. Can you link me the Charlie was right. Can't even pronounce Ukraine city's name. I mean, yeah, it took me a while to stop saying Kyiv. That's what you mean. And some of those, yes, some of those names are very difficult to say. Really hear it. Ukraine states Russian saboteurs dressed in Ukrainian National Police gear approached a checkpoint in Kyiv, shot all the border soldiers dead, and then rolled in a truck carrying Russian soldiers. What the fuck? Yeah, I really yelled about the OSINT guys, and now I do look at them a lot now. Video reportedly from Odessa tonight. I mean, a lot of this stuff is like... A lot of this stuff is unsubstantiated, so... One middle top. Why are people doing slash? Is that like... Russian troops are preparing to invade. Ukraine wants Israel to mediate. Russia and Ukraine have good relations with Israel. Peace talks. No, I don't think Vladimir Putin is flying anywhere. Okay, if anything were to happen, it would probably happen over like Zoom, right? I mean, I guess they have to do it in person. I don't know. I don't know how that would fucking work. Zoom piece. No, you know what I mean. It would have to be over a phone or something. They're like, yo, hop in the Discord, bro. Yeah, they'd be like, yeah, Zelensky would set up an Instagram live, okay? And then he would invite Vladimir Putin onto the Instagram live. And then they would hash it out there. That's how it works. Oh, this was from earlier today. Zelensky warns Russia will storm Kyiv tonight in vile, cruel, and inhuman fashion. We have to persevere tonight. The fate of Ukraine is being decided right now. The night will be hard, very hard, but there will be a morning. That's what he said. And apparently Russian troops, I mean, he did say that Russian troops are believed to be hunting for the Ukrainian leader. He said that he was target number one and that they want to destabilize Ukraine by killing him. And target number two is his family. You should invite them both on the broadcast to hash it out. But is this the TikToker that looks like you? This man in Ukraine has a message for Vladimir Putin. No, that's not the TikToker that looks like me. Let's speed up to the part where you kill yourself in a bunker. Zelensky is under cocaine again. He offered to meet, then decided not to speak, then decided to meet. Okay, dude, get the fuck out of here. Okay, first of all, that's some fucking Russian ass shit right there to do. Said under cocaine. I mean, to be fair, if I was, if I was being hunted by a fucking nuclear superpower that is currently invading my country, I would probably have second thoughts about meeting up with said superpower's leader, who almost exclusively is responsible for the invasion to begin with. I would be like, I don't know if I want to fucking talk right now. I think that's... President Volodymyr Zelensky asked Israel's prime minister to mediate negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. They didn't say no, the Ukrainian ambassador to Israel said. They are trying to figure out where they are in this chess play. I mean, dude. I don't know. Fucking be the Play some speed chess, dude. Yeah, you know who found this? Wow. You know who fucking found this? Is Michael still in here right now? I saw this already. I saw this before The Guardian posted it because MHUD found it. Ground forces were moving from Ukraine from Crimea. Did the Russia UN ambassador really say he doesn't recognize Israel owner of Golan Heights anymore and Palestine the rightful owner of Jerusalem? What? No, he did not. Oh my God, Klitschko is in the ground. Okay, that's kind of fucking bad, dude. That's kind of badass. How big is he? Listen, I'm a sucker for, you know, fucking big dudes who work out, you know? 6'7". Oh, this is an old picture? This is not a new picture. This is not a new picture. Sucker for big dudes? Yes, dude. I respect mass, okay? I do. He's 6'7", 247 pounds, boxer, fucking jacked. But he is on the ground, though. He is actually, he said he was going to fight. Additional videos of clashing in the city closest has been. Additional footage of heavy fighting near Kyiv. Easily the closest has been to the city center since the start of hostilities. That's fucking insane. I don't think this is a new photo. For the record, I don't think this is a new photo. I think this is from a different photo shoot that he did. Not standing in front of the other guy in that photo. He's just that big. I mean, he is that big, yes. Today's VOD doesn't exist. Do you know what happened? Yeah, I got, I don't like to talk about it, but one way that a lot of people tried to fucking target me is by mass reporting shit. That's why the VOD's down, but it's fine now. People come in here, the same people that are like claiming that I'm a fucking fan of Vladimir Putin or bait me into like saying some shit in an angry moment so they can clip it and then post it all over fucking every website they can are the exact same people who then turn around and they turn around and mass report the stream, try to get it down, try to put it down. I mean, they've been doing this for everyone, by the way. This is like everyone that's live streaming this process has been getting fucking hit. So Kyiv, Ukraine's military says it shot down a Russian military transport plane with paratroopers on board. I heard this. I have heard this, yes. And the saddest part about it is that there's like, it used to just be like fucking neolib people that were doing it, but now it's like people who claim to be leftists that are doing it as well. They're like, not Russian bots coming for me. No, it's just people who behave like NPCs at the behest of their fucking favorite content creators. Anyway, there's explosions in Kyiv. There are. Okay, this is no. Anyway,
that at the very least, Mr. Zelensky was prepared to discuss some of those points. Although you heard the Ukrainian ambassador there saying, "Don't put words in our mouth as to what we are willing to discuss." But at least there was that glimmer of hope. And in the end, and then what else is there? And that was also confirmation from the U.S. ambassador that they will be referring this
Thank you,
to the Secretary General.
Shinken, for the 10 gifted subs.
Meeting of the General Assembly that could happen.
I'm gonna run an ad now. So thank you for allowing 10 people to not see that ad. Random people. But top of the hour. I forgot to run it last hour, but I'm going to run it now. Just 1 minute ad break coming. If you no longer want to see them, you can subscribe. No, they're not back in session. This is just a recap with like commentary over it. No longer want to see those ads. All you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with the Twitch Prime. 1 minute ad break now. Other methods as well that I can't speak on.
The coordinated restrictions aim to force Russia to the negotiation table. Alan Fisher has this report.
It's another step to put pressure on the Russian leader.
The United States will join them in sanctioning President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov and members of the Russian National Security Team.
24 hours after President Biden said he still had further options.
Incident underway along Victory Avenue in Kyiv. Small armed fire can be heard as a vehicle burns in the middle of the street.
Personally sanctioned by the U.S.
This step sends a clear message about the strength of the opposition to the actions by President Putin and the direction in his leadership of the Russian military.
The U.S. president talked with President Zelensky for 40 minutes on Friday. He promised to continue humanitarian, military and security support. But what isn't clear from the White House reading of the call is if they discussed Moscow's offer of peace talks, an offer dismissed by the U.S. State Department.
Now we see Moscow suggesting that diplomacy take place at the barrel of a gun, or as Moscow's rockets, mortars, artillery target the Ukrainian people. This is not real diplomacy. Those are not the conditions for real diplomacy.
Oksana Markarova, the Ukrainian ambassador in Washington, says they are gathering evidence of possible war crimes.
Ukraine has been victim of unprovoked aggression by Russian Federation. The second day was even harder. The attacks have been more brutal, but I'm very pleased to say that they were not successful, definitely not successful as the enemy planned them.
The decision to...
I'm saying because while Zelensky and Vladimir Putin have talked about potentially coming to the table, I don't know, maybe a ceasefire, it seems like the United States is saying no. That's what at least that's what I just heard. So
Stoltenberg has called the crisis a new normal in European security. NATO's pledge comes after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky criticized the alliance for not...
America bad, right, guys? I mean, dude, you can say America bad, right, guys, but there's only fucking one way out of this conflict.
Troops, tanks and weapons are on the move across Europe as NATO continues to reinforce its eastern front, its member states who are closest to Russia. Now the alliance has activated elements of its response force. Thousands of extra troops, over 100 jets are on high alert, 120 warships are in position. NATO leaders met by secure video conference for the first time since the start of the Russian invasion, as fears grow that the Ukrainian capital could be taken soon.
How fearful are you about the possible fall of Kyiv? And if we move to a resistance insurgency type situation, what support can NATO then give? what we have seen is that the Ukrainian forces are fighting bravely and are actually able to inflict damage on the invading Russian forces. But again, it is a very fluid and an evolving situation. NATO allies expressed at the summit today that they provide support to Ukraine. They are ready to continue to provide support to Ukraine.
Here at NATO headquarters,
You're just making shit up now? Okay, let me just like rewind so that people understand what I was talking about, because otherwise they're just gonna say I'm making shit up. Here, I said uh-oh at the moment where the American officials said we will not have a negotiation with the Kremlin and at the barrel of a gun.
And the direction in his leadership of the Russian military.
The US president talked with President Zelensky for 40 minutes on Friday. He promised to continue the call as if they discussed Moscow's offer of peace talks, an offer dismissed by the US State Department.
On the conversation that Zelensky had with Joseph Robinette Biden, Zelensky brought up Russia's offer to speak to Zelensky. Okay? Didn't you say it's because Russia's trying to kill Zelensky earlier? I mean, I think that is a very important factor in why Zelensky would not want to fucking have a conversation with Russia.
Now we see Moscow suggesting that diplomacy take place at the barrel of a gun, or as Moscow's rockets, mortars, artillery target the Ukrainian people. This is not real diplomacy. Those are not the conditions for real diplomacy.
Oksana Markarova.
Russian Mi-24 strike on Ukrainian Buk air defense system and support vehicles reportedly filmed earlier today. Oh, is this the convoy or whatever? Holy shit, dude. Is that real? I don't know if this is fucking real or new. Oh my god. Jesus fuck. There was an explosion in one of the metro stations. Yes, but I don't know. I don't want to run with fucking unverified reports. It's from Next Up, but I don't know if this is real or not. This is a huge, if that's the case, if this is real, if there's an actual explosion happening right now at one of the metro stations, that's where a lot of the civilians are stationed. That's where a lot of the civilians are hiding. I don't know what he's saying, but national anthem in the metro beforehand. Ukrainian. Someone playing the national anthem on the trumpet, followed by "Glory to Ukraine." Dude, this is so fucked up, dude. Like literally fucking babushkas. Just straight up fucking babushkas sitting in a goddamn metro station, hoping to fucking, not die. It's a different metro station. Heavy battle near the Berestaika metro station. That's within the MO7 business loop, Kyiv proper. See, this is what I mean. Like unverified reports. Like I don't know if this is like from today. I don't know if it's from fucking Kyiv or not. That's why I don't like I don't like going into this. I don't like clicking on shit like this. Okay. I know Next claims it too, but it doesn't. I know I showed it already, but that doesn't always mean it's like CNN gets shit wrong. The Ukrainian Interior Ministry gets stuff wrong. The Russian side gets shit wrong about casualties. Remember last night we looked at we looked at something that was downed in the air. Couldn't figure out if it was a missile or if it was a fucking a plane, and we didn't know if it was a Ukrainian plane. Both sides were claiming that they were the ones who that were claiming that they were the ones who fucking downed it, and that they were saying the other side's missile was downed or the other side's plane was down. I mean, this is just, at this point, it's just war porn and not necessarily not necessarily like anything substantive that you can develop a better understanding over. But shouldn't you rather trust Ukraine? Dude, I'm not talking. No, dude, it's not about trusting Russia or Ukraine or anything, man. You're fucking missing the point. In the United States of America, when breaking news is happening, when there's no fucking war, there are still plenty of people that like run with bad intel. Okay? It's not about like blindly trusting one fucking side or anything like that. People are forgetting about this thing called the fog of war, but it's not even just that. It's not even just that it's like fog of war. Usually it's just there's just people who are also randomly grabbing footage from other people that are just posting for, you know, clout. Anyway, it could be true though, by the way. I'm not even saying like it's false or true. Oh, this is the Kyiv Zoo. Yeah, extremely hard combat. Like, from what I understand, they're officially like military, I think Russian military is now in Kyiv. Jesus Christ, dude. The Ukrainian MOD literally posted a video game clip and tried to pass it off as real earlier today. Better to take everything with a grain of salt. Yeah. But it does fucking seem like they are a part of Russia. Russia does not recognize Israeli sovereignty over Golan Heights, which are part of Syria. Polanski called out Israel on using the word Tel Aviv, which indicates Russia does not recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, but as a Palestinian city. I mean, at this point, they're just like, like while I recognize the sentiment, they are the worst person to make that statement, as they are currently in the process of Golan Heightsing Ukraine. So doesn't matter if you don't recognize fucking Golan Heights or Israel or whatever. If they're right, but also you can't fucking say that. The worst person you know made a good point. Okay? Like, it's just they're just hitting literally every avenue they can. I'm a bit delayed on the current updates. Do we know China's opinion on what Putin's doing? Well, they took a neutral stance, which is not good. It's not good for Ukraine. A neutral stance instead of like full-throated, like a yay vote on condemning Russia's actions would have meant that they are not supporting Russia and that they will maybe even join the sanctions. Abstaining is a strategic decision in that situation.
In the outskirts of Kyiv, what can you confirm? What are you hearing and seeing?
So, Anderson, you won't be able to hear it on the camera mic because it's too far away, but we're hearing a lot of heavy fighting coming from that direction. That is where 4 miles in that direction is.
Man, I've been watching since the H3 holiday break, and it seems like you've been getting dragged for something ever since. Do you ever get any peace, or is it just always like this? Major world events notwithstanding? Yes, it's always like this. There's always a new thing that people are using to just be like, this guy fucking sucks. And it never stops. Welcome to my life. Whatever. Let's watch.
The suburb of Obolon.
It doesn't matter. There are way more important things on this planet than me getting fucking dragged by another different group of stands on the internet.
So, Clarissa, there are reports of heavy fighting in the outskirts of Kyiv. What can you confirm? What are you hearing and seeing?
So, Anderson, you won't be able to hear it on the camera mic because it's too far away, but we're hearing a lot of heavy fighting coming from that direction. That is where 4 miles in that direction is the suburb of Obolon, where there has been heavy fighting throughout
India
the day.
abstained as well.
We're really hearing just a steady rumble of strikes and artillery. The Ukrainian military is also claiming that they have shot down a Russian transport plane. CNN has not been able to independently confirm that at all. But it is clear that the Ukrainians are putting up quite a fight, Anderson. There's also reports of heavy fighting about 20 miles south of the capital. Still, the odds are simply not in the favor of the Ukrainian military. We actually drove in here today from the city in the east of Kharkiv, where we had been. And as we were driving along on the highway, we saw a Ukrainian military convoy that had just been hit, presumably by aerial bombardment. There were firemen there desperately trying to put out the remaining flames. There was smoke everywhere. We saw the body of one Ukrainian soldier who appeared to have been killed in that incident. The target, it seems, was a multi-rocket launcher that was at the head of that small convoy of about 3 vehicles. And I think what that tells you, Anderson, is just how difficult it is at this stage for the Ukrainians to move some of their more sophisticated.
This is the book that was linked earlier. Oh, this is the helicopter that fucking zapped that convoy. That video that we watched. Or not watched. I actually quit watching it. But do you think not replying to dumb people might stop them from seeking attention with bad dumb takes? Or do you reply to stop misinformation? Yes, I do reply to stop misinformation. Ukraine shot down 100 paratrooper transport plane. Oh my God, this live stream is viral on TikTok right now. It's just the recording of old footage played on a loop. It has over 1 million likes, and the poster has been sent lots of donations. And here you can see them press the timeline of the recorded video. Peep the bottom right corner. Bro, it's literally, what the fuck? Why is that like broken too? Dude, this is the worst kind of shit that people pull off in this situation. Read a few articles and saw some clips on Twitter that there were instances where a small number of Russian soldiers seemed to just abandon their things and apparently desert their machinery and equipment. There was a clip of a Ukrainian woman calling out some Russian soldiers for being invaders out on the street. Have you come across it? Yeah, I watched. We've covered both of those yesterday. The clip of the woman talking to the Russian soldiers is actually beautiful, where she tells them, you know, put these sunflower seeds in your pocket. Sunflower is the national flower of Ukraine. And she says, put these sunflower seeds in your pocket to the soldier. And she says, you know, because when you lie on the ground, like at least sunflowers will grow out over your body when you lie on the ground. I butchered it a little bit, but yeah, your fucking dead body will fertilize the ground. Basically. And she cursed him too, which was cool. Gotta love people who are uploading clips and pics from Chechen conflicts in Georgia to make the conflict in Ukraine look worse, lol. Yeah, I haven't seen a single fucking, like, I haven't been on TikTok at all, but I suspect that TikTok is just straight up misinformation. I mean, TikTok is just straight up misinformation when it's not an active and ongoing, bombing campaign. So it's not surprising to me in the least bit that TikTok would be full of fucking misinformation. That lady's perspective. Oh, she filmed it? Oh, she filmed it herself. This is beautiful, dude. Bro, Babushka is fucking slinging, dude. She's just waving that thing around. I don't know where she put the phone.
Якого хера ви тут робите? Ну, сейчас наш с вами разговор ни к чему не приведет. Вы оккупанты. Вы фашисты. Вы пришли на нашу землю. Какого хера вы пришли с оружием к нам? Кто сказал? Возьмите семечки, положите сырые, чтобы хоть подсолнухи росли, когда вы здесь ляжете. Сейчас наш разговор ни к чему не приведет. Давайте.
He says, what are you doing with all these guns? Take the seeds and put them. Take the seeds and put them in your pockets so at least sunflowers will grow when you all lie down here.
Пожалуйста, не будем усугублять ситуацию. Наш с вами разговор ни к чему не приведет. Ребята, положите в карманы семечки. Наш с вами разговор. Я поняла, положите семечки или семена цветов. Вы здесь семенами ляжете. Вы пришли на мою землю. Хорошо, я вас выслушал. Вы понимаете? Вы оккупанты. Хорошо. Вы враги. Да. И вы уже с этой секунды прокляты. Да. Я вам отвечаю.
You are cursed, I'm telling you. Yeah, this is real, by the way. That is real, yes. This is the Russian Mi-24 attack helicopter destroying the Ukrainian Buk earlier today. We saw the aftermath of this, but here is how it fucking did it. It's insane. Yeah, they just straight up fucking... The Russian soldier was pretty chill, though. I can't believe Hasan is rooting against her and her people. Ugh, dude, stop. The saddest part is these dudes literally sit here for 60 minutes. They make a sock account and wait for 60 fucking minutes just to be able to write that so they can get banned. Most of the circumstances, they don't even get fucking banned. Or they don't even get banned publicly. They just get banned quietly. Didn't shoot her pretty chill? I mean, the thing I was going to say is, like, he's the invading force in that situation. But this isn't like... I mean, you know, these are just like normal people, you know? They're just fucking normal people. They're just doing the bidding of a violent authoritarian dickhead, but you know, they're not. I'm sure they don't want to fucking be there. Most of them don't want to fucking be there either, you know? Russian oligarchs' yacht locations. I don't get why it's like, why can't you do like maritime law or something and just like take all of these yachts? Isn't there like some fucking piracy law that allows you to like take command of these yachts? I'm seriously asking. I don't know. Like, why can't you just do that? Like, not a single person is going to be like, oh, wow, dude, you really stole the yacht of a fucking Russian oligarch? That's fucked up. I'm not even saying, like, you know, fuck Russian people or anything like that. Obviously not. I mean, much love to the Russian people. They've, you know, it's not their fault. But like the Russian oligarch dude, he's like hitting two categories. One, billionaire. Two, has a yacht. And three, actually not two, three categories, happens to be, you know, the target of sanctions at the moment. So not a lot of protection there either. Indeed, the Putin regime is a kleptocracy whose political economy is dependent on the ability of cronies to stash their gains outside of the country, a huge vulnerability, but only if we have the will to take it on. Yeah, a moment of truth. Will the EU and the US dare identify, freeze, and seize the offshore wealth of ultra-wealthy Russians? Bro, you swear like people wouldn't actually say that? I mean, I'm sure people would say that regardless. There's someone on live on TikTok to over 140k people faking being in Ukraine with flashy strobe lights while running back and forth to his bed with bags. What? Or that's literally just oh my god, he has like a he just has a fucking he has strobe lights on. Yes, there are provisions. If you are an Admiralty Maritime Jurisdiction Court of HasanAbi, you make the maritime. That's not. You know what I mean? I was just talking about like the actual. I'm sure there's like some fucking super ancient law or something. But also, how do you fucking seize the assets of Russian oligarchs when their offshore wealth is so fucking vast? Like, are you gonna just like, I mean, it'd be pretty cool if the UK, which is like speaking a big game right now about how, you know, how they're hitting sanctions on every single fucking Russian oligarch, were to, I don't know, expropriate all of the real estate that they own. You know what I mean? That's right. I'm not just saying like take the fucking seize the assets. But there's like hella fucking there are so many Russian oligarchs that just straight up own real estate in these crazy real estate markets all around the world. Take Chelsea Football Club away from Roman Abramovich as a start. Just take the club from him. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Change the bank money to $0. Lole. They will go to Dubai or Thailand if you ban them in the EU. Russia will want to retaliate. Bro, they're too busy in Ukraine right now. Bar for the USA is sus? No, actually, it's not. Do you want to know why Americans don't feel the need to fucking offshore their wealth? It's not sus. Because we don't need that. We literally don't need to offshore our wealth, famously. You can go to Delaware. You can go to many different parts of the country and you know, hide your assets there. We are the tax haven. We are a tax haven for the rich. Busy now, but 8 years they will remember. True. Okay, if they somehow see this broadcast, I was just kidding. I would never do that. I would never confiscate your real estate, Russian oligarchs. I was just joking. I'm so sorry. Please. when you guys are done in Ukraine. DeSantis running in 2024? No shit. Okay, hold on. Let's see how do Russians feel about a war with Ukraine?
In this single-room flat in Moscow, fitness instructor Oleg's 2 television sets are always on.
I want to stay informed. The fear that some idiot could press a button and start a world war is very much still there.
He gets all his news from Russian state television, which continually broadcasts Kremlin propaganda.
Situation is once again deadlocked because of the refusal of Kyiv authorities. The West does not seem to want peace in this region.
Ukraine has always been a traitorous country, always. They've always betrayed everyone. NATO does whatever it wants there.
Oleg believes the United States and NATO are provoking war in Ukraine.
It's just business, only business. They're doing everything to ensure this war business continues.
And what of the Russian military buildup on Ukraine's borders worrying the international community?
I'm not aware of it. They don't show that to us. But it's on Russian land, it's our country, and we can do what we want.
I wonder what oh, please tell me. I want to hear what he has to say since the invasion, though.
In central Moscow, this opinion is widely shared.
I know for sure that we have never taken any aggressive actions. Never. Russia is only defending itself.
The funniest part is, like, you hear people say shit like this, and then you totally forget in your mind that, you know, we have boomers in our countries as well, operate exactly in the same capacity, and that this does not reflect the entirety of the country. But it's very difficult for us to see it that way when we're looking at what we have declared is an enemy nation, a foreign adversary. So always remember, like, these sorts of anecdotes can be very easily crafted in a way to make you feel a certain type of way when you hear them. And any kind of Karen like this in the United States of America would probably have an identical attitude about American military action, for the record. So this does not mean everyone in Russia is like this.
The fault lies with Ukrainian politicians. Vladimir Putin is doing what he can to help out.
Why does a lot of Russians, especially younger generations, despise Putin? In my community in the U.S., Russian immigrants in first gen too despise Putin. Yeah, you'll see.
The U.S. want to stir up war indirectly. Ukraine is essentially a cash cow steeped in blood.
According to independent opinion polling organization Levada, only 4% of Russians say that their country is responsible for the crisis. This
is some kind of surreal shit. We in Russia can't even understand why the fuck our troops invaded the territory of the state. A huge number of Russians have relatives in Ukraine. Many of the military who were mobilized for this military operation simply did not show up. Some quit.
50% blame the US and 16% blame Ukraine.
Очень примитивное представление о конфликте с
It's a very simple. 50% blame the United States, 16% blame Ukraine. Wait.
It's a very simplistic view of the conflict. There's us, and then there's the enemy. Since we
literally just watched a major political conference speaker say the U.S. is being invaded by Mexican immigrants. That's true. We did watch that earlier.
Been talking about it for a long time. Everyone is now tired of it. People don't want to go into the details.
To the chatter who said, we literally just, to the chatter who said, Chinese are quite oblivious to what goes on outside their bubble too. That's the problem of living in a media-controlled country. To them, I refer to the one issue that Slavoj Žižek and Noam Chomsky both agree on, which is the idea of controlling a narrative in neoliberal countries, neoliberal capitalist countries, which supposedly have a free market and therefore a free press, and authoritarian countries, which do not. The only difference is that in the neoliberal capitalist countries, yes, you do still have freedom of speech, but of course, only within the confines of acceptability that do not like threaten the safety and sanctity and American exceptionalist attitude of empire. That's why Chelsea Manning was imprisoned. That's why Edward Snowden is in exile in Russia. That's why whenever you truly actually reveal information about the American government, like American government spying on, you know, our partners and our foreign adversaries all around the world, and also every single human being that lives in America all the time, you go to jail. So that's not So that you know, in a controlled environment, in a neoliberal capitalist country, we do have the fallacy of choice. We make it seem like there are so many different opportunities for us to get like very different attitudes, very different takes. But look no further than the insane amount of propaganda that even people on the internet are doing against someone like myself, for showing you a different perspective that that features what the Russian interest in this conflict might be. Motherfuckers have been literally clipping shit out of context to be like, I am a Putin puppet and that I love Vladimir Putin, despite, if you've been in here for long enough, you know I despise Vladimir Putin. So when you go against when you know, there are different methods of control, but consent is still manufactured regardless, even in a neoliberal capitalist country. Of course, I prefer to be in the neoliberal capitalist country rather than living in Turkey, where there is an authoritarian method of control, because I would rather not go to jail and be able to say whatever the fuck I'm saying. So it's you know, the control happens through belittling, pushing aside, casting independent voices aside, and making sure that like different takes are not heard or they're blacklisted. That's why you never see Noam Chomsky. I think since like the last time Noam Chomsky was on like a major news network, other than to advocate to vote for Joe Biden, was literally like, I think maybe like during the Vietnam War or something. And then since then they were like, nope. So one form of dictatorship is being in a prison cell and you can see the bars and touch them. The other one is sitting in a prison cell, but you can't see the bars, but you think you're free. In America, you can get jailed as well, but like you have to really fucking say some shit. You know what I mean? You have to. AlJazeera does not count as American mainstream media, my friend. But nice of you to bring up AlJazeera. Do you think AlJazeera is a part of the American mainstream media news networks that I'm talking about? I'm talking about like MSNBC. I'm talking about network television. But for other countries like Turkey, for example, I could go to jail for much less than I could go to jail for any number of my different broadcasts that I've done for anything as stupid as just being like, you know, Recep Tayyip Erdogan sucks. Like he's awful. He's fucking sucking donkey dick or something. You know what I mean? That could get you locked up. Which I think is not preferable to the other thing, where I can say Joe Biden sucks donkey dick and not go to jail.
They are satisfied with the little they've heard.
After successfully weaponizing national media, the Russian government can feel confident that public opinion is firmly on its side in this critical phase of an unpredictable conflict.
Check this out, how Ukrainian soldiers and volunteers welcome Russian troops. Wait, hold on. I don't know if there's gonna be fucking... I'll record this in Russian. Make it fucking clearer.
Специально запишу по-русски, чтобы было, блядь, понятнее. Шо, ребята? Как дела?
Как дела?
Украинская ночь, да?
What, is the Ukrainian night quiet? As the great Ukrainian writer Gogol said, is everything good with you, kids? Do you like our Bayraktars? What do you think? What's flying above you right now? What do you think? What is rustling in the bushes? What thoughts do you have about that? What the fuck could it be? Dudes, you are fucked. We're fine. We're pulling up our reserves. We have aviation and we have tanks. We've got everything. Your ass is ours, fellows. How about this? Why do you fucking surrender while you still have the chance? Many of yours are already chosen that path. It's not that bad, really. It may be a mistake, but we treat prisoners of war fairly well. So you're stuck right now, and soon we'll start kicking your ass. And we'll start doing it right now. Therefore, use your last chance. I mean, that's like, it's fucking cool, but, you know. Look at Madonna's Instagram. I know, it's cool. Like, this stuff is cool to say. No, this is not a Russian soldier. This is a Ukrainian soldier treating their... He's Ukrainian, but he's speaking in Russian because he's talking to the Russian people. So this TikTok video asking Russians how they felt about the Ukraine invasion. You might like this.
Скажите, пожалуйста, как вы относитесь к войне с Украиной?
Очень плохо. Очень негативно. Желаю скорейшей смерти Путина. Вот быстрейшей. Конечно, может быть, это и неприлично так говорить, но скорее бы он умер.
Ну, я вообще к войне плохо отношусь. Ну, раз нас принудили так, я за то, что президент наш ведет себя правильно.
Очень плохо относимся. Ну, правда плохо.
Very bad. This is really bad. Wait, what is this? Wait. Americans never cease to amaze me. Russia's invading Ukraine and they still manage to make it all about Democrat versus Republican leadership. Shut the fuck up. Not everything is about your dumbass politics. Yeah, especially considering that both Democrats and Republicans operate in unison when it comes to foreign policy. That's the funniest part when people are like, oh, if Trump was president, it'd be different. If Joe Biden, this is because of Joe Brandon. And it's like, dog, they literally are the same demon. Like, what the fuck do you mean? There is pretty much never been a situation in which, I guess, like, Trump was a little bit different with Russia, but even then, not really. Like what? Because he fucking met with the Russian envoys and like wanted to fucking repeal Magnitsky, but he literally was against Nord Stream 2. Like he was like, no, we're not doing that. All Russian streamers got their bank card payments blocked on Twitch now. Oh shit, dude, I'm sorry. Sucks. So are you trying to defend Putin? You probably think he's a good guy even. Keep watching this.
У нас есть дети, у них есть дети.
Sorry, man.
Никто из нас не хочет войны.
Я поддерживаю Путина.
Ну, негативно, естественно.
Нас не хочет войны.
For people who are saying Trump literally got impeached for not giving aid to Ukraine, no, that's not how that worked. First of all, he was still giving aid to Ukraine. He just said, if you want further aid, then, you know, you're going to have to blackmail Joe Brandon and find some reason to fucking, you know, find some dirt on Brandon. So the idea that like he wasn't giving lethal aid or aid to Ukraine in general was not, I mean, that's crazy. The U.S. government is prepared to help Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky leave Kyiv to avoid being captured or killed by advancing Russian forces, according to the U.S. and Ukrainian officials. Oh, no. I feel like while this is good for like Zelensky's safety, I do think that this is, you know, this might be good for Zelensky's safety, but this 1000% is going to look fucking horrible for... It will look horrible for the people of Ukraine. Like, they'll say he's abandoning his post. They'll say he's abandoning his country, It'll make him look weak. It will then be used as major propaganda in Russia to be like, yo, look, this is America's puppet. This is not new. They're just offering it. They offered the chance before. He already said no, he declined. I thought he did, but maybe they're doing it again. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's fucking there, you know? He's like... Let me try to fucking avoid this goddamn... There it is. Destroy the fucking... Destroyed that paywall. And if you want to destroy the top of the hour paywall, you can subscribe. Hitting X, hitting escape a couple times might help you as well. But top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see it, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with the Twitch Prime. You can do that by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Russian military ratcheted up for weeks. Zelensky has heard those warnings from U.S. officials. When CIA Director William J. Burns flew to Ukraine in January to meet with Zelensky about the growing Russian threat to his country, the Ukrainian president asked whether he or his family were personally in danger, according to Zelensky aide, who said the leader was skeptical the Russians would try to kill him. Burns didn't share the specific information, but made clear what Zelensky needed to take his personal security seriously. At the time, intelligence suggested that Russian hit teams might have already been in Kyiv well before the first forces ever crossed the border, according to the officials familiar with the information who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive material. How was that a minute? It was 5 seconds. Sometimes the ads are really, really short, which is good. U.S. officials in recent days have spoken to Zelensky about a variety of security issues, including the safest place for the president to situate himself to ensure continuity of the Ukrainian government, said a senior U.S. official. We have been making him aware not only of the threat of Russian invasion, now a reality, but also the threat to him personally. That's what Adam Schiff said, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. We stand ready to assist him in that way. Removing Zelensky might offer Russian President Vladimir Putin the swiftest way to end the war in Ukraine or avoid a protracted, costly occupation. Wait, what? Oh, several current and former national security officials said this week. With the Ukrainian leader out of the picture, Putin could try to install a puppet replacement. Yet another Russian Ilyushin transport plane has been downed near Bilaserka. Ukraine State Agency for Special Communications says the Battle of Vasilkiv airfield rages high. That's crazy. Aren't these like straight up fucking trooper transports? That's 400 paratroopers for a U.S. general. That would be the end of the operation and retreat of Air Force. The losses over the last 2 days would have had Western generals court-martialed. Radio response. We already watched that one. The 13 Ukrainian customs officers to the Russian warship. Up to 220 passengers of double stack could have had tanks and supplies, though. Fun fact, some Ukrainians think that Zelensky is pro-Russian. Yeah, those Ukrainians we don't want to talk about right now. The Ukrainians that think Zelensky is pro-Russia are the bad guys, okay? That's all I'm going to say. And we don't like to talk about those guys. The reason why I'm not talking about those guys is because every time I fucking say anything about those guys, everybody goes fucking crazy and says I'm doing, fucking Putin propaganda. But my genuine, legitimate fear, and I hope I'm wrong, is that if Zelensky fucking leaves the picture, not by assassination, but leaves like the country or something, then those guys are going to run the show, I think. You see, immediately, you're saying Ukraine is wholesale Nazi? Immediately people say that, which is not true. Of course it's not true. You think the Russian attack shows China new influence and then that we move from a unipolar world led by US to a multipolar one? That won't happen. Azov does not anywhere near have the numbers for that. Won't happen unless, America decides that they would be kind of cool to according to Dooms, what is this? I don't even know what I'm looking at here, so I'm like worried there might be a human in there. Nope, there isn't. According to Doomskaya outlet from Odessa, Ukrainian forces fully controlled the Kherson after they hit Russian vehicles nearby by rocket and bomb strikes on February 25th. On the photo, indeed, Kherson Bridge, but official information still hasn't reported clearly. Why do you care about the liberals' opinion of you so much? I care about liberals' opinion of me because most people are liberals, even if they think they're actually leftists. And in order to get them to understand my position and maybe even change their minds a little bit, they have to treat what I'm saying with charitability. Because when people treat what I'm saying with non-charitability, then they're never going to listen. And instead, they're going to fucking think that everything I'm saying is just Putin propaganda. Kirk, thank you for the 5 years of the subs. What are the chances Putin's inner circle turn against him due to sanctions on the Russian elite from the West? Very low. Russia used the exact same document for Ukraine that they did in Georgia over 2008. I know, we talked about it. Did you see that the attack by Russia in Ukraine is on Google Maps? What? Based on traffic data and on the ground reports, it looks like Russians are trying to push down Paramohi Avenue. That's fucking insane. These clashes are visible via traffic data on Google Maps. Dude, that's why it's funny when motherfuckers are like, oh, dude, open source intelligence Twitter, like, we shouldn't reveal Ukrainian positions. It's like, dude, like, what are you even saying? You know what I mean? Like, or Twitch streamers are like, oh, or 4chan is like, we need to fucking hide, we need to hide fucking positions. We need to hide, like, Ukrainian positions. It's like, bro, they have satellites. You know what I mean? They, like, trust me, they know before you ever could. Another example of Google Maps and tracking flight. Heaviest fighting tonight appears to be around the Berestayskaya metro station. Beyond multiple videos of explosions and gunfire, fighting is apparent on Google Maps traffic data. This is just straight up because of people's phones being turned on. They have their phones on, so their phones are snitching. What is this? Kyiv, Teremkovskaya, light signals from the houses. If you see this, notify the police or territorial defense. What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean?
Постоянно то короткие, то длинные, прерывистые. Вот.
Oh shit. They're directing Russians. They're saboteurs signaling Russian bombers. That is the dude on TikTok pretending he's in Ukraine? No, dude. Fighting in Kyiv tonight. Ukrainians battle to hold back advancing Russian troops as heavy fighting continues and explosions are seen and heard in Kyiv. Is Clarissa Ward in Kyiv right now? It's not the TikTok strobe light guy, chat. I don't think it's muzzle flashes. I think it's I think it could be like I think it could be someone. I mean, we've seen people like Morse code SOS on live streams. It could be someone doing it could be someone using Morse code to basically signal a location to bomb. I wasn't saying it's gunfire. Those are guide lights for aircraft. Those are planted by recon detachments. That's why they're flashing. Chad, that's not SOS. No, I'm saying we've seen people do SOS on we've seen SOS signals on live streams before. Wouldn't it be bad if Ukraine pushes back and makes gains? I feel like Russia could use a nuke if they start to lose. What? Wouldn't it be bad if Ukraine pushes back and makes gains? What do you mean? Like into Russian territory? That's not happening, dude. What? Just Ukraine saying they got all of these kills and are beating Russia, because I'm sure Russia is saying it's beating Ukraine and doing real good. Yeah, of course it's saying that. I think both sides are fucking trying to gas each other, gas their own side up. And that's what's going on. That's why I say it's hard to pinpoint what kind of information is true or not. The bridge on Victory Avenue in Kyiv was blown up near the Berestayka metro. Troops are moving towards Shulvayevka, reports Volgorod. In Soviet Russia. Clarissa Ward is in Kyiv, but we are... Oh.
So Clarissa, there are reports of heavy...
We already saw this. But that's from earlier today. It's at 3 a.m. It was earlier, right? Russian MFO says there are no losses. Wait, what the fuck is this? Meanwhile, someone sent this to me and said, meanwhile, in America, the entire CPAC audience just burst into standing ovation after Candace Owens called for abolishing the Department of Education. We are quite literally the dumbest country on the planet. I'm not even, it's like, we love looking at like, you know, hogs or whatever in other countries. And we're just like, wow, that's so crazy. They're so dumb. How could they be so stupid? And it's like, this is what our hogs are doing, bro. In a lot of those other countries, at least those hogs are like vaccinated and shit. You know what I mean? Like they're like, yeah, I mean, yes, I think Ukrainian is dog, but of course I got my vaccine. I'm not stupid. I don't want to die of COVID. You know what I mean? That's like, like what do you mean? Department of Education in Russia is very good. I am a nationalist, not a fucking idiot. So fucking dumb, dude. Fuck. We have some Tic Tacs, or not Tic Tacs. Sorry. There was some other shit going on. Oh, CPAC guests blame poor leadership for Ukraine invasion.
Well, unfortunately, this is the result of poor leadership, in my opinion. I don't think this would have happened under the previous administration. Russia has made military maneuvers under 4 of the last 5 presidents. Guess which one they didn't test their boundaries with? It was President Trump. And so now we're having to pick up the pieces on the back end. And so the response is, well, what does the U.S. do? Well, you know, what's going to happen? Well, the response is we shouldn't have let it happen to begin with.
I think if Trump was still in office, we never would have gotten to this point. But unfortunately, we are where we're at. It's tough because my brother is actually in the Marines right now, and I hear that we are deploying troops at the moment, so it makes me nervous. It makes me nervous. I think that we should have somewhat of a military presence given the circumstances, but not that I agree with it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, we should put some fucking Marines in Kyiv. That's what we should be doing. I don't understand. Why won't we send them goddamn Marines down there? Fucking deal with it. Like, first of all, dog, like, no disrespect, but all disrespect. You know, we got our shit pushed in like not that long ago by motherfuckers wearing sandals in Afghanistan, okay? For like around 20 years. I don't know if we can handle that smoke right now, okay? Give us some time. You know, it's like once you nut, you have a refractory period, okay? Some dudes can recover fast and go again. Some dudes can't. I don't know what the American military's capabilities are, but give it a fucking refractory period, okay? And 2, you can't just fucking send the Marines to a country when the other country has nukes. You could, however, send the truckers. That's true, which we should. We should do that. Because I did hear that eating crayons in Ukraine. Make America Florida. I love this. This is a 1 minute. This is a 1 minute question, and they asked like 2 people. The U.S. has been nutting for the past 30 years straight. Unreal stamina. Failing at nation building is getting pushed in. Yes. You can't argue foreign policy against a guy in a camp backpack. Yeah, I mean, there is one way to fucking end this conflict. Like, immediately. Pronto. Stat. Send Chief Keefin. He will solve it. Just the truth. And many of you don't want to hear it. Okay, let's hear what DeSantis has to say about Trump and Putin.
Thousands of conservatives are gathered in Orlando tonight for the start of a major...
Well, what is this editing, dude? This is like 1987. What a wonderful... Yeah, send in Glow Gang, save the world.
Republican conference. And among those thousands, Governor Ron DeSantis.
What are we for? I'm for the Constitution. I'm for the Bill of Rights.
Next, with many looking ahead to the possibility of both the governor and Donald Trump running for president, we're analyzing the future of the party.
This marks the second year in a row CPAC is right here in Orlando.
Yeah, the conference comes as the party starts to eye 2024. Channel 9 political reporter Christopher Heath is at the conference where Governor Ron DeSantis is on the rise, but the party is still very much backing Donald.
Yeah, surprising that every nation, where is the chatter? Surprising that every fucking nation that we seem to try to do nation building in is really just celebrating when we leave. I don't know why. It's just so strange. I love to drop like thousands, hundreds of thousands of fucking pounds of lead on, Pakistani territory and Afghan territory on like weddings and shit, and then turning around and calling that nation building.
Trump.
In speech after speech out here at the Rosen Center, each of the speakers got up and talked about former President Donald Trump and the possibility that he could
I mean, to be fair, the Russians got their shit pushed in by the dads of the sandal wearers who pushed our shits in. That is fair and true and real. Russians did literally get their shit pushed in as well by the same sandal wearers. Them sandals are fucking, maybe those are tactical sandals. We should change our military readiness and change our equipment, I think.
For president again in 2024. Now, the former president is set to address this crowd on Saturday night, but today it was somebody else addressing the crowd who is seen as a rising star in the party. In 2021, Ron DeSantis kicked off.
Dude, Republicans are such goobers, bro. Can you imagine fucking going crazy? Like, oh my God, is Ron DeSantis... like losing your fucking mind, absolutely losing my fucking mind at the sight of Ron DeSantis. This is so sick.
Off CPAC for the first time in Orlando. On Thursday, he did it again, only this time he's running for re-election and possibly president in 2024.
Let me welcome you to the freest state in these United States.
While DeSantis' star may be on the rise, one look at the 5 women with yellow Trump shirts standing behind him indicates the party still has a favorite.
And I bought the hat from a guy, where is he?
Tom Freeman drove up from Jupiter. While he may have a DeSantis hat and button, he has another pick for president.
I'd have to go with Trump. We want to keep DeSantis as our governor.
Tell me about the hat.
The hat says Trump DeSantis, suggesting that Trump run for president in 2024 and DeSantis be his vice president.
Dwayne Schwingle calls himself President Trump's official
Abraham Lincoln looking motherfucker, dude.
Uncle Sam. He too knows who he'll be backing. A familiar sentiment out here at CPAC.
Trump for president, and then Ron can follow up behind him.
A new poll released by the University of North Florida shows, at least in Florida, on the question of the GOP primary for 2024, it is a dead heat between Governor Ron DeSantis and former President Trump. Now, of course, CPAC will release its straw poll on the last day of the convention.
Oh, this was so clickbait. There was like nothing here about... There was absolutely zero things in here about DeSantis dodging, running against Trump or some shit. If it makes you feel any better... The head of BND, which is the Foreign Intelligence Service of Germany, was forced to leave Kyiv by road because German intelligence misjudged the chances of invasion. Wow, Germany's spy services profoundly misjudged the intelligence situation on Putin. How badly? Well, the head of BND had to flee Kyiv by road, stuck amongst the traffic jams, fleeing, fighting. But hey, guess what, dude? Fucking, they should have gotten bread tubers to lead the charge, dude. Bread tubers repeating what they heard from the American government. I guess they were right this time, so they'll just be right all the time, I think. Everybody was just watching me, dude. I guess the head of fucking BND was like on the HasanAbi broadcast, tuned in. The Ukrainians were watching me. The fucking Zelensky was a big HasanAbi head. U.S. has less deaths in 20 years in Afghanistan compared to Russia and Ukraine in 3 days. Yeah, that's also, you know, a matter of, first of all, we don't know what the official numbers are, but that's also a matter of like fighting a fucking actual military rather than, you know, rolling over motherfuckers who like grabbed their AK from the last time we gave them the AK that their grandfather passed down. You know? That's the thing. Also, that's not even true. Trigger warning, Ted Cruz, CPAC 2022, Ted Cruz on Ukraine. Trigger warning, trigger warning. Mentions of Ted Cruz, trigger warning. I am issuing a trigger warning. You have been issued. You have been warned. You're about to see Ted Jebediah Cruz, okay? Rafael Edward Cruz.
A big day. You know, overnight we've seen a series of military strikes. NATO. Is NATO ready, Ted, to fight? Should it fight in the Ukraine, or should it wait perhaps to see if Putin pushes further? I'm thinking Poland, Estonia.
Well, obviously Poland and Estonia, we've got NATO obligations to defend the territorial integrity.
Good take, Nigel. Yeah, no shit we fight in fucking Poland and Estonia. Like, what a take, dog. Yeah, that's kind of the purpose of NATO, you know? Duh. Oh, wow. Do we fight in the Ukraine or when a NATO country is invaded? Yeah, kind of the point of fucking all of this.
Integrity of members of NATO. Ukraine itself is not a member of NATO. But we are seeing war in Europe for the first time at this scale since World War II. Russia invading Ukraine is profoundly dangerous. And when you look at it through the lens of the speech that Vladimir Putin gave just a few days ago, it was a chilling, it was an ominous speech. This
dude, like, that speech was one thing, right? And Vladimir Putin is awful. Got to qualify it all the time, over and over again. But motherfucker, you're Ted Cruz. Like, you give speeches like that every time you see a Mexican person, despite the fact that you yourself are, I think, what is he, Cuban from Canada? Like, what do you mean? I love when dudes who say the 14 words every time they see a black person walking down the street, turning around and being like, unacceptable nationalism coming from Russia on that day. It's absolutely abysmal. I mean, crazy. How violent are they? Also, we must secure a future for our white children, of course, here in America. He's like...
This was the speech. It was a megalomaniacal speech. It was stunning for nearly an hour. Putin went on laying out his vision, his desires to reassemble the old Soviet Union. And in fact, he claimed an even broader ambition to that, to go back to the Russian Empire of 1922.
Yeah, it's back to Tsarist Russia, Catherine the Great's Russia. It's those things.
And under that justification, as you quite rightly note, it's not just Ukraine he's claiming the authority to invade. It's Poland, it's the Baltics, it's Finland. I mean, he is asserting a desire to invade his neighbors, and it is a direct frontal assault on NATO. His intention is to break NATO, and this is profoundly dangerous.
We saw last summer an American president unilaterally withdraw his troops from Afghanistan, leaving the rest of us in literally an impossible position.
Yes.
You know the story, Kabul fell, the very guys we'd fought for 20 years were back in control. We've been asking ourselves a question, all of us across the Western world, does America care anymore? Is America still a leader? I mean, I wonder, if Donald Trump was still president, would Putin be doing this?
No, I think there's no chance. I had dinner with Donald Trump last night. I think the chances that Putin would be invading Ukraine today if Trump were still president are essentially zero. And if you look at why this happened, there are two reasons that Russia is invading. Number one, you put your finger on it, Nigel, just a second ago, which was America's disastrous, catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan that was so incompetently executed that every enemy of America was emboldened. They looked to Washington. They took the.
I don't need to repeat like why this kind of narrative is actually posturing for additional American wars, because like we can't make that mistake ever again. We have to be extra violent. We have to never stop doing war, lest our enemies recognize that he's right, though. No, the fuck he's not, dude. What are you talking about? It's not even remotely correct. It's not America's withdrawal from Afghanistan. America's power on the global scale waning has not anything to do with fucking the Afghan retreat. Okay? That's been happening for a very long time. And also, if anything, it's Trump that fucking withdrew. Like, it was Trump's own conditional withdrawal agreement that the Biden administration continued on. He is absolutely correct. Why do I have so many fucking weirdos, dude? Read about Trump, not the Afghan retreat?
Measure the enemy of America was emboldened. They looked to Washington. They took the measure of the man in the Oval Office, and they determined that Biden was weak and feckless and ineffective. And as I said then, the chances of a Russian invasion of Ukraine just rose tenfold, and even more frighteningly, the chances of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan just rose tenfold, and the world's become a much more dangerous place as a result.
Can the American president
Okay, once again, dog, let's get one thing clear, okay? Regardless of what's going on in fucking Ukraine right now with the Russian invasion, which is again catastrophic, unacceptable, the world would quite literally, from a pure utilitarian perspective, the world would quite literally be a safer place if the American empire was minimized, even like this much, okay? Even marginally. As a matter of fact, every step towards the American empire getting smaller is a step towards the world becoming more safe from America. So that's like, we have our fucking hands in everything, dude. Like literally everything. But that's just the way it is. That's just the way that literally could not be more wrong, dog. Simply not true. You guys are right. I think we need to maintain all territories across the planet. You are so right. We need to be doing world police stuff everywhere, nonstop. You're right. Please continue. You guys got me by saying you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong over and over again. I have realized my mistakes. I was wrong. Everything I know about what America has done thus far on the planet. There's a lot of Americans in my chat.
You know, I'm conscious that there'll be lots of Americans today saying, whoa, hang on. You know, we sent armies in World War I. We sent armies in World War II at a massive cost in American lives. Many in America will say Ukraine is a faraway place of which we know little. Is Biden going to step up and assume leadership of NATO and the Western world?
Well, listen, let me be clear.
Interventionism and partnering around the world with the right values and ideals is key to world peace. Yeah, that is the most painfully Western take I've ever heard from you, Shaq Lone. I mean, holy fuck. Can you be more of a fucking Westerner Christ. This is the attitude of one living comfortably in the imperial core. Okay? Right values? Like, what kind of fucking supremacist attitude is that? What are you, Vladimir Putin, dude? Motherfuckers be like, Vladimir Putin's a fascist. Also, we are, you know, we're doing key partnerships and through our interventionist attitude, disseminating the right values. What the fuck is the right value? The right values of sending literally fucking gearhead, steroid junkie, fucking hoorah, corn huckers into every goddamn country with the promise that we'll fucking help them get a free college education if they don't get their shit blown up. And then, you know, they come back irreparably damaged. And then we don't even fucking help them. Okay? Corn huskers. Sorry. So they can join, you know, so they can join the fucking awful workforce and suffer just like everybody else. But now with a fucking communications degree that the government paid for. That's American interventionism and its domestic attitudes. Okay? That's American interventionism and its domestic consequences. By the way, the Georgian government is currently trying to stay neutral by condemning the invasion but refusing to do sanctions on Russia. People are very mad right now because of that. There's big protests for the past 2 nights. I saw it. They were massive. Maybe Shaklon is Kurdish. Oh. Not about the West per se, but that's where you find the most democracy. Dude, Western democracy is a laughable notion. Anyway, Saddam was a lunatic who had to go. I'm anti-war, but I'm anti-dictatorship, fascism, and genocides. I literally am what? You literally are what? You're Kurdish? I see why you like the American government spreading democracy. If that's the case. American government hasn't been so nice to your people, but, you know. Of course, I'm going to be biased on Saddam and Iraq as a Kurd. I guess you're an Iraqi Kurd, which is like literally one of the only regions where there is like at least some semblance of a nation state. Not a nation state, but at least an autonomous region that the Americans developed, which is why you have this attitude. You are one of the... Wait, you're a Turkish Kurd or you're an Iraqi Kurd? I thought you were... Are Kurdish people from Kurdistan? No. Okay. Review Rose Warfare on here? No, I will get banned. Turk on Turk violence? I mean, dude. They give all the Iraqi Kurds their weapons and oil contracts. That's why they love them. I mean, that's the only area where America has not like completely fucked over the Kurds in the Middle East. So that is fair. That's literally the only area. Everywhere else, though, not good. Fuck. Mini frame drop.
Clear. I think under no circumstances should American soldiers be placed in combat against Russian troops. I think that would be catastrophically dangerous. We should not be fighting with American soldiers in Ukraine. But that doesn't mean that the answer is the weakness and the appeasement we've seen from the Biden administration. How do you stop an invasion from Ukraine? Well, we can look at what actually works. You know, a few weeks ago, I was in an all-senators briefing.
Wait, he literally said, no, we shouldn't put troops inside of Ukraine, and now he's saying appeasement. Motherfucker, what's the other option? There is no other option. I love how the second you go from saying Putin is bad to even remotely referencing the West, everybody loses their shit. Yes, dude, it is. There's a couple attitudes that are impossible to shake for those especially living in the West, which is American exceptionalism, and that America is a civilizing force towards the brutal barbarian hordes that it actually does imperialism against. It's the civilizing imperialism that America does, and that's why it's good. Whereas gunshots in Kyiv, and then the other one is that that criminals should be fucking punished. The most draconian measures possible. They just, it's American attitudes that just will not go away.
Need to make it very costly for
Here, let's
Mr.
go to
Putin, as
CNN.
personal as we can do that, and make sure that the information is made available to all people, including Russians, as to exactly how Mr. Putin is leading that country and leading them in the wrong direction.
I spoke earlier with Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who says that the U.S. and NATO allies should impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. The former U.S. ambassador to NATO, Volker, he agreed. He thought that was a good idea, at least for parts.
Wait, what's going on? Hold on.
Вечер, доброе утро уже. Николаев отстояли, ПВО отбило атаки.
Nikolaev, the city was defended successfully. No airborne troops were able to land. He's going to get some rest now for 2 hours.
Очаков не высадились. Разговаривал недавно с мэром Бычковым. Десанта нет. Не знаю, там мост как взрывали. Связано это со сбитием десантного...
Did the HasanAbi highlight channel SmackDown happen yet, or are we still? No, it was one channel, and I feel bad after seeing what the fuck they do. They're like a fan that turned into a weirdo, but I don't know how to deal with it. I felt bad to do anything about it. Probably healthier if they stop, auto going through every single one of my VODs in the VOD channel. It's just not healthy for them. They literally they upload my VODs onto YouTube, and they don't even fucking like it's not even like clips out of context. It's just like they write like snarky notes saying I'm a fucking idiot while still uploading my VODs. Weird. They're probably in here right now. They're like a normal chatter too. Anyway, that doesn't matter.
Самолета, но на данный момент высадки в Николаевской области нет, никто к нам не идет. С утра сейчас посплю 2 часа, с патрульной полицией приступаем к работе с 8. Все в порядке, ждите, 8-9 выйду на...
Okay, what's going on? You want me to watch it? What the fuck is this? What is happening down there? Bro, what is happening down there on that camera? It showcases how close Ukraine and Russia are, that this soldier is recording the video in Russia while at war with Russia. Whoa. No, they saw the camera. What is going on here? What are these people down there? That's what I'm talking about. Not the fucking snow or the bugs or the dust. I'm talking about the motherfuckers down there with flashlights and guns, chat. Okay, that other one was better.
Thousands of conservatives are gathered in Orlando tonight for the start of a major Republican conference.
Even close it. Lviv is the western part of Ukraine. There weren't supposed to be any Russian army. I mean, I don't know if that's Russian army. That might be Ukrainian. Russian attack in Peremohi Victory Avenue in Kyiv has been repelled, or Kyiv has been, Kyiv, what am I saying? Kyiv has been repelled, the military says. So does that mean it's over? Like, what the fuck? NATO rushing to resupply Ukraine by land. No-fly zone, all but ruled out. I spoke with someone in Ukraine just now who said Russian soldiers are now invading homes desperate for food and dry clothes. They are hungry and want to look like civilians. The cameras are going down. What is that music? My former classmate from Newsweek. Latest I have received. Seems both sides have interest not to destroy Kyiv. Could be signs of early cessation of hostilities. Could also be a stall tactic. Feign good faith. Any case, Russia has only used small portion of forces and firepower. May yet avoid if Putin can claim quick win. Breaking in message from Zelensky's office to my colleague Shaolin Tom. Officials say they are in talks with Russia pursuing ceasefire. Ukraine remains committed to ceasefire and peace. It is our unwavering position. Positively responded to President Putin's proposal. As of now, the sides are consulting on the place and time of these talks. Sooner these talks begin, the better our chances are there would be a return to normal life. Dude. If America fucking turns around...
Was because Russian soldiers are coming to Kyiv and Russian soldiers are trying to take what is actually not theirs.
If America turns around and fucking
such a
decides
weird
that
switch
you can't do a
from the
fucking, you
ordinary
can't do like an actual conversation, that you
but
can't do
you're
a
still a member of
negotiation, that's gonna,
parliament and you're
oh my
doing
God.
meetings and legislation and talking to people, and then one day you just know that they're coming, and then you have to do something, and that's when you get a gun, and then you learn how to shoot it, and then you understand that you need to get a group of resistance, which we did, and now we are helping our army to fight Russians, to fight Russian soldiers that are coming to Kyiv and that are trying to take Kyiv right now when we are talking with you.
How intense is the fighting in the capital of Kyiv right now? What are you seeing? And what are you hearing? Because we did hear loud explosions.
It's not up to America. Why would we be negotiating for Ukraine? You guys like, oh man, oh you beautiful souls. You're right. It's not totally. They can do it on their own. Ukraine has reasons to shut it down. U.S. defense stocks rally after Russia launches attacks on Ukraine. European defense stocks rise as Russia invades Ukraine. ETF investors pile into Russian equities and defense stocks. Reddit's Wall Street bets celebrate war-friendly stocks as NASDAQ and S&P make huge rebounds. Yeah, you're right. Why should America have a say? How could they have a say in negotiations between Ukraine and Russia?
Them very, very hard. As the last 2 days, there has been 3,000 people of casualties in Russian army. So that's a fantastic result for Ukrainian army.
Do you think Putin underestimated the resolve of the Ukrainian people?
I'm absolutely sure. He underestimated the readiness of our army, and he underestimated that on every step of the way.
The United States does not benefit from destabilizing Ukraine. The United States does not give a fuck about Ukraine. The United States does not give a fuck about anyone but their own corporate interests. Please do not think that the United States actually genuinely, legitimately cares about humanity, okay? They don't. That's not what superpowers do. Just like Putin does not care about the fucking safety and concern of human beings, okay? Here's the thing. You know what the United States cares about? They care about destabilizing a foreign superpower that they consider a foreign adversary. Delusional doomer. Dude, guys, come on, bro. They literally didn't even do fucking energy sanctions. Like you're talking about a country that bought $700 million worth of oil, gas, and commodities from Russia the day that they were sanctioning Russia. And you're over here still being like, no, man, they do really care. They care about it a lot. No, they get to undermine the superpower that they consider to be a foreign adversary. Some will say positive things about every country in existence except America. Hey, notice how I live here though, because I think America has potential. That's why I live here. I choose to live here. I can live anywhere else.
Claims from Vladimir Putin. He's basically claiming that he's simply fighting neo-Nazis. He's fighting neo-Nazis, he says, in a country. That country, by the way, the leader of that country is Jewish, lost family members in the Holocaust, and Putin is making outrageous claims like that. An expert on Russia and Ukraine standing by live to join me. We'll discuss how he believes Putin is actually using tactics like those. This is what this professor says of Adolf Hitler. That's next.
What would cause America to have potential?
Eliminating grays is as easy as combing your...
What would cause America to have potential? It's sheer power. That's what.
With them again soon. But first, to look at our top...
What do you mean, dude? We are literally the most powerful nation on the planet. That's it. Yeah, Zelensky rejected the U.S. offer to evacuate him from Kyiv. I don't think he's in the capital, though. I did hear about the ghost of Kyiv. I'm almost certain Wolf died years ago and they're using that fancy Michael Jackson AR stuff to replicate him.
Se tiene que tomar aquí muy en cuenta es que las sanciones sobre Rusia son tan robustas que tendrán impacto sobre aquellos gobiernos que tienen afiliación.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my lord. That's it's brilliant. What has to be taken into account here, says Juan Gonzalez, the director, I don't know what this is, the Security National Central Hemisphere, is that the sanctions on Russia, Western Hemisphere, are so robust Director of Security for the Western Hemisphere, Juan Gonzalez. Okay, I'm going to read what he's saying. Are so robust that they will have an impact on those governments that have economic affiliations with Russia, and that's by design. So Venezuela is going to start feeling that pressure. Nicaragua is going to feel that pressure, as is Cuba. But ultimately what we want are negotiated solutions to the crisis in Venezuela. We want a restoration of diplomatic order in Nicaragua, and we want Cubans to be the ones that determine their future, while we literally are simultaneously determining their future for them. And not to be in a dictatorship, which is what we have been in for more than 60 years. You mentioned that at the beginning that these U.S. sanctions against, this is Voice of America, by the way, so you know this shit's like Straight from the heart of the State Department. You mentioned at the beginning that the U.S. sanctions against Russia will have an impact on governments such as Venezuela. How exactly? Because they're trade partners of Russia. Crazy position to make the situation in Ukraine about anti-American countries in Latin America. Dude, it's called devious licks. It's called being mischievous, okay? What is this? Is about Ukraine? Well, if you look at the sanctions on 13 financial institutions, among the largest in Russia.
Las sanciones sobre 13 instituciones financieras entre las más grandes en Rusia, eso tendrá un impacto.
That will have an impact on any government or business that trades with these institutions. But also, a lot of this money laundering and governments that operate outside of the international financial system. Dog, they operate outside of the international financial system, not for Russia, but for like Venezuela, because you won't let them operate inside the international financial system. What are they supposed to do? What's Cuba supposed to do? What's Venezuela supposed to do? How are they going to operate inside the international system when you slap everyone with when you slap sanctions and blockades on them? Wild stuff, okay? We'll feel the squeeze based on these sanctions. Incredible. All right. What's he fucking saying? Old Billy Blue Balls.
Where everybody's just like, why don't we just fucking mind our own business over here? You know? A couple of drunks rolling around on the floor. What the fuck are you going to get in the middle of that for? You know why. We're going over there. Because they got some shit in the ground that you can turn into a battery to stick at the bottom of a Tesla.
What is he talking about?
And they pretend that they care about the people.
What is he talking about, like Bolivia or some shit? What is he?
Oh, Jesus, Bill. Get off your fucking liberal stump here. I'm kind of all over the map, you know? That should be settled between the...
Oh, you want me to start from the top? I thought you gave me a timestamp.
Howard just threw a punch. He didn't. He fucking threw a half-ass slap in a crowd. And some kid in the prime of his life who plays a non-contact sport got hit in the head. He's going to be fine. Everybody's fine. They got a little heated. And like usual, the little fella there running his fucking yap, who called a cunty timeout, didn't substitute or anything, just to be a Big Ten cunt, all right? Just to be a cunt, was about to get the slap that he needed. I'm telling you, in that moment, you see why the world is so disrespectful. And everyone would say, yes, a grown man resorting to violence. How could he resort to violence? As they sit there and they talk about us doing shit to Russia, who are going to do some shit to Ukrainians. But that's all fine, because that's war. I mean, you can drop bombs and blow up babies and shit trying to get the fucking evil bearded guy you're going after. But, you know, if you kill some babies along the way, that's fine. But if Juwan Howard tries to slap some snarky little cunt in the head who fucking deserved it, all right? Juwan was fucking heated. He tried to walk away, all right? But then he's got to do the handshake line. And it was just like, I'm not shaking your hand because you're acting like a bitch, and you do not deserve my respect as a man. That's all he was trying to do. So what does the little housewife do on Wisconsin? He starts running his fucking yap, yelling at a guy who's like, what, 6'11"? Yelling at a guy 6'11", like he would ever do this in a bar. All right? Then what happens? The little fella gets the big fella mad. The big fella starts swinging. Some innocent guy on the other side takes a fucking slap to the head. Okay? And that's what he gets for fucking getting involved. I've been in enough bars to know to mind your own business. And Juwan calls off, and he gets a half a slap. If Juwan really wanted to fucking slap, so he would have knocked down a whole row of college students. That's what he would have done. It was a half a fucking slap for the half a fucking douche who was running his yap like he could kick.
Bro, this is not even remotely about Ukraine, bro.
Juwan's ass. And I really think that, you know, if there wasn't so many places to distract people like podcasts, I'm part of the problem. They got to sensationalize everything. I mean, that's that should be settled between the two of them the next time they fucking play one another, they call each other up, or whatever the fuck. Somebody buys somebody a beer and that's it, you know?
This just did a controversy at the end of the Wolverine.
I'm done. I'm not listening to this. I'm sorry. Woke up to the sound of heavy gunfire in central Kyiv. You can see some tracers in the sky as the battle has moved closer. At another time. Ceasefire is fake. Putin's ceasefire is fake. The evacuation plan for Chinese nationals in Ukraine has been activated. They will return home immediately as soon as the flight conditions can ensure their safety, according to the Chinese embassy in Ukraine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do they know, bro? What the fuck do they know? 20K northeast from Kyiv. Heard few gunfire. Lockheed Martin Corporation, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. What is your firefight in Kyiv?
This was the day when Putin came.
Wait, this is from earlier today?
Is this the moment?
Holy shit. Okay. Russia's invaders are working their way towards the center of Kyiv. They aren't going to be very happy when the day breaks and they realize they've been cut off and are now trapped by thousands of pissed off Ukrainians. Yeah, thank you, Lockheed Martin Corporation, for allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, which is coming right now. Lockheed Martin, one of my primary sponsors on the HasanAbi broadcast, makes the best guns. Lockheed Martin, you clear the skies, I clear the streets. Right. You no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with the Twitch Prime. God damn it, fucking Bloomberg got paywalled. Like, you're about to get paywalled with this ad break. Let's go. Okay. There has been guys on this camera since the beginning. I don't know where they're at now, but Lockheed Martin makes planes. That's why I said, you clear the skies, I clear the streets. Did I say Lockheed? I call everything a gun, guys, okay? Everything is a gun. Thank you, Lockheed. Typical live, exactly. Beat down Barbie, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Bottom left is Lviv. Yes. But I don't know what the fuck was going on there. There were troops there, but I think they were just like, they were Ukrainian troops probably. Okay, so I'm a little worried about this.
When every move, every sighting of Ukrainian soldiers begged the question, is this the moment? We found soldiers taking cover next to the river.
Watch your back. Watch.
Explosions and gunfire.
There's more like on the ground warfare happening in Kyiv right now, but we don't know what the fuck's going on. Yes, Kyiv is the Ukrainian way of saying Kiev. Yeah, and they're moving towards. Russian troops have been moving towards body after 2:30 after the crushed car. Okay, thank you. Rochlik Miov.
A face-off across the bridge. We're next to the commander, who breaks from firing bullets to whisper me a warning. Sniper, he says.
Bro, that's like, dude, usually, you know, Hollywood technique, that's foreshadowing. He says that and then he gets domed. I would get the fuck out of there, okay? No, I'm not a war correspondent.
Ukrainian troops backed away, Russian soldiers in the distance. The commander moves forward, closer to the riverbank, as everyone else is told to leave.
I looked up the video of Kyiv where the tank is running the car over. All the Russian vehicles have a Z mark on it. This one didn't. No, I think it was because it was a... I think it was because it was a fucking Ukrainian armored personnel carrier.
It's clear that the Russian military have now reached the capital, and people who live close to this spot are leaving while they can. On the outskirts of the city, a volunteer army gathers with weapons, waiting for orders.
Well, I'm here in order to protect my family, my country, and my region where I live. My people.
When do you expect Russians to be in the middle, in the center of Kyiv?
Never.
Never?
Never.
Further along the road into Kyiv, what happened here earlier is
this is the crash.
Being seen as a warning about the people who intend to take this city. The swerving military vehicle is Russian, and it appears to deliberately strike a car driven by an elderly civilian.
So everyone, by the way, that guy survived. That dude literally survived. That's why I don't have a problem showing it. Everyone says this is Russian, but I don't think this is a Russian car. Like, I've heard that other people were saying, yeah, I mean, it was not a dude, it was a woman. Sorry, it was like an old lady. But, and people say it's Russian, but it's not marked. And that they're saying that it was actually a Ukrainian, I mean, it is a Ukrainian vehicle. So now what I've heard is that it's actually, Russians that took it over or something. Like a saboteur took it over. It's not, stop speculating. It's not a fucking Russian tank. It's a Ukrainian tank. But people are saying that it was different footage confirmed it was Russian. It was a Ukrainian vehicle with Russian army soldiers dressed in Ukrainian uniform driving it, is what people were saying. I've heard like 11 different fucking takes on this one. She survived, by the way, which is wild. You'll see it in a second, but I don't want to show the rest of it just to be safe.
He was rescued and survived.
Oh yeah, here, look. How fucking insane is that? Literally survived. How fucking insane. Yeah. Straight up, dude. Yo, babushkas, or I mean, I don't know if it's a he or she. They are just fucking... Why would a Ukrainian do that? No, someone was saying that they were, someone was saying that it was a accident, like the swerving was an accident.
Survived.
I think there's
According to Ukrainian officials, 3 Russian soldiers were killed in the firefight that followed.
Yeah, there was dead bodies there. That's why I didn't show it.
And so the queues are growing. Men volunteering to fight. These are some of the thousands who came to collect their weapons today, wondering whether they will use them, and if so, when. Rohit Katru, News at 10, Kyiv.
I mean, it has a big army, but the Russian army is so much bigger. It was Ukrainian militia attacked Ukrainian forces. That's why the accident happened. I don't know. There's a lot of fucking... There's clearance between the personnel carrier tracks with just enough space for the person not to get crushed. People don't realize how undrivable those fucking things are. I assume during the swerving it was already too late to control it. Tank was protecting Ukrainian infantry, engaged the truck that had the Russian saboteurs in a firefight. There's another angle. Oh, okay. I think it wasn't taken over. I saw the full version of the video, which I can't link because it shows the actual Russians getting killed, but that tank just lost control. I think that's what happened, but they're just fucking saying it was Russians doing it. Ukrainian soldiers ambush and take out Russian soldiers in Kyiv today. Dude, I don't know if I can show this. That seems like that's there's gonna be blood in that. Yeah, it is. Yeah, we already saw that one. Yeah, in Ukraine, Russian tank had driven over the civilian car. Terrifying footage. Yeah, it wasn't a. Okay, I can't play that. Uh-oh. Oh, no, this is earlier. Yeah, we already covered this. U.S. State Department has come out in opposition of Zelensky and Putin meeting to discuss potential ceasefire. Now we see Moscow suggesting that diplomacy take place at the barrel of a gun, or as Moscow's rockets, mortars, artillery targets Ukrainian people. For the record, this is what I said earlier, and then you guys said I'm fucking wrong. That's in response to it being in Minsk. British Defense Secretary Ben Wallace flatly rejected a no-fly zone because it would mean putting British fighter jets directly against Russian fighter jets, and NATO would have to effectively declare war on Russia. So how the fuck is Poland going to do that then? Didn't Poland institute a no-fly zone? That would put Polish fighter jets directly against Russian fighter jets. Yeah, explosions are happening in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. The Ukrainian MP said, when the Russians come, that's when you get a gun and you learn how to shoot it.
NATO, for the first time since it was established back in 1949, it has activated what it calls its NATO response force. Tell us about that.
So let me bring this up, and then General Clark, of course, once the NATO Supreme Allied Commander, can help us with the context. This is, again, if you look at the map from this perspective, all the blue are the NATO countries that surround. And so what has happened? This emergency NATO response force has never been activated to protect NATO countries. It was always used to project force elsewhere. Hans Stoltenberg, the Secretary General, today saying it will be deployed. It could be up to 40,000 troops. There are ground troops. There are air and sea assets as well. Not the full force being deployed right now, but Wolf, it's in addition to the troops. We already know the United States and the other NATO allies have sent more troops to Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland. So why is this so important? You see the NATO ring here.
Again, election map guy doing this is so strange to me. Like, just absolutely, it's such a weird sight. Like, he just loves maps. I get it, but again, just very weird sight to see.
Here, well, look at where Ukraine is. When we started this week, Russia, yes, has a puppet government in Belarus, but here was the line, essentially. So these NATO countries had a buffer, Ukraine. If Vladimir Putin takes Ukraine and that goes away, essentially what you get is 33 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, Vladimir Putin gets to extend perhaps a new Iron Curtain right there on NATO's doorstep. Right, General? That is what you're so concerned about.
That's right, John. I am concerned about it, but I'm also concerned about the people in Kyiv. Since Harry Truman provided assistance to Greece fighting a communist insurgency in 1947, the United States has helped countries defend their independence. In Kyiv, we've got 40 million. In Ukraine, we've got 40 million people who have an independent country. I'm looking at Kyiv itself. It's going to be besieged. It's under artillery fire and so forth. You've got over 2 million people.
Is that unpopular opinion that making militia out of civilians a really, really, really bad idea from a military standpoint? Yeah. I don't think it's a good idea at all, actually.
And the orders that Putin has given apparently.
I didn't think all the Polish nationals would vote for Biden. Yeah, dude, this is the future. This is what libtard America created, okay? Everybody's voting blue, brother. What the fuck?
Is to besiege it.
Look at that.
And clear it.
I mean, I know Germany voted, but Poland too. I thought they were the good guys.
Of thousands of civilian casualties. And for NATO, that's fine. We've activated the reaction force, but we're not going into Ukraine. We're not going to do anything for those people. So in my lifetime, what I've seen is the United States helps nations defend themselves against external aggression. And we're asking, what can we do? The sanctions are great, but what can we do tonight, tomorrow, the next day to help Ukraine and Ukrainians hold on to their independence and stop the impending slaughter in Kyiv?
Good question. No answer, I guess. And then one day, you just know they're coming, said Rudik, speaking on CNN from the capital city. People are arming themselves. People are fighting from every inch of our soil. Learn to use a Kalashnikov and prepare to bear arms. It sounds surreal. As just a few days ago, it would never come to my mind. Our women will protect our soil the same way as our men. Go Ukraine. Girl Boston right there. Satellite imagery shows queues of traffic as people flee Ukraine. We already saw that. UN Security Council breaks out in rare applause after observing moment of silence for those killed in Ukraine. What the fuck? This is like, CNN is like 8 hours behind, dude. What is happening? Why is CNN 8 hours behind on the news?
To face the Russians, most notably sophisticated anti-aircraft.
You can hear the gunfire on the live stream. No, you can't. Anyway, maybe you can, but let's hear this.
Militaries in the world in Russia coming at Ukraine now, encircling Ukraine with 175,000 troops was the last number that President Biden gave. And Ukrainians have been keen to tell me over the past few weeks that this is not the Ukraine of 2014, and that's when Russia came in and annexed Crimea. They've built up their military since then. They've gotten a lot more sophisticated, a lot more training, and some of that weaponry.
Alex,
that
are we hearing? Is that explosions
we're
hearing in the background, or no? Am I mistaken?
I have not heard anything in the past few moments, Don, but it is highly possible. I mean, this is something that happens really, every couple minutes. And we've, as we were saying, we have heard those explosions from all around the city. That is the north. And to the east is where there is more fighting, but to the north is where we have seen some of the fiercest fighting, where the Russians have been trying to come down. And to your point about the Ukrainian forces, we have seen them putting up a significant resistance. We've heard praise of them by military experts and officials in NATO. They have managed, it appears, to at least slow the Russian advance and inflict significant casualties on the Russians. But they are alone in this fight. President Biden made clear quite some time ago that no Americans were going to be coming here and fighting this fight. NATO said the same. They made clear that this is not a NATO country. So the Ukrainians are alone in this fight.
Well, that leads me, a good question for Oren Lieberman. He mentioned, you talked about, missile defense and so forth, Oren. There have been conflicting reports about who has control of Ukrainian airspace right now. Is it the Russians? Who is it?
So let's first talk about why this is so important. If you're going to conduct a massive ground operation, for example, an invasion of a foreign country, you want to control the skies so you can see your targets and so you can hit your targets. And that's what the Russians would have done for as
internet
quickly
will
as
have
possible.
major
Not only taking
downtime.
out Ukrainian air defenses, but also first establishing what's known as
Real-time network data shows major disruption.
and then uncontested air supremacy.
The
where you
internet
have
backbone
no one
provider
challenging your control
Gigatrans,
of
which
the
supplies
skies. From
connectivity
what
to
we
many other
understand,
networks, the incident
Russians
comes as
have
heavy
not
fighting is
established
reported.
Air supremacy, and they have some degree of air superiority, but certainly not what they would have wanted at this stage. And that's because the Ukrainians, as Alex pointed out, have been effective to some degree, to some extent, of fighting back and using the anti-aircraft weaponry they have. The Stingers from the U.S., and I think other NATO countries have provided Stingers as well, and they have some anti-aircraft weapons. Now, how much of this is left after the Russians would have targeted it? How much has already been used? Those are two critical.
Foreign correspondents for Fox News, Trey Yinks, reporting, saying Russian forces are closing in on Kyiv, intense fighting ongoing. For the record, I have the live stream open on the other side and I don't hear it. What the fuck?
Don Lemon Tonight, brought to you.
Bro, the amount of fucking ads they run, the amount of fucking ads they run on CNN is mind-boggling, okay? Like, so much fucking words. At least I only run once an hour, you know what I mean? Like, I run a 60-second ad break at the top of the hour. These motherfuckers are running, like, they got insane ads. Like, it's just, like, every fucking second says you, I know. Bitch, you don't even know, okay? If you imagine I ran like fucking 12 minutes of ads an hour, dude, holy shit. 12 times the amount that I run currently. It's worse than XQC. Director of Roscosmos. Is this for real? If you block cooperation with us, who will save the ISS from an uncontrolled deorbit and fall into the United States and Europe? What? SpaceX? No, the fuck it won't, dude. What the fuck? Oh shit. Leave it up to Elon Musk to be like, yeah, actually this is a good opportunity to fucking plug my shit that has nothing to do with anything. I mean, how is Elon Musk gonna save with SpaceX? What's he gonna do? If they drop it, they drop it. God damn, you can hear all the gunfire. That wouldn't even work. It's not designed for re-entry. Yeah, they just drop it, don't they? Care to weigh in about this tweet? I wish I could share more, but for now I can say it's pretty obvious to many that something is off with Putin. He has always been a killer, but his problem now is different and significant. It would be a mistake to assume Putin would react the same way he would have 5 years ago. Marco Rubio, no one call
themselves Marxists. Very few people call themselves Marxists. That's the criticism when I say that. Oh, but they're not self-described Marxists. Marxists are never self-described Marxists.
What? No, motherfucker. They're not Nazis. Like, of course Marxists call themselves Marxists. What a fucking dumb take. That's like pure projection right there from little Marco. He's making it seem like people have that same level of like a message from a Ukrainian soldier. Oh, we already watched this. Yeah. Live stream has a Ukraine McDonald's POV. Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? Oh my god. Finally, dude. I've been making jokes about the Ukrainian McDonald's that is still working. Fourth largest fundraiser in the House GOP, who has raised $6.3 million for her safe 2022 re-election, is the mystery speaker at a white nationalist conference put on by Holocaust denier. Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god. Bro, Vladimir Putin should denazify the Republican Party. I'm just saying.
Try to bring you as straightforward an analysis as we could of the invasion of Ukraine. It was then in progress. It still is. The war at that point was less than 24 hours old, and it seemed disrespectful and wrong to use the deaths of people on the ground as a partisan cudgel. War is horrifying, of course, but it's also a grave and profound thing. You ought to stand back in awe for a moment before you start drawing convenient conclusions from the suffering you see. Death is a mystery. Acknowledge that. That's how we feel. Joe Biden's allies in the media do not feel that way. They use the opportunity to attack their political opponents immediately.
Didn't Tucker literally say who gives a fuck about Ukraine while Ukraine was being invaded?
As they always do. They have no restraint and no shame. We're grateful not to be them. So that was last night. Tonight, it's fair to note the obvious. The invasion of Ukraine is a humiliating defeat for Joe Biden. He's our leader. He staked this country's reputation, billions of dollars, and the full force of the U.S. government on preventing Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine. Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine anyway. And America is diminished by that. It's not the first time Joe Biden has done something like this. Less than 6 months ago, Biden oversaw an almost indescribably chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. He left American citizens behind. He armed the Taliban with advanced weapon systems on the way out. It could not have been worse. So here you have two historic foreign policy debacles in under a year. Is there a precedent for that?
I love that. He's like, he went from who fucking cares about Ukraine, like, fuck him, to like, actually Biden didn't do well enough on Ukraine. And you know, that's a huge deal because every American actually cares about Ukraine. Like literally, this is the last week Not even the last week. He said that like 2 days ago. He was like, nobody cares about Ukraine. Nobody cares about Ukraine. Why should we care about some faraway country fighting each other in faraway lands? Why is Biden making it his business? And now he's like, everybody cares about Ukraine. All Americans are very upset with the way Biden has dealt with the Ukrainian situation. Slava Ukraine, I say. That's right. Some people will tell you that's an old Nazi slogan. Well, I'm here to tell you, what's wrong with that? I'm Tucker Carlson. And I found out last night, the Azov battalion, good guys, a lot of good guys. Now, the mainstream media will tell you these Azov battalion guys, they're not good. They'll tell you they're nationalists. They'll tell you that they have no right to defend themselves.
What's the message of it?
Well, I don't know if it's still used like that, for the record.
Weakness, obviously.
The glory to
Republicans
Ukraine.
often say that, but as usual, don't go far enough. Weakness? Well, North Korea is weak. They literally have famines. People starve to death in North Korea. That's weakness. But they're still a nation we have to contend with because they bite. A venomous spider is weak. You can crush it, but you're still afraid of it because it bites. We do not bite, and that's the problem. We're not simply weak. The United States government under Joe Biden is ridiculous. It's pompous, it's self-involved, it's long-winded and fatuous. It's not so different from the fading old man who leads it. There's no hiding this. The rest of the world sees it clearly. So do many Americans. If watching the invasion of Ukraine this week made you feel a little sick, this is probably why. Of course, you felt sorry for the Ukrainians being killed, but you also sense that this was a genuine disaster for
The Azov Territorial Defense Unit is preparing to mop up the Russian military in Kyiv, where hostilities are going on.
us in America. And you're right, it is. Joe Biden is quickly draining the reservoir of America's credibility and power that has accumulated over centuries of wise decision making. Like the U.S. Treasury, this is not Joe Biden's capital to spend. He is squandering something that others made. How much is left at this point? You hate even to think about it. Someday we're going to find out.
Yeah. The worst thing about Ukraine isn't like Ukraine is dying, but it's actually America losing its relevancy on the global scale. That's what I'm thinking of. What I'm thinking of when Russia invades Ukraine and it's just fucking constantly bombing, and you got like saboteurs, you have fucking literally shelling all the time, planes flying around, thousands of Ukrainians, thousands of citizens hiding in fucking metro stations. I'm thinking, what does this say about America's territorial stance? What does this say about our integrity worldwide? We're losing it.
So the problem here isn't complicated. Joe Biden broke the oldest.
Oof, still doing the Azov thing. Read this thread to educate yourself, brother. I fucking hate. A thread. Let's discuss Putin's speech. A thread. Listen, motherfucker. Putin is lying when he says he needs to denazify Ukraine. The Azov battalion itself is not a matter of concern beyond like the territories in which they operate. Okay? But when you say like, oof, that's fucked up, still running off the Azov battalion, Sweaty, you're being ridiculous. A thread. Here, read this thread, Sweaty. Scroll to the last post of this tweet. Wait, really? They're fucking TOS on this? Wait, oh, fucking way too many tweets, dude. Wait, what? I can't. Is there like actual... Dude, there are too many. Wait, what? Wait. Some Russians know what BS this is. There's a joke. Every true patriot knows Russian history started in 1941. Only traitors lied that it started in 1939. It reflects that World War II is a foundation myth of Russian... Wait, he's literally fucking talking about like Molotov, Ribbentrop and shit. Second reason is that the West first bought this convenient lie in order to question the origins of Nazi military might and continues buying it. Persisting in feel-good lies is emotionally easy, but it will cost a heavy price that the West is only starting to pay. End of thread. What is this fucking... I meant this post. As a result, highly idiosyncratic ideology of Putinism emerged. It combined the respect to Stalinism, which achieved the great victory. The Russian Orthodox clericalism, the Russian ethno-nationalism, it's often mocked as Russian Orthodox national communist monarchism. Sharp thoughts from Cats on Earth on one of the things that makes the current moment so scary. It's hard to know what Putin's thinking with what the end game is. Bro, this is like, this dude literally just like vomited a fucking a Reddit political compass meme. And you're like, read this thread, sweaty. Aren't you a fucking leftist? You stupid fuck. Been in here for 13 months and you're like promoting shit like communist monarchism. What the fuck's wrong with you? We can all change. You change your prediction, JK. I hope he changes. When I talk about the Azov Battalion or nationalist forces within Ukraine, I talk about the fear that I have of what may become, what may happen to the future of Ukraine, not what is currently happening within Ukraine. Yes, there are nationalists and there are people associated with Azov Battalion and Right Sector that have prominence within the Ukrainian government, but the Ukrainian government is not a Nazi government. Zelensky's not a fucking Nazi. All that stuff is just bullshit propaganda that Vladimir Putin is using to justify what is otherwise completely unjustifiable. But if you're gonna fucking do like literal fascist apologia, then get the fuck out of here. I mean, what is wrong with you? This is not a community where you are able to do that or should be able to do that.
I don't know. I don't think anyone can say it will happen tonight, tomorrow, the next day. Clearly, if this continues for any time, as the generals have said, General Marks, then it becomes more dangerous for the Russians. Then I would worry that Putin would simply start destroying buildings, just firing into indiscriminately into civilian areas and killing as many as he can. That is the potential that we have to be concerned about as this thing drags on and Ukrainians feel emboldened by their success. So we have to face this now or face it later, because if he is successful in taking Ukraine, that pushes him up against NATO countries, and then...
It's like saying a black guy is a white supremacist? What the fuck do you mean? There are literally black white supremacists. Candace Owens is a good example of this. Your background doesn't change your ideology in this situation. A lot of people use that as a shield. But regardless, anyway, let's continue.
The Chinese, the new best friend of the Russians, why aren't they speaking out rather than saying, oh, we're opposed to the invasion of any neutral country or any sovereign country? Why aren't they speaking out condemning it? Where is India? India is a major trading partner with the Soviet Union. In fact, they bought their S-400s to air defense system. Why aren't they speaking out now?
Zelensky's
You have
Jewish.
Israel
It's just
saying
hella
that they
cynical to
may
call him a
wanna play
Nazi.
here
No,
because they've been
Zelensky's not a
getting close to the
Nazi
Russians. We need
at
all
all.
hands on deck here, not
The
just the
fucking
United
liberal.
States and
He's a
NATO,
lib. He's a
but all
centrist
of those
neo-lib.
countries who deal and trade with Russia to say it's not just the sanctions that are going to hurt you. They may not hurt you right away, but trade with all of these other countries could hurt you in a major way, and then you might have your own citizens rising up to overthrow you. That's what you have to be concerned about if this goes the wrong way, Mr. President Putin.
You just mentioned pushing up against NATO countries, against NATO nations. Ukraine is not part of NATO, but the NATO response force was activated.
What percentage of Ukrainians do you think actually supports the Nazis? I thought more than 1%. No, I think it's nationalism in Ukraine is very different than nationalism in America. You will never be able to comprehend what nationalism looks like in a country that in a country that has had a history with collaborating with like the actual Nazis, while the larger percentage of the country was literally fighting the fucking Nazis. Okay, and two, there are the Azov Battalion or Right Sector or all these other parties themselves are born out of hooliganism. Okay, like footy fans that do security work originally, that have like done security work for oligarchs, that are pretty brutal, pretty violent fucking dudes overall. Problem is normalizing that attitude, normalizing that fucking or allowing that to fester within the ranks. To fester within the ranks of your National Guard, fester within the to grow, to have people who are supporters of that kind of supporters of these kinds of fucking paramilitaries in positions of power within the government, that abso-fucking-lutely turns into a major problem down the line. And by the way, who do you think separatists are? Yeah, no shit, dog. I know. I fucking understand that. Separatists are getting help from Russian nationalists. Ukrainian nationalists, like in the right sector and whatnot, are getting help from the American government, or were getting trained by the American government. But acting like that's not real is literally the same as fucking acting like the Mujahideen did not have incredibly reactionary forces, or Wahhabists were actually smart to be aligned with the CIA. And then 20 years down the line, that kind of attitude bites you back in the fucking ass. And that's the other part. The Nazis in Ukraine got embarrassed in the elections. That's true. That's 1000% true. I agree. I don't think they have popular support. But you know how they gain more popular support? When Zelensky is portrayed as a fucking cowardly leader who is capitulating to the interests of Russians or the interests of the West. Okay? But mostly the Russians, because they are aligned with Westerners in general. Okay, and then Vladimir Putin, a brutal autocratic tyrant, bombs your fucking country. What do you think happens when your country gets fucking bombed? When your country gets bombed, you rely on anyone and everyone you can to defend your country. And the people that know how to fucking throw a punch are the people that have been doing that already, mostly in Donbass, in the front line. With a lot of experience with this kind of thing. They are the ones who are forming the civilian. They are the ones who are training the civilians at this moment. Love how people think fascists wouldn't take advantage of a weak state and amass power through undemocratic means. Yeah, exactly. Giving these takes because tankies are parroting the Russian state media line, but I'm not. It's not a justification at all for what fucking Putin did. As a matter of fact, what Putin did, galvanize, is only going to legitimize those nationalist forces. So You're such a hypocrite. Yesterday, you were just encouraging Ukrainians to abandon or flee when they were being lawfully called to arms. Bro, if you're in my chat, you 100% should flee Ukraine, okay? I do not give a fuck, dude. Are you kidding me? Don't fucking die for... Don't die for a piece of land, dude. What are you, crazy? Go... No shot. Go to fucking Poland. Fuck you, says Slow Demon. Aren't you profiting off of this war too? Like, the only difference between you and oil barons is you don't sell oil, lol. That is an incredibly fucking stupid take. I'm a political commentator. I wish that there was no fucking war. I would much rather be playing Elden Ring right now instead of fucking doing round the clock coverage on people's dying. The difference between the oil baron and myself is that I don't give a shit if there is no war. As a matter of fact, I prefer it. Yeah, something happened to the old subs. They like lost their minds. I think they got really sad that I'm not paying enough attention to them. Or no, yeah, see, yeah, they're not getting enough. They're not getting enough attention because there's 85,000 people in here, so they want to like bait me. Anyway, Walden bankrupt was at the Maidan Square not that long ago. Let's finish this Tucker Carlson.
This rule of law. Don't make threats you can't back up. You'd think he'd know that if he'd actually squared off against Corn Pop at the public swimming pool in Wilmington 60 years ago. But he never did. So he doesn't know that if you say something serious, you had better mean it. It is reckless to tell obvious lies. If you do that before long, and it happens very quickly, in fact, people figure out that you can be ignored. You're not a superpower, you're a joke. And that's why you never, under any circumstances, say anything like this.
The purpose of the sanctions has always been and continues to be deterrence. But let's also recognize the unique nature of the sanctions that we have outlined. These are some of the greatest sanctions, if not the strongest, that we've ever issued.
The president believes that sanctions are intended to deter.
As to the sanctions, the most important thing we can do is to use them as a deterrent, as a means of dissuading Russia from engaging in further aggression.
Now, if you saw the dates, you notice those clips are from recently, in some cases just days before Vladimir Putin showed precisely how meaningless our sanctions actually were. The greatest sanctions ever, said Kamala Harris, wearing her stupid little mask on Monday. She's a buffoon. You knew that. Now it's obvious that her buffoonery is a real peril for the rest of us. No one in the White House seems to understand this. It's life's most obvious lesson. So here is Joe Biden from today telling you that actually...
Why do I feel like this would be a take from a chatter here? In one way, Putin does a favor. Historically, every president running for re-election during a war has won. If Trump gets back in office, we'll have casualties from the war and the genocide of LGBTQIA people. I'm not fucking kidding. When my father and my son both had cancer at the same time, I was desperately clinging on the end of the silver line to get me through. It's how I process trauma. I don't give a fuck what you think about my process. Who do I have in a cage fight? Putin or Zelensky? Bro, one's a comedian. The other one has literally murdered people, possibly with his bare hands. Like, no disrespect to Zelensky, but think Putin would probably have that, even though he's a manlet.
Truly, these sanctions, the greatest, most deterrent sanctions ever,
I mean, Putin has definitely murdered people, but I'm saying probably with his bare hands.
were never intended really to deter anything. Sorry if you took us seriously the first time. We didn't really mean it.
No one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. It has to show, this is going to take time, and we have to show resolve so he knows what's coming. And so the people of Russia know what he's brought on them. That's what this is all about.
Who gives him these scripts? Do they not think we have access to YouTube? Or maybe they're just hoping Google will scrub it by the time he holds another press conference. You just told us on Monday that the purpose of these sanctions was to deter the invasion of Ukraine. So at the very least, acknowledge they didn't work as intended. They can never acknowledge that. Oh, the vaccine prevents transmission and infection. Just tell the truth. People will understand, but they lie every time. Now they're telling us, Putin knows what's coming. We'll get him next time. Right. No one believes you anymore, Joe Biden. No one should believe you. It is very hard to take unserious people seriously. A serious president who cared would have reassessed everything, America's foreign policy and how it's administered, after the Afghanistan withdrawal last August. That was a disaster. So a responsible person would have asked himself, how do we prevent this from happening again? That's how responsible people think. It's how leaders who care about their countries think. Of course, it's the baseline requirement for leadership. This was a disaster. How do we prevent it from happening again? That's not hard. But lifetime federal employee that he is, Joe Biden did the opposite of that. His first instinct was to protect the bureaucracy, not the country, the bureaucracy. So not a single person from the Pentagon or the State Department was fired or even reprimanded. In fact, famously, the only person who was punished in the end for that historic debacle was a Marine colonel who complained about it. He went to jail for complaining. And you will see the same response this time after the disastrous invasion of Ukraine. The American officials who so publicly trashed this country's credibility will be promoted for it. They always are. Toria Nuland is one of the geniuses behind the Iraq War. That was almost 20 years ago. Did that hurt her career? It should have. It should have ended her career. In place, right then. Go do something useful. Learn how to lay tile. But it didn't end her career. In fact, her career accelerated. In fact, this same person, Toria Nuland, went on to help lead...
Wait, there's shelling on the cameras? Wait, is the sun coming up? I mean, holy shit. Oh my God. It's in Kyiv. It's this one. Not shelling, that's gunfire. Sean Penn is in Ukraine. Yeah. Intense fighting in Kyiv feed. You can hear it clearer here. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know why you guys constantly want me to go back to like fucking gunshots. Look, I don't. At least there aren't actual fucking. At least the one thing here. Oh shit! Here
is right completely here. Occupied with fighting. Alex Marquardt, if you can hear me, just jump in. We're ready to take you whenever you're ready to talk to us. So if you are...
I don't think anyone who's not Ukrainian can understand where Ukrainian nationalism is born from and how important it is in its history and to today. Yeah, I don't know.
As you very accurately described just in the past few moments, not one, but several bursts of gunfire.
I am dead inside.
Now, the reason that you were able to hear it down the line, that we were able to hear it having just stepped inside, was that it really was quite loud. That was not small arms fire. That appeared to be some kind of anti-aircraft fire. I came out here as soon as we started hearing it, and looking out into the sky, you could see the tracer rounds going up. It's something that I've seen before elsewhere. We have not heard explosions in quite some time, but it is clear that fighting is going on all around this city. As we have been discussing, Russian forces closing in on this city from every direction, north, south, east, and west. And on top of that, we have now the biggest explosions we have seen inside the capital limits since this invasion started, that happening just about 3 miles away in the western part of the city. So throughout the evening, and this was a night that the Ukrainian president said would be decisive, we have heard these explosions coming from all directions. They have lit up the night sky, throwing up that glow into the clouds. We have heard air raid sirens in the capital, and now we are hearing this gunfire going off in just the past, I would say, 5 to 10 minutes, several bursts of heavy gunfire shooting up into the sky. We did see those tracer rounds. So, Don, this fighting very much raging as the question looms of how close these Russian troops are and how long the Ukrainian government can hold on to their capital.
So, Alex, this is fairly close to you, 35 kilometers south of Kyiv. We're told by the mayor, and correct me if I'm pronouncing it wrong, a town called Kyiv, says there's fierce fighting taking place in the middle of town there. I'm not sure if you've heard of this report, but it's fairly close to where you are, completely occupied with fighting, the mayor said. She said there were losses on the Ukrainian side, many wounded. Unfortunately, they are in the 200s. I'm not sure if you have that information, but you can speak to me about what is happening in and around Kyiv as you're listening to what you say is gunfire right now.
Yeah, and Don, what I have heard that we were told that it's about 20 miles south of Kyiv. I just came up from that direction just a couple hours ago. We did not see or hear it, but of course that doesn't mean that it's not happening. It does sound quite localized, and I should say what's really interesting about that report is that that's in the south. We understand that Russian troops have come in from the north, from Belarus, as well as from the east. But this fighting that we are now seeing in the west and that report in the south that you're talking about, that should give Ukrainian forces major pause, and all of us here in the city real pause, because it shows that they are completing this encirclement. Russian forces obviously amassing huge numbers of troops, of weapons.
I know what he said.
Jets and helicopters. For now, it appears that the Ukrainians are putting up significant resistance. We've heard from outside experts in the U.S. We've heard from officials here on the ground boasting of the fact that the Ukrainians are, for now, keeping the Russians at bay, but they are coming at this country and at this city with an overwhelming force. And that is why President Zelensky earlier today said that this city was in for a tough night. So we have heard these explosions. We have heard this gunfire. It is going on 6 a.m. The sun is about to come up, and this fighting is very much continuing.
I can't tell from if it's the wind from your mic sometimes, or if it is actually if we're hearing gunfire or explosions there. But how sporadic or how often are you hearing this sort of activity, Alex?
Since I've been on with you, I haven't heard anything more, so I think that might be the wind. But it is bursts. It's fits and starts. And so there was a lull for around 45 minutes to an hour, and then it comes back up again quickly. So there's really no predicting, and then it's really coming from all different directions. As we said at the top of the show, you know, the closest explosions we have heard yet, just around 3 miles away, near a military base, we should point out. The Russians appear for now to be targeting military installations, military forces. There is real concern, however,
Alex,
that if Ukraine... Yes, Don?
Go on, finish your thought. I've got to get to the top of the hour, and we're going to have you back. We'll have you back on the other side. I want to reset. So why don't you stand by, Alex? Alex Marquardt reporting there from Kyiv. There have been, he heard some gunfire, we're told. We're trying to get a handle on exactly what it was. Tracer rounds, we're told. We're about to go to break. We heard from Alex's location that that sound of gunfire. Alex got up. She's going to join us on the other side of the break. We'll continue with our breaking news coverage of this invasion, of this war really happening in Ukraine. Back in a moment.
There you go. Another fucking top of the hour ad break. Russia is attacking military, not civilians. You are out. What? I mean, Russia is targeting military positions, but that doesn't matter. The military positions happen to be in fucking cities. If you're shelling aerial defense systems within city borders, you're still fucking killing civilians. That doesn't mean anything. You can't just be like, oh, dude, yeah, no, it's fine to fucking bomb another country, actually, if you're just targeting their aerial defense systems. Totally. On redemption arc? What does that even mean? Redemption for what? I'm really tired. Even if it's just a soldier, still warn human beings are dying as we speak. Civilians. Yeah, I already talked about it. We already covered this, but yes. Ukrainians are losing the internet. But I don't know if this is true or not. If Ukrainians are losing the web is very bad, as Raw Lee 85 has argued, continued connectivity has been delivered on Moscow's part so Ukrainians can witness Russia's crushing superiority. If comms are dying now, it seems Russia doesn't want the public to see what's next. Update. Some connectivity has returned to Ukrainian internet backbone provider Gigatrans, but service remains intermittent at present. Maybe you should go touch grass. I mean, I did touch grass. Yeah, I think Ukrainian internet's fine now. I think there was like a blip. Gigatrans is a pretty funny name, by the way, for an internet provider. It just sounds like a Giga Chad trans person. Anyway. I have been touching grass. Have you seen Chomsky's take on this yet? Does he have a new one? No, this is an old one.
Asking ourselves is, why did NATO even exist after 1990?
I've already listened to Chomsky on this many times. I find it wild that social media is reporting faster than traditional media on the crisis. My friend, traditional media is getting the information from social media half the time during this crisis. Anyway, I think I'm done for the night. I'm really, really tired. I'm sorry. Would you want 1v1 Putin naked to stop the war? Yes, I would. For sure. That's a definite yes. A resounding yes. I'll be live tomorrow, obviously. Someone's getting laid? Yeah, your mom. No, no one is getting laid. I'm going to fucking sleep. I need extra sleep. I've been doing crazy hours nonstop, like 12 hours every day, and then working out in the mornings. What else was I going to say? I'm, of course, going to be live tomorrow. As always, you have 90 Ukraine users. There's some internet at least. Yeah, sorry for not being live longer tonight. Yeah. Last 3-minute ad break now. Okay, running that. But yeah, hopefully the Ukraine are safe. Seems like the Kyiv occupation has been limited to boots on the ground now, which I thought was going to be worse overall, because I thought they were going to have air support. But I don't know. Like they're just going after I don't know what the fuck they're doing, to be honest. I don't know why they're, I mean, I guess it's better that they're not, shelling the capital non-fucking stop. No?
Hey, I'm just doing this to sound like Bo Burnham in the beginning, but I'm.
All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Once again, thank you for coming here for the coverage. Hopefully, I'm able to show you different things, offer you a fresh perspective that you might not be aware of, that you might not have considered, and yeah, that's my goal. Fuck the haters, Anyway, back with more coverage tomorrow, as always, and hopefully this time Elden Ring will happen in the end of this. Yeah, and also obviously follow and enable notifications. That's a good take, actually. Yeah. Follow and also enable notifications to find out when I'm live. It's usually at 11 a.m. Pacific every day, but if you haven't done so thus far, I suggest you do that. You follow and you can ring the bell or whatever. Called. I don't know how to do it, but anyway. That way you'll be aware when I'm live. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Right, bye, guys.
Box, Uncle Euchre's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many find some meaning through it all. So there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll play no pigs so soon. You wait. Say, hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll watch 90 Days soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll debate viewers soon. You wait. Sha-ba-da, sha-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll be nameless king soon. You wait. Oh shit, he already put. Oh wow. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll stop with that break soon. You wait. You wait.